This great saint-level secret treasure. Lin Yuan emerged from a planet named Spiritual Treasure Star, examining his harvest. The Spiritual Treasure Star is the place where secret treasure weapons are nurtured in the Xuanwang universe, not just one planet. Unlike the regular methods of forging secret treasure weapons in the Chaos Void, the way of the Xuanwang line mainly focuses on nurturing. First forge a secret treasure weapon embryo, then place it into a designated spiritual treasure star, allowing the secret treasure weapon to naturally form over the long years of nurturing. This method of forging has two major advantages. First, it's convenient. Once the secret treasure weapon embryo is made, that's all that's needed. Second, the power of the resulting secret treasure weapon is often superior to those of the same level. As for the disadvantages, the lack of human interference means it takes too long. However, if one can obtain a high-powered secret treasure weapon, spending more time is quite normal. A great saint-level soul and mind defense secret treasure? Lin Yuan looked at the yellow droplet, the size of a thumb in front of him, as if watching a vast universe. Whether it's great saint-level secret treasure weapons or other levels, defensive-type ones are generally valued higher than offensive ones. After all, compared to kill methods, preserving life is undoubtedly more important. Among defensive great saint secret treasures, soul and mind defense treasures are the most precious. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This defensive great saint level secret treasure, although incomparable to the life divine stone he obtained first, is still highly valuable, unattainable by many chaos great saints even after exhausting one cosmic era. It's just getting closer to the inner region of the Xuanwang universe now. Lin Yuan glanced around. Every life entering the Xuanwang universe randomly appears in the outermost edge region. And as Lin Yuan continues to explore deeper, he gradually approaches the inner region of the Xuanwang universe. The most apparent sign is Lin Yuan faintly sensing the slight aura of other Chaos Great Saints. The aura of Chaos Great Saints, when fully unleashed, can be felt even when separated by Void Domain after Void Domain. Just that the Xuanwang universe's oppressive rules made Lin Yuan only aware when nearing the inner region. No great saints share my path. Lin Yuan carefully senses for a while, concluding. Other great saints do not possess a beast map, are not intimately familiar with the myriad regions within the universe. Given the vastness of the Xuanwang universe, the probability that those great saints share the same path as Lin Yuan is strikingly low. From the inner region onwards, danger will begin to appear. Lin Yuan's expression subtly serious. Treasures and wonders from the outer region can generally be taken without significant difficulty, because their value is not high. As for the 3-meter large life divine stone, totally an exception. Normally, the life origin star's nurturing of life divine stone has very low efficiency. Even spending one cosmic era, the final nurtured stone is thumb-sized. A palm-sized life divine stone can save a heavily injured, dying chaos great saint. A thumb-sized life divine stone probably can only save a chaos realm venerable. Therefore, that life origin star merely breeds rare treasures at the normal chaos realm level. However, a thumb-sized life divine stone nurtured over one cosmic era. Then what about 10 cosmic eras? 100 cosmic eras? 8,000, 10,000 cosmic eras? Quantity leads to quality change. The Xuanwang universe sealed for eons allowed Lin Yuan to harvest such a large piece of life divine stone. It's entirely a coincidence plus luck. Even if there's danger, I possess more advantages than those great saints. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the beast map has provided immense help. Star tier, fragment world. Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit sat cross-legged. Within the Xuanwang universe, his true self is currently proceeding smoothly, only occasionally blocked by Xuanwang beasts. As for other chaos realms? The Xuanwang universe is vast. Over 100 venerables and 10 great saints falling into such a vast universe are akin to a drop of water entering the ocean. It's still the exploration phase now, no conflicts will arise for the time being. Lin Yuan mused, the so-called conflicts mainly refer to those between great saints. Not having reached the inner region, naturally, the great saints won't confront each other, making conflict impossible. Lin Yuan speculated, conflicts between great saints would only arise after penetrating deeper into the inner region. With my current strength, I can attempt the Black Tower's 9th floor. Lin Yuan suddenly contemplated. The 9 floors of the Demon Jade Black Tower have spanned Lin Yuan's journey from weak to strong. He traversed the 8th floor before advancing to the 12th layer. As for the 9th floor, the 9th floor of the Black Tower is completely different from the previous 8 floors. What it requires facing is a mark left by the Moyu Tower Master. Even though this mark lacks any intellect, existing solely as a fixed program, yet it originates from the Moyu Tower Master, an unparalleled great saint. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the Moyu Tower Master isn't much weaker than the Xuanwang, and according to the Eye of Myriad Laws, the Xuanwang approaches the status of invincible great saint. Thus implying, the Moyu Tower Master is of approximately the same level of strength, and his left mark requires at least Chaos Realm Peak or even Chaos Great Saint to confidently defeat it. After entering the 12th layer, Lin Yuan, only at the path-splitting realm, even if grown to its pinnacle, could merely match ordinary Chaos Realm Venerables, naturally losing hope of passing the Black Tower's 9th floor. Lin Yuan separated a sliver of mental will, descending into the Demon Jade space. In front of the towering 9th-floor Black Tower, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The 6-armed figure Shen Ji emerged, gazing at Lin Yuan with a slightly complex expression. Lin Yuan hasn't descended here for a long time. Coming now suggests a likely intention to challenge the 9th floor of the Black Tower. And with the 6-armed figure Shen Ji's understanding of Lin Yuan, if without certain assurance, Lin Yuan wouldn't intentionally come. Especially with Lin Yuan aware the 9th floor of the Black Tower demands facing a mark by the Moyu Tower Master, unless reaching Chaos Realm Peak, he wouldn't even entertain the thought of a venture. Chaos Realm Peak? That little one from back then, has already grown to this extent? The 6-armed figure Shen Ji's thoughts wandered. He watched Lin Yuan grow up to now, and remembers when he saw this little one for the first time, he was merely at the 6th or 7th layer. In the blink of an eye, he already possesses the power of the Peak Chaos Realm? I want to attempt the 9th level of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan said. Go ahead. The 6-armed figure Shen Ji nodded, showing no surprise. Rumble. The gate of the 9th level of the Black Tower opened. Lin Yuan stepped in and appeared on the 9th floor. Compared to the omnipresent pressure of the previous 8 levels, the 9th level was empty, seemingly devoid of anything. But Lin Yuan remained on high alert. Soon, the world turned dark. A towering figure materialized. He wore a black robe, his gaze indifferent, seemingly containing the rules of the Great Tao. This was the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master manifesting. When Lin Yuan first faced the Moyu Tower Master's imprint, he couldn't withstand even a single glance and his mind completely fell, not even knowing how he was defeated. But this time, Lin Yuan's strength had increased manifold, and the Moyu Tower Master's gaze, though invisibly tugging at his mind, couldn't shake Lin Yuan's mental will. Whoosh! The Moyu Tower Master quietly watched Lin Yuan, his gaze devoid of emotion, then directly raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth fell into darkness. This darkness was exceedingly pure, completely distinct from the black light domain of the Black Light Great Saint. Divine ability, world. Lin Yuan directly transformed into the fierce sun, the universe outside his body spreading wildly in all directions, vaguely contending with the Moyu Tower Master's dark power. Too strong. Without being a Chaos Great Saint, there's simply no match. At this moment, Lin Yuan was utterly certain that a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable could not possibly pass the 9th level. Time? Lin Yuan vaguely sensed a change in the time around him. It wasn't merely a matter of accelerating or decelerating time, but something deeper. The Moyu Tower Master's strength greatly improved after killing that wondrous life with rich time bloodline. He must have gained a lot from it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Upon passing the 8th level, he acquired a drop of time blood left by the Moyu Tower Master, originating from that wondrous life with a rich time bloodline. The Moyu Tower Master did not keep this drop of time blood for himself to comprehend, but rather left it in the 9th level of the Black Tower, indicating it was no longer significant for his own understanding. Boom! 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 The glimmer of the fierce sun spread, the power of the universe outside suppressing, opposing the dark power gathered by the Moyu Tower Master as he raised his hand. Lin Yuan felt exceedingly uncomfortable. This discomfort was not due to being helpless against the Moyu Tower Master. In terms of aura intensity, The Moyu Tower Master currently revealed was not as strong as the Dual Origin Great Saint or the Black Light Great Saint. Yet the pressure this result exerted on Lin Yuan far exceeded that of the previous two Great Saints. Heaven Tier. Lin Yuan grasped with his right hand, and 5 terrifying marks flashed and vanished, tearing 5 cracks in the endless dark power around the Moyu Tower Master. However, shortly after these 5 cracks appeared, they quickly healed, re-cloaked by the endless dark power. There's no other way. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The divine skill, Heaven Tier, was definitely among the top 5 of his current killing techniques. Even this divine skill couldn't defeat the Moyu Tower Master, leaving Lin Yuan with no choice but to use his final move. Universe, explode. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the universe surrounding him suddenly began to collapse. Since his internal universe fused and devoured the source of the fierce sun, detonating his external universe had surpassed the divine skill Heaven Tier in might. After all, this was not just a single divine skill, but a whole new technique formed by the combination of the 13th layer's talent, Fierce Sun Open Sky. Rumble. The universe outside collapsed, and the fierce sun also began to annihilate, the resulting terrifying power tearing every inch of the 9th level of the Black Tower. Rustle. The endless dark power raised by the Moyu Tower Master also swiftly disintegrated, until even the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master rapidly dissolved. Rumble. After a long time, Lin Yuan walked out from the depths of time and space, his aura weakened. Is it over? Lin Yuan looked around, no longer feeling a trace of the Moyu Tower Master's aura, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan's expression shifted, looking in a particular direction. He saw wisp after wisp of dark power converging, once again forming the figure of the Moyu Tower Master. However, compared to the initial figure's indifference and ruthlessness, this time the formed Moyu Tower Master figure had obvious differences. The gaze cast upon Lin Yuan showed an expression of surprise, as if it had come to life. Lin Yuan watched carefully as the Moyu Tower Master reformed in the distance. He was ready to concede and exit the 9th layer of the Black Tower at any moment. First, because he had just exploded his external universe and was temporarily in a weakened state. Second, although the current Moyu Tower Master didn't have the same level of energy fluctuation as initially. The threat he posed to Lin Yuan was greater. Even if he did nothing and just stood there, there was a sense of soul dominance over time and space. Not bad. The Moyu Tower Master stared at Lin Yuan for a moment, then smiled. Not bad? Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. According to the 6-armed figure Shenji, the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master on the 9th layer was merely a kind of fixed program. But now? He had actually said, not bad, a statement with personal emotional evaluation? Very good. The Moyu Tower Master continued to look for a while and made another remark. Senior, Lin Yuan tentatively called out. Although he didn't know what state the Moyu Tower Master was in, since the other party didn't attack immediately, he likely bore no malice? Rest assured, you passed the 9th layer of the Black Tower. The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. I am now essentially a strand of consciousness left behind by my past self, completely severed from the true self. However, upon awakening, the connection re-established, it won't be long before I fall into another time loop. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked at these words. Indeed, the present Moyu Tower Master is more than just an unemotional imprint. It is a strand of consciousness. This consciousness is different from the soul division of the Tuolong Great Saint. The soul division is a new life form, albeit with the same memories as the original body. But consciousness is still considered the Moyu Tower Master. In fact, many Chaos Great Saints are reluctant to leave behind such a thing as a soul division. The more powerful the Great Saint, the more so. A soul division without power, when in the hands of some Great Saints, often meets a poor fate. Given that this consciousness still belongs to the Moyu Tower Master, even with a brief revival, it will quickly fall back into a time loop. The time loop encountered when the 12th layer attempts to break through to the 13th layer is a test from the Chaos Void, unavoidable by any means for the same being. You should have cultivated the foundational legacy of that being. No, not quite, it's somewhat different. Did you merge with other same-tier legacies? Merging different 13th layer legacies, very impressive. The Moyu Tower Master observed Lin Yuan, asking with interest. The imprint he left, after just contending with Lin Yuan. Even at the terrifying power when he exploded his external universe, the Moyud Tower Master saw it all. Thus, the information gathered was far more than those special beings observing Lin Yuan from afar outside the Xuanwang universe in his battle with the Black Light Great Saint and the Dual Origin Great Saint. In the clash between Lin Yuan and the Black Light Great Saint, the Dual Origin Great Saint, neither used their full strength. Not even fully activating the external universe, much less exploding it. Of course, the Black Light Great Saint, the Dual Origin Great Saint also did not use their true lethal means. They didn't even enter the Xuanwang universe, naturally avoiding an all-out fight. I was also just lucky, Lin Yuan immediately said. He was not surprised that the Moyud Tower Master discerned his cultivation of infinite void. At the level of a peerless great saint, a 13th layer legacy isn't that much of a secret. But the Moyud Tower Master being able to see his fusion of other 13th layer methods slightly startled Lin Yuan. This implied that the Moyud Tower Master had a deep understanding of infinite void, aware of its power scope. There is no such thing as luck. The Moyud Tower Master smiled. Cultivating a 13th layer legacy is incredibly difficult. Had I not slain that wondrous life form back then, I wouldn't have reached the threshold for cultivating that 13th layer legacy. Senior also cultivated a 13th layer legacy? Lin Yuan looked at the Moyud Tower Master and said. He understood the terror of a 13th layer legacy, having reached a level in the Dominator realm to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chaos Great Saints, though it wasn't solely due to infinite void. But this 13th layer legacy that elevated Lin Yuan's foundation to a terrifying degree definitely played an important role. The Moyud Tower Master as a peerless great saint, in addition to having cultivated some kind of 13th layer legacy, how truly powerful must he be? Perhaps not sweeping away other peerless great saints, but probably close. The most difficult part of a 13th layer legacy is its cultivation, not its acquisition. The Moyud Tower Master smiled. With your current power, once you reach perfection in the Chaos realm, your strength might even surpass mine. Lin Yuan obediently listened, and according to his own estimations, this was indeed so. If Lin Yuan could step into perfection in the Chaos realm, ordinary peerless great saints would simply not be his match. By then, those able to pose even a slight threat to Lin Yuan were likely only those other peerless great saints who also cultivated a 13th layer legacy, or those special peerless great saints. But even then, it would be only a slight threat, as Lin Yuan had too many trump cards and methods. Back when this Black Tower was built, the intention was to nurture a Chaos Great Saint, but during my lifetime, that never happened. Yet, after falling into a time loop, one eventually emerged. The Moyud Tower Master looked around with a slightly sentimental tone. During the prime of the Magic Jade Tower, the Moyud Tower Master, as an invincible great saint sweeping through the chaos void, indeed had some Chaos Great Saints and even peerless great saints pledge allegiance. But these Chaos Great Saints and peerless great saints were outsiders, not direct descendants of the Magic Jade Tower, lacking even the qualification to enter this Demon Jade space, let alone challenge the 9 layers of the Black Tower. The Chaos realm cultivated by the Magic Jade Tower itself has not birthed a great saint. A Chaos Great Saint cannot be cultivated just through training. No matter how powerful the Moyud Tower Master is, he cannot forcefully cultivate a Chaos Great Saint. If this could be achieved, the Magic Jade Tower would not have fallen into decline. The Elder is still caught in the time loop, Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Are you asking about the time loop and the matters of reaching the 13th stage? The Moyud Tower Master smiled slightly. I have indeed left corresponding arrangements elsewhere, which should have been taken by now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was not particularly surprised. His Majesty Xuanwang left behind the Xuanwang universe, and it is estimated that the Moyud Tower Master should have left a similar place. Just because the Xuanwang universe has just been born now does not mean that the place left behind by the Moyud Tower Master has also not been born yet. Everything depends on conditions of fate. Whether it's His Majesty Xuanwang or the Moyud Tower Master, both have been attempting to reach the 13th stage, caught in time loops, with very limited influence on the outside world. However, if all you want is information about reaching the 13th stage and time loop data, I can provide it to you. The Moyud Tower Master smiled slightly. There is only one treasure and rare weapon, but information can be replicated. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yuan felt a joy in his heart. The Xuanwang universe emerged, and the Black Light Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and many other Chaos Great Saints have rushed here at all costs. What for? Treasure and rare items within the Xuanwang universe? There is indeed a purpose in this regard, but it is definitely not the main reason. These great saints are more eager to obtain His Majesty Xuanwang's views and insights on exploring the 13th stage and time loops. So-called treasures and wonders are ultimately just external forces and provide no help in reaching the 13th stage. Buzz. The Moyu Tower Master raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a large amount of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Reaching the 13th stagia time loops. Lin Yuan's complexion was thoughtful. The exploration and knowledge of time loops by the Moyu Tower Master and His Majesty Xuanwang do not come from thin air but are sourced from elsewhere. It's just that any life caught in the time loop while attempting to reach the 13th stage cannot affect the outside world, let alone convey any information about their own time loop. Therefore, if you want to gain accurate exploration knowledge on time loops, you can only get it from those beings who have successfully navigated through the time loop. And those who have navigated through the time loop, they are the 13th stage time life. This is also the reason why many peerless great saints traverse the chaos void, pursuing the footsteps of 13th stage time life. The Moyu Tower Master has traversed various void domains, delved into dangerous sites and relics, and once had the fortune to meet a 13th stage time life and, under its guidance, gained much information on reaching the 13th stage and time loops. Each Chaos Realm consummation's time loop is different. Simply put, you can't prepare in advance. The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan. In the future, if you attempt the 13th stage and get caught in a time loop, it will certainly be something you've never experienced before. It will be the most challenging trial for you. For example, if your accomplishments in space are high, then the time loop you fall into will have nothing to do with space. In my view, so-called time loops are entirely formulated based on the aspects you lack the most, your shortest shortcomings. The Moyu Tower Master said. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood why the Eye of Myriad Laws had advised him not to pay too much attention to time loops because there's essentially no need to. What use is worrying? You can't prepare in advance anyway. The various information provided by the Moyu Tower Master also included numerous explanations on this point, even with specific case studies. For example, in this chaos void, a specific 13th stage time life once faced a time loop when attempting the 13th stage. This 13th stage life was born a spectacle life, one of the most inherently powerful spectacle lives nurtured by the chaos void, with immensely rich time bloodline, born with consummate chaos realm strength. It was the indisputable invincible great saint of its era. And this being, the time loop it fell into was the time loop of an ant. This means literally, an ant. Simply put, it descended into the body of an ant. The world where this ant resides had no rules, no extraordinary power, and all the introspections of numerous rules mastered by the peerless great saints were entirely useless in this world. Even the speed of thought became incredibly slow. To break this time loop, one had to lead the ant tribe to become the strongest group in the world. Note that ants are the weakest creatures in that world, under the premise of not relying on any extraordinary power or cultivation system, leading the ant tribe to become the strongest group. This 13th stage time life almost despaired at the time, ultimately through repeated arrangements and using the pure physical rules of the time loop world, climbed the technology tree, creating one by one, high-tech, weapons from scratch, completely obliterating those life forms whose power and body size were millions of times larger than ants. And only barely escaped that time loop. It's too difficult. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel it's tricky. Are you the most inherently powerful spectacle life nurtured by the chaos void? Then let you experience the time loop of the weakest life form, an ant. Are you solitary? Then let you lead the weakest tribe to become the strongest tribe. Are you the indisputable invincible great saint? In that time loop, the test isn't strength. The concept of strength doesn't exist. It's purely physical power, where size decides everything, and an ant's size. Whatever you're good at, I'll strip it away. Technologia. Lin Yuan realized that the key to this 13th stage time life breaking free from the time loop was technology. It can be speculated that this 13th stage time life had never touched on technology, otherwise the time loop wouldn't have been such a test. Without exposure to technology, the test is technology. Once aware of technology, the time loop test will be another kind. No wonder that throughout history in the chaos void, numerous consummate chaos realms have been birthed, but few successfully crossed into the 13th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if the time loop is really so targeted, even for peerless great saints, the possibility of crossing it is almost none. I wonder what time loop I'll face when I attempt the 13th stage in the future. Lin Yuan silently pondered. Anyway, it certainly won't be anything he currently has mastery over. Elder, I am now inside the Xuanwang universe. Lin Yuan said, wanting to get some information about His Majesty Xuanwang from the Moyu Tower Master. Although the time loop can't be prepared for in advance, the exploration knowledge provided by the Moyu Tower Master helped Lin Yuan significantly. Since it can't be prevented, he should try to comprehensively understand every aspect of abilities. Thus, even in future time loops, facing tests he has never encountered before, knowing multiple paths may lead to more possibilities of crossing. Hence, Lin Yuan is also keenly seeking exploration knowledge left by His Majesty Xuanwang regarding time loops. Xuanwang He. The Moyu Tower Master pondered for a while. I don't know much about him, just that he attempts the 13th stage not for great freedom but to resurrect his former Tao companion. To resurrect a former Tao companion? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. 13th stage time lives can see through the future and past timelines and can follow the timeline to resurrect any past existing beings, including 12 stage lives liberated from the constraints of the time river. That's all I know. The Moyu Tower Master shook his head slightly, but I heard that before attempting the 13th stage, he entered some dimensional rift and immediately prepared for the 13th stage after returning, likely experiencing something in the dimensional rift. So that's the case. Lin Yuan nodded. A dimensional rift is a gap area separating different dimensional realms. And the dimensional realm that can be separated from the chaos void is probably not weaker than the chaos void itself. Between them, the dimensional rift is very likely to birth some terrifying existences. The Eye of Myriad Laws says that a hard demon exists within Xuanwang, and the Moyu Tower Master says Xuanwang is striving for the 13 tiers to resurrect a companion? Lin Yuan thought silently. From the Moyu Tower Master's tone, Xuanwang should also be in existence not weaker than him. Alright, my time here is limited. The Moyu Tower Master smiled and then flipped his hand. The six-armed figure Shen Ji was then moved to the 9th layer. Master. The six-armed figure Shen Ji was moved to tears with excitement. Earlier outside the Black Tower, upon seeing the Moyu Tower Master reviving consciousness, he was somewhat stunned. The master he had been waiting for many cosmic eras without returning was now appearing on the 9th layer. From today onward, he will be the new Tower Master of Demonic Jade Tower. The Moyu Tower Master looked at the six-armed figure Shen Ji and spoke. Yes. The six-armed figure Shen Ji nodded immediately. The hierarchy within Demonic Jade Tower is strict. Not to mention becoming the new Tower Master, even to become a direct disciple requires personal approval from the Moyu Tower Master. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan is currently just a sequenced member of the Demonic Jade Tower, which is already the limit. However, now, a consciousness left by the Moyu Tower Master has revived, equivalent to the Moyu Tower Master personally arriving. Back in the day, I left some good things in this Demon Jade space. If you don't become the Tower Master, you can only choose a few. The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan, smiling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yuan spoke with a grateful tone. According to the rules of Demonic Jade Tower, every time one passes a layer, they can only choose from the reward list. No matter how astonishingly talented Lin Yuan's performance is, he cannot break this rule. But becoming the Tower Master is different. With the personal approval of the Moyu Tower Master, Lin Yuan has the highest control privileges over this Demon Jade space. He can freely dispose of all treasures and wonders within the Demon Jade space. The control privileges of being a sequenced member before, compared with the current Tower Master privileges, are just like child's play. That drop of time's blood, you must carefully comprehend, the Moyu Tower Master admonished. After reviving consciousness, he was fully aware and in control of everything happening in this Demon Jade space. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. All these years, he had never stopped comprehending that drop of time's blood. The more he understands, the more he can feel the vast incredibility between different timelines. It was like a fish growing in the deep sea, looking up through layers of seawater, gazing at the boundless starry sky. Although extremely blurry, it could still capture the vastness of the endless starry sky. The 13th-tier inheritance I cultivated cannot be left to you, nor can I even tell you how to obtain it. The Moyu Tower Master pondered for a moment before speaking. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The 13th-tier inheritance left by the time life focuses most on opportunities. Which implies that the means of acquisition must not have any deliberate preparation, like Lin Yuan obtaining the Jade Gourd purely by coincidence, without knowing in advance. Other 13th-tier inheritances are the same. If one knows the location of this 13th-tier inheritance from other sources and then pretends to obtain it deliberately, one would face retribution from the creator of that inheritance afterward. Don't think about deceiving a 13th tier. Life at this level can observe along the timeline, knowing almost anything they wish to know. If one dares to touch the bottom line set by 13th tier, even if you die, you could be forcibly resurrected and then live worse than death. As long as you understand. The Moyu Tower Master's figure began to faintly fade, with strands of time's power beginning to shroud around him. I am about to be drawn into a time loop. The Moyu Tower Master said, this being the result of maximum isolation, only held off by the barrier of demon jade space till now. If in the chaos void, the Moyu Tower Master would be pulled back into the time loop at the instant of consciousness revival. Senior, what can I do for you? Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke. What can you do for me? The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan, a smile emerging on his face. Become strong, become as strong as possible, preferably crossing into the 13th tier, becoming time's life. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. With the information about striving for 13 tiers and time loops transmitted to him by the Moyu Tower Master, Lin Yuan understands what this sentence means. What is a time loop? It is an endless cycle within a period, from beginning to end and then from end to beginning again. For instance, the 13th tier born from a phenomenal life, caught in a time loop, is embodied in leading an ant tribe and becoming the strongest group of the era. If this phenomenal life fails and does not achieve this before the lifespan limit, they will be wiped clear and start anew. At this time, connection with the outside world becomes crucial, helping one recognize reality, spreading the path of evolution, primarily using the latter as anchor points and landmarks to enhance one's clear cognition within the time loop. The evolution path is like this, and cause and effect can serve similar purposes. However, to break through the barrier of time loop with cause and effect, it must at least be the cause and effect of a 13-tier life, and need to be that significant cause and effect. Lin Yuan entered Demon Jade space from weak childhood, established cause and effect with the Moyu Tower Master, and now has become the new Tower Master. If one could become a time life form, the unprecedented strengthening of cause and effect might help the magic Jade Tower Master embroiled in a time loop. Buzz. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, the timeline around the magic Jade Tower Master became increasingly distinct, swiftly dragging him into the void. What kind of existence is a time loop really? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Master. Six-armed figure Shen Ji was forlorn for a moment before he respectfully saluted Lin Yuan. Prior to this, even though Lin Yuan had become a sequence member, six-armed figure Shen Ji treated him as an equal. There's no need for such formalities between us. Lin Yuan shook his head and immediately began examining the various magical treasures within the Demon Jade space. The magic Jade Tower Master summoned six-armed figure Shen Ji only to notify him, having already transferred the highest authority of the Demon Jade space to Lin Yuan. Demonic Jade Immortal Body? Lin Yuan glanced at this body refining technique created by the magic Jade Tower Master, no weaker than Body of Xuanwang. Earlier, when Lin Yuan observed the body segment of a 12th layer member of the magic Jade Tower, he understood part of the demonic Jade Immortal Body from it. Now, he finally obtained the complete demonic Jade Immortal Body. It is entirely different from Body of Xuanwang. Lin Yuan thought to himself, given his current level of insight, comprehending this body refining technique was not difficult, and he even compared it to Body of Xuanwang. Treasures. Magical wonders. Lin Yuan cursorily scanned them. The value of the treasures in the Demon Jade space does not compare to the Xuanwang universe, which is expected as they are fundamentally different entities. The Demon Jade space is solely a place for nurturing members of the magic Jade Tower, while the Xuanwang universe is a realm painstakingly created by Xuanwang. Is this the memory of the magic Jade Tower Master's killed spectacular life form? Lin Yuan looked at a piece of crystal stone. This crystal stone, like the one storing a drop of time blood, possesses an astonishing sealing effect. However, rather than time blood, it contains mist resembling a river. Upon fully mastering the demon jade space, Lin Yuan instantly became aware of the purpose within the mist of the crystal stone. Back then, after the magic Jade Tower Master, together with other beings of equal rank, managed to kill that time blood-entrenched spectacular life form, they seized its body. As for the life essence and soul of that spectacular life form, it's the river-like mist inside the crystal stone, refined through the magic Jade Tower Master's special methods. By dedicating part of the mind to exploring it, one can witness the memory perspective of this remarkable life form, including its mastery over time forces. Though this method doesn't match the ancestor of Fierce Sun's possession in the source world, it remains one of the few ways within Chaos Void to experience the minute timeline perspective. The time blood-entrenched spectacular life form had various astonishing techniques, even able to peer into obscure timelines. The magic Jade Tower Master and other great saints paid a grand price to slay this remarkable life form, but reaped vast rewards. By studying the time blood, the magic Jade Tower Master fulfilled the cultivation prerequisite for certain 13th layer inheritance, significantly boosting his power, elevating him to become an invincible great saint of that era. That spectacular life form. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. One must admit, the magic Jade Tower Master and the other great saints thoroughly utilized that spectacular life form, from body to life essence and soul. Xuanwang Universe. Lin Yuan had fully entered its inner regions. The harvest is immense. Lin Yuan was delighted. Holding the cosmic map of Xuanwang Universe, his advantage over other great saints was substantial. Many regions within the Xuanwang Universe appeared ordinary on the surface, such as the life origin star Lin Yuan first encountered. Who could have imagined it was nurturing a life divine stone nearly 3 meters high? A chaos great saint, passing by that life origin star, would generally not spare at a glance. After all, such planets are too abundant within the Xuanwang Universe. To inspect each one meticulously, the chaos great saint would lag behind other noble beings in speed. Only Lin Yuan, leveraging the advantage of the map, was certain of treasures within this region, prompting him to pause and retrieve them. Apart from the life origin star, many other regions followed suit. Thus far, those chaos great saints have gained lamentably little. Only regions that seem particularly extraordinary on the surface would make these great saints hesitate. Yet often these regions harbor traps, like the Futu Tower or the Nine Realms Pavilion. Lin Yuan was about to proceed further along his route toward the deeper universe when his expression subtly changed. Inner universe. Infinite void, second layer has been achieved? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Since fusing with and devouring the source of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan never halted his cultivation of the second layer of infinite void. Even during his exploration of Xuanwang Universe, Lin Yuan diverted part of his mind to focus on cultivating the second layer of infinite void. After all, this 13th layer inheritance is crucial to Lin Yuan, as stepping into the second layer would bring another significant qualitative IA. The second layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan immediately descended a consciousness avatar into the inner universe. Internal universe. The red-clad girl stood beside the jade gourd, also observing the changes in time and space around her. As the spirit of the jade gourd, with Lin Yuan's permission, the red-clad girl could immediately sense the subtle differences in the internal universe before and after. The second layer is complete. The red-clad girl mused. The process of cultivating infinite void was akin to the subtle transformation of the internal universe, perfecting its microstructure. The same fundamental particles, through different structuring methods, ultimately display vastly different powers. This second layer of infinite void is almost reaching the third layer, infinite void, the red-clad girl thought. Normally, the second layer of infinite void could only push the internal universe to the level of a chaos great saint's internal universe, but the current internal universe is far beyond just matching a chaos great saint's internal universe. What opportunity did the master obtain to elevate the internal universe to this extent? The red-clad girl was quite curious. Reaching new heights from a tall pole? It's very hard, especially since infinite void has nearly pushed the internal universe to its limits. To further enhance the strength of the internal universe, only the red-clad girl knew how difficult it was. Wah! Lin Yuan's consciousness avatar descended. Master. The red-clad girl jumped up, looking at Lin Yuan. The universe has transformed completely. Lin Yuan nodded, closing his eyes to carefully experience the vast and boundless internal universe. It's like a plain piece of carbon, transformed into a brilliant diamond due to changes at the microstructural level. At this moment, a similar change occurred in Lin Yuan's internal universe. The essence remained unchanged, but the microstructure was completely renewed. The universe's limit has been elevated by a significant margin. Lin Yuan immediately sensed an intense hunger from the root of the internal universe. Devour, devour. Lin Yuan immediately brought out vast resources, allowing the origin source of the internal universe to consume them. This journey to the Xuanwang universe, even without being concluded, Lin Yuan had reaped tremendous gains, making it not at all difficult to satisfy the internal universe's hunger. Rumbling. With the support of vast resources, the internal universe started expanding frenziedly again. 100 billion light-years, 200 billion light-years, 500 billion light-years, 800 billion light-years. Only when approaching the trillion light-year range did it gradually slow down. The internal universe within the trillion light-year range, in terms of size, has already completely rivaled the naturally born universe nurtured by the chaos void. A chaos venerable's internal universe is only several hundred billion light-years in size. It must be noted, Lin Yuan's internal universe, unlike other chaos realm internal universes, doesn't pursue size but quality. It's like comparing a block of tofu with a silver needle. In terms of size, the former crushes the latter, but a silver needle can easily penetrate the tofu. The 13-tier inheritance, Infinite Void, also reconstructs the microstructure of the internal universe, not specifically to increase the universe's area. Lin Yuan gazed into the deepest part of the universe, where a cosmic sun was blazing intensely, its radiance illuminating the entire universe. This cosmic sun could only be seen by Lin Yuan, deliberately hidden from the red-clad girl. The transformation of the internal universe has caused this cosmic sun source to also transform. Lin Yuan thought to himself as he watched the cosmic sun source. It is evident that after mastering the second layer of Infinite Void, the cosmic sun source itself became stronger. Indeed, as the cosmic sun source has now completely integrated with the internal universe, becoming a part of it, the improvement of the internal universe naturally leads to the advancement of the cosmic sun source. Lin Yuan thought silently. Currently, Lin Yuan's internal universe gathers two great 13-tier methods. One is Infinite Void, and the other is Raging Sun Genesis. My current internal universe, although only covering 1 trillion light-years, is enough to rival those of 10 trillion or 100 trillion light-years. Such internal universes are close to those of absolute saints. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The power operating within the internal universe at this moment was so mighty that Lin Yuan felt a shiver, so powerful that it transcended the average chaos great saint's strength. Perhaps there was still a gap with an absolute saint, but it could almost sweep across the level of chaos great saints. Master, how do you feel now? The red-clad girl couldn't help but ask from the side. Very good. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He felt an unprecedented strength, even a sense that, if he fully unleashed it, he could break free of the Xuanwang universe's suppression. Of course, even if this feeling were real, Lin Yuan wouldn't do it. It would be entirely thankless. Breaking free from the Xuanwang universe would cause the entire universe to collapse prematurely. This would not bring even the slightest benefit to Lin Yuan. The longer the Xuanwang universe exists, even under the circumstances of spacetime collapse, it can continuously nurture Xuanwang beasts, providing resources for Lin Yuan's cultivation of the body of Xuanwang. More than just very good. The red-clothed girl blinked her eyes. The inner universe transformed by the second layer of Infinite Void makes the master the absolute first among all previous cultivators, and far ahead of the second. Among the previous cultivators of Infinite Void, there were those who reached the third or even fourth layer. But speaking of the second layer, no one could compare to Lin Yuan. The previous cultivators of Infinite Void, Lin Yuan was not surprised. The 13-stage legacy of infinite void, is extremely ancient and surpasses him as its sole cultivator. Before Lin Yuan, over the long years, there were also many cultivators of this legacy. However, once these cultivators died or advanced to the 13th stage, the red-clothed girl would take the jade gourd and leave, appearing randomly at any place in the chaos void. Because the red-clothed girl is not a real living being, she can also enter the universe. When Lin Yuan swept through the Milky Way star region and acquired the jade gourd, this 13-stage legacy bearer had already stayed in the home universe for several hundred cosmic eras. The master is now only at the dominator realm. The inner universe still has much room for improvement, the red-clothed girl continued. First, upon entering the chaos realm, the inner universe will undergo a qualitative transformation, and the same will happen when the chaos realm is perfected. As a great saint, the inner universe will continue to evolve. Moreover, the third, fourth, and fifth layers of infinite void will all bring qualitative changes to the inner universe. As for the sixth layer, it is merely a theoretical boundary evolved by the creator of infinite void. At most, previous cultivators reach the fifth layer. None have ever touched the sixth layer. The sixth layer, created by the former master, will transform the inner universe into an existence comparable to the chaos void, and this differs greatly from the fifth layer. So it's almost impossible to reach. The red-clothed girl looked at Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, even reaching the fifth layer of infinite void would mean the inner universe is only tens or hundreds of thousands times stronger than an ordinary great saint's inner universe. Compared to the entirety of the chaos void, it is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Crossing from 1 to 2 isn't hard, but leaping from 1 to millions in a single bound is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Lin Yuan is different. Based on his current growth speed and inner universe foundation, when Lin Yuan cultivates to the perfection of the chaos realm and adds the fifth layer of infinite void, the inner universe will grow far beyond the conventional fifth layer level. This reduces the gap with the chaos void, naturally increasing the possibility of advancing to the sixth layer. The sixth layer is too far away from me. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, not thinking too much of it. The fragment world of star tears. Lin Yuan's Taiyan primordial spirit sat cross-legged, and at the moment when the true self cultivated the second layer of infinite void, the inner universe of the Taiyan primordial spirit naturally reached the second layer. Regarding the transformation of the inner universe, both the true self and the avatar proceed simultaneously. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the inner universe and found that the principles of the chaos void began to retreat from him, centering on his presence. It's said that a great saint can, if they wish, create an area where rules are self-established. Am I now half achieving that? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although a great saint is also at the perfection of the chaos realm, their path holds great potential, allowing them to surpass the chaos great saints. By taking their path as the foundation, many principles can retreat, forming a domain where they establish the rules. Like the postnatal universe created by the great saints, this is the principle. However, the range of a postnatal universe is larger, and maintaining its rules demands much effort from the great saints. Lin Yuan slowly restrained his aura and glanced at the countless humans in the fragment world, including the 9 supreme beings, none of whom noticed Lin Yuan's gaze. Let alone discovered that Lin Yuan's real strength has reached the extent of dominating the chaos great saints. Xuanwang universe. After getting slightly familiar, Lin Yuan began attempting to cultivate the third layer of infinite void. Infinite void has a total of 6 layers, strictly speaking 5 layers. Each layer involves a distinctly different microscopic transformation of the inner universe, and the third layer of infinite void has already begun transforming the time-space origin source of the inner universe. The cultivation time for this layer is estimated to be not short. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. He had no worries, for what he had most now was time. Those ancient great saints have passed through hundreds or thousands of chaos eras, basically having no other pursuits, so they chose to attack the 13th stage. After all, the chaos great saints cannot advance further. As for promoting to the great saint, it's determined by the path. It can be achieved or not at all. Just as Lin Yuan was both cultivating the third layer of infinite void and continuing towards the depths of Xuanwang universe. Buzz. A significant spatial temporal fluctuation came from afar,
rapidly spreading throughout more than half of the Xuanwang universe.
Is it that place? Lin Yuan gazed far at the source of the spatial temporal fluctuation, his expression subtly changing. Is it the Dark Sky Palace? Lin Yuan sensed the source of the space-time fluctuations, and by comparing it with the beast skin map, he made a judgment in his heart. The Dark Sky Palace is a crucial place in the Xuanwang universe, where the Dark Sky Heart is nurtured, a supreme treasure of the absolute great saint level. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the Xuanwang universe, aside from the nearly 3-meter life divine stone, all the treasures and wonders he acquired were at the Chaos Great Saint level or below. As for the Absolute Great Saint, even when the profound Xuanwang lineage was still present, there were not many supreme treasures at the Absolute Great Saint level, mostly found in the inner and deep regions of the universe. With my current strength, Lin Yuan felt a slight movement in his heart. Before entering the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan formulated routes according to the beast skin map, without considering the Dark Sky Palace as a stopover. This was because the outside of the Dark Sky Palace was filled with Dark Sky power, a force even stronger than Futu power. With Lin Yuan's strength at the time, attempting to enter the Dark Sky Palace required a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not consider it. Compared to the Dark Sky Palace, Lin Yuan was more concerned with the tomb in the deepest part. But circumstances have changed. Back then, entering the Dark Sky Palace was quite difficult for Lin Yuan, but now? After practicing Infinite Void to the second layer, Lin Yuan's strength soared comprehensively, and the Dark Sky power, which could have stopped him momentarily, now poses little threat. And according to the space-time fluctuations emanating from the Dark Sky Palace at this moment, it is evidently emerging. If Lin Yuan doesn't go now, it will surely attract other great saints. Powerful figures such as Black Light Great Saint and Dual Origin Great Saint have the ability to enter the Dark Sky Palace, albeit with more time spent. I will make a trip. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, and the Taiyang Divine Spirit emerged, allowing him to follow the established route towards the depths of the Xuanwang universe. As for Lin Yuan's true self, he immediately swiftly traversed toward the direction of the Dark Sky Palace. The second layer of Infinite Void brought comprehensive enhancement to Lin Yuan, not only improving the true self but also significantly enhancing the two primordial spirits. Now, the strength of the Taiyang Divine Spirit is stronger than Lin Yuan's true self before entering the Xuanwang universe. This time, really screwed by that dual origin. Black Light Great Saint's face was gloomy as he quickly advanced towards the depths of the Xuanwang universe. Being the 10th to enter the Xuanwang universe, Black Light Great Saint had few choices and could only immediately proceed towards the depths of the Xuanwang universe. Along the way, there was no time to carefully check, resulting in a complete lack of gain up till now. The mighty Chaos Great Saint, a strong figure among Chaos Great Saints, having entered a postnatal universe without any notable achievements, was unacceptable to Black Light Great Saint. Dual Origin Fellow is certainly hateful, but Black Light Great Saint thought of Lin Yuan. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan, he would at least have been the third to enter the Xuanwang universe. Damn it! Where the hell did he come from? Black Light Great Saint felt furious. Although Lin Yuan's final slap sent him flying, Black Light Great Saint suffered not a single bit of injury. Through this strike, Black Light Great Saint judged that Lin Yuan's strength should be similar to his, on the same level. At that moment, Black Light Great Saint's expression changed, sensing a rich space-time fluctuation. It's there. Black Light Great Saint looked over, feeling slightly exhilarated. Such rich space-time fluctuations belong to anomalies produced when a supreme treasure appears in the four-way space-time of the universe. The space-time rules compression in this postnatal universe is extremely high, yet still, such dense space-time anomalies occur. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Definitely an absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Black Light Great Saint unhesitatingly headed toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Even absolute Great Saints would fight wholeheartedly for it. If he, as a Chaos Great Saint, obtained it, he could trade it with an absolute Great Saint even if he didn't need it. This space-time fluctuation. In another direction, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a blue-gray light and suddenly stopped. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Even though the creator of this postnatal universe was once close to the invincible Great Saint, possessing absolute Great Saint level supreme treasures would not be many either. Dual origin Great Saint thought secretly, hesitated only for a moment before heading to the source of the space-time fluctuations. Without knowing whether there are other absolute Great Saint level supreme treasures deep within the universe, Dual origin Great Saint naturally did not want to give up the supreme treasure at the current source of space-time fluctuations. That is, Great Saints like Tian Lu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and Shadow Demon Great Saint also sensed the sweeping space-time fluctuations and recognized that a supreme treasure at the level of absolute Great Saint was about to emerge. Such a supreme treasure, Tian Lu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and other powerful figures did not hesitate and immediately headed toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Outside the entrance of the Xuanwang universe, these great saints did not compete with dual origin Great Saint, Lin Yuan, and others for entering the Xuanwang universe first. Aside from the strength factor, there's also a crucial point A. There were no clear benefits up front, who stipulated that those who entered the Xuanwang universe first would definitely have gains. Moreover, whether this postnatal universe contained treasures worth their desperate effort to fight for still remained uncertain. As Chaos Great Saints, they exist as entities who won't act without clear benefits, expecting them to fight desperately without perceived gains. But now, this level of space-time fluctuation undeniably signifies the emerging treasure has reached the level of Absolute Great Saint. An Absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure is enough for these Chaos Great Saints to fight desperately. In the presence of such treasure, even newly promoted Great Saints like Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint dared to compete with Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint. Farther away, several Chaos Venerables also sensed the space-time fluctuations. A supreme treasure, absolutely a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with us. Many Chaos Venerables felt eagerness in their eyes before quickly calming down as if doused with cold water. Newly promoted Great Saints like Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint dared to compete with Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint because they are at the full Chaos realm. Even if there is a difference in strength, it's not too big. At least for the Dual Origin Great Saint. It's very difficult to kill a newly ascended Great Saint, as the latter is not a stone and can escape on its own. But a Chaos Venerable? Don't mention those powerful Great Saints like the Dual Origin Great Saint. Even a newly ascended Great Saint can effortlessly kill a Chaos Venerable. These Chaos Venerables, if they dared to join this commotion, no matter how many lives they have, it wouldn't be enough to escape death. Although it has nothing to do with us, we can get close and take a look. That's right, what does such a precious treasure look like? Some Chaos Venerables were curious in their hearts and started approaching the source of space-time. As long as they watched from afar without revealing the intention to compete for it, it was expected that those great saints wouldn't bother them. Arrived. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, looking toward a palace not far away, shrouded in darkness.
At this moment, the palace was slowly emerging from the depths of space-time, with all directions filled with the profound power of the dark sky.
Normally, the Dark Sky Palace is located deep in space-time and is hard to discover without guidance. Now that the Dark Sky Palace has voluntarily come into the world, is it because the outer space-time of the Xuanwang universe is gradually collapsing, thereby affecting this space-time? Lin Yuan pondered silently. The early emergence of the Dark Sky Palace was one of the reasons he came. If it continued hiding in the depths of space-time, Lin Yuan could have waited and come over after leaving the tomb. Once it completely emerges from the depths of space-time, I can directly take the Dark Sky Heart inside. Lin Yuan stood still, patiently waiting. Just at this moment, a slight fluctuation of space-time traversing emerged. The Dual Origin Great Saint arrived second. Is it that palace? The Dual Origin Great Saint, without Lin Yuan's detailed map guidance, immediately noticed the Dark Palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Very soon, the Black Light Great Saint and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also successfully arrived. Then came the Tian Lu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and Shadow Demon Great Saint.
The treasure is inside the palace. All great saints stared hotly at the dark palace slowly emerging from the depths of space-time.
Your mastery of space-time distortion is indeed unique, but wanting to compete with me for the treasure inside this palace is still a bit lacking. The dual-origin Great Saint stared at Lin Yuan and said, "The power rod I wield just happens to restrain you, and if I fight with all my might, you definitely are not my match." If Lin Yuan could be persuaded to retreat by mere words, the dual-origin Great Saint was willing. "Oh," Lin Yuan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the dual-origin Great Saint. What the dual-origin Great Saint said was true. Although they hadn't had a full-on battle outside the Xuanwang universe, the gray-blue power he wielded could indeed greatly disrupt space-time. But that's under the condition of comparable strength. Water can extinguish fire, but can a drop of water extinguish a fire that spans the sky? "Wild barbarian, why don't you and I join forces?" The Black Light Great Saint secretly communicated with the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Join forces? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's heart was moved. He indeed was willing to join forces with Black Light, as the restraining power of the Black Light domain was well known. Against whom? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately responded. "It's him." The Black Light Great Saint thought for a moment and glanced at Lin Yuan. The reason for choosing Lin Yuan was due to the Black Light Great Saint's careful consideration. Lin Yuan's abilities were similar to the Black Light domain and could also suppress it. This point made the Black Light Great Saint quite fearful. As for the dual-origin Great Saint, the Black Light Great Saint had dealt with him many times and knew his methods well. If he truly had to choose between Lin Yuan and the dual-origin Great Saint, the Black Light Great Saint felt Lin Yuan posed a greater threat. Against him? No problem. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint grinned and said, he also tended to strike first at Lin Yuan. After all, among the many Great Saints present, only Lin Yuan's details were unclear. Leaving such an unknown strong person here, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also had some unease. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, the dark palace not far away fully emerged from the depths of space-time. A dense spatial fluctuation began to spread and permeate in all directions. Take action. The Black Light Great Saint immediately activated the Black Light domain. An infinite darkness began to spread, and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also stepped out, punching toward Lin Yuan across space-time. The dual-origin Great Saint initially intended to approach the Dark Palace immediately but realized the actions of the Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint and immediately understood they intended to target Lin Yuan. Strike while he's down. The dual-origin Great Saint transformed into a beam of gray and blue light and similarly pierced toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood calmly in place, glancing at several approaching auras behind. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a slight change in thought, Lin Yuan began to activate the divine ability, World. The surrounding space-time avenue twisted entirely. At this moment, Lin Yuan's internal universe underwent a transformation. Using the external universe formed by his internal universe, its power surged significantly. Buzz. The originally dual-colored dual-origin Great Saint, under the heavy space-time suppression, was directly immobilized, his figure forced to reveal, staring incredulously at the four-way heavens and earth. Such suppression? The Black Light Great Saint's pupils shrank. At the moment of the external universe formation, his Black Light domain began collapsing, himself also immobilized. I can't sense the outside spacetime? The same for the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. His fist halted abruptly midway, staring blankly at the surrounding spacetime. At the center of the universe, Lin Yuan stood there, but in the view of other Great Saints, Lin Yuan had already transformed into a round of eternal fierce sun, continuously emitting light and heat. Where it shone, all the chaotic evolving powers of those Great Saints were collapsing. Such a terrifying scene made the Tianlu Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, who planned to seize the opportunity, tremble in their hearts. The vast expanse of space-time forcibly replaced the Xuanwang universe, enveloping the 9 Chaos Great Saints like insects in amber, enduring immense pressure every moment. The many rules and great paths operating in the Xuanwang universe retreated and avoided that eternal fierce sun spanning the center of spacetime. Wherever its sunlight shone, it became a domain. The rules and great paths of this postnatal universe are far more oppressive than the rules and great paths of the outside chaos void. Now the rules and great paths within the universe retreat and avoid. Surely the same would happen in the chaos void. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint steadied himself, incredulous. Is this the fruition of an unrivaled Great Saint's thought to control the void? The space-time rules around the standing position are all set by oneself? No, it's merely the great path rules retreating and avoiding. It hasn't reached the level of setting one's own rules. It's not an unrivaled great saint. The wild barbarian great saint swallowed hard. At this moment, the strength Lin Yuan displayed, even if not an unrivaled great saint, far surpassed them. At least the wild barbarian great saint considered himself not a match, not even necessary to confront. How is he so powerful? The dual origin great saint was equally shocked. Previously, outside the Xuanwang universe, he had used a killing move to hold Lin Yuan momentarily, so he was the first to enter the Xuanwang universe. At that time, Lin Yuan indeed put some pressure on the dual origin great saint. But it was only the pressure facing an enemy of the same tier. And now? Is this an enemy of the same tier? If you wish to survive. Lin Yuan stood there, overlooking each chaos great saint, speaking calmly. Then swear to immediately exit this universe, not approaching for 1,000 cosmic eras. Except for the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Lin Yuan had no significant grudges with the other Chaos Great Saints. As long as they didn't continue to stay in the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan didn't mind letting them go this once. The main issue was the impossibility of eradicating all roots. These Chaos Great Saints had many life-saving measures. Even if they died within this universe, they would resurrect in other hidden places. They might not even need resurrection. Immediately exit this universe? The Black Light Great Saint, with his Black Light domain, could only maintain it within 10,000 miles, looked at Lin Yuan with a grim face. Not just exiting this palace, but directly exiting this universe? With Lin Yuan's current explosive strength, the Black Light Great Saint no longer planned to resist forcefully. If possible, he would take that dark palace and look for treasures in other regions. This universe, since it could nurture a supreme treasure at the level of an unrivaled Great Saint, could produce a second or third one. Even if unable to acquire a treasure at the unrivaled Great Saint level, at least obtaining one at the Chaos Great Saint level would justify the trip. To get close to this universe as quickly as possible, the Black Light Great Saint had already paid a hefty price. Isn't your appetite too large, not being an unrivaled Great Saint, yet wanting to do the deeds of an unrivaled Great Saint? The dual origin Great Saint also stared at Lin Yuan. The space-time formed around Lin Yuan indeed exerted immense pressure, far surpassing the Black Light domain. If it were only the dual origin Great Saint alone, he wouldn't speak this way, because he indeed had no means to resist the surrounding space-time suppression. But now, besides the dual origin Great Saint, there were other 8 Chaos Great Saints, 2 of whom were formidable Great Saints. If the 9 Chaos Great Saints joined forces, even if unable to defeat Lin Yuan, at least they could contend with him. At worst, even if they lost in the end, the dual origin Great Saint was confident in his escape. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he was not an unrivaled Great Saint. Indeed, the wild barbarian Great Saint glanced at the dual origin Great Saint and the Black Light Great Saint, also staring at Lin Yuan. This dark palace can be given to you, but asking us to exit immediately is somewhat excessive. The wild barbarian Great Saint had been starkly gouged by the eye of myriad laws, feeling the pain even now, unwilling to give up. Tian Lu Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, and other ordinary Great Saints hesitated slightly. Unlike the dual origin Great Saint and wild barbarian Great Saint, they truly felt the risk of falling under the suppression of the surrounding space-time. The 3 formidable Great Saints could say so because they had confidence in saving themselves, but what about the 6 of them? Although falling now doesn't mean total death, the cost of using life-saving means to retrain to peak strength is significant. Only by joining forces can we protect ourselves. The dual origin Great Saint immediately transmitted to the 6 Chaos Great Saints. Although the strength of these 6 Chaos Great Saints wasn't equal to them, during a real fight, these 6 could at least divert some of Lin Yuan's attention. Thus, the pressure on the 3 formidable Great Saints would be somewhat alleviated. If we retreat, it's equivalent to giving up on this universe. I can share some intel. The creator of this universe is an unrivaled Great Saint close to invincible in strength, astonishingly strong. The treasures this universe conceals are just beginning. Are you willing to just give up? The dual origin Great Saint, to gain the support of the 6 Chaos Great Saints, did not hesitate to disclose what he knew. An unrivaled Great Saint close to invincible? Tian Lu Great Saint's pupils slightly contracted. Knowing the significance of an invincible Great Saint, The boundless chaos void allows only one invincible great saint per era, and most eras have none. To convince such an unrivaled great saint requires absolute superiority and strength, making other unrivaled great saints feel hopeless and unconquerable, creating a universally acknowledged invincible great saint. The invincible great saints are extremely rare, and those peerless great saints who are close to becoming invincible great saints are likewise not many. At least their strength needs to surpass others of the same level. Originally, Tian Lu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints thought that the pioneer of this postnatal universe was just a normal peerless great saint, but a peerless great saint close to becoming an invincible great saint. Nine Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and several other Chaos Great Saints had similar changes in their thoughts. A postnatal universe left by a peerless great saint close to an invincible great saint might only appear once in countless cosmic eras. For these newly advanced great saints, encountering such a level of postnatal universe is an unparalleled opportunity that cannot be sought. If they give up this time, they may never have such a chance again. Thinking of this, Tian Lu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints made up their minds. First, the value of this universe is even beyond their expectations. Second, since Dual Origin Great Saint dares to involve them to resist Lin Yuan, there must be some confidence. If there was nothing to rely on, Dual Origin Great Saint wouldn't do this. In just a moment, the eyes of the 6 Chaos Great Saints became firm. They also do not believe that with the combined strength of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they couldn't contend with Lin Yuan? What happened? Each of the Chaos Venerables attracted by spacetime fluctuations, before they could even approach, saw that the distant spacetime seemed to be cut apart, with Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints all trapped inside. Is it that the 9 Great Saints have begun to slaughter each other? Tisk tisk, such spacetime confinement techniques have never been displayed outside before. Indeed, such a spacetime fluctuation must mean a great treasure has emerged, and these Great Saints are certainly going to battle for it. Many Chaos Venerables watched from afar. With 9 Great Saints present, they had no thoughts of obtaining the treasure but were curious which Great Saint would ultimately claim it. It seems that none of you wish to retreat. Lin Yuan looked at the 9 Chaos Great Saints with a slight smile and said, "In that case, all of you may stay." Wow! The spacetime from all directions began to contract rapidly. The external universe formed by the divine ability world could theoretically expand to trillions of light years. But that is the limit of the external universe. The smaller it gets, the more concentrated its power, and the greater the pressure it puts on the enemy. With such strength, what is your name? Dual Origin Great Saint transformed back into cyan gray light, while the surrounding spacetime continued to shatter and reorganize. Immediately, the other 8 Great Saints all looked at Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was extremely domineering, they had to admit that his strength was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have compelled Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and others to join forces against him. Name? Lin Yuan smiled gently. I am Galaxy, boom. The vast spacetime surged like a tide, and the 9 Chaos Great Saints seemed like lonely boats on an ocean, at risk of capsizing under the continual battering waves. Initially, upon leaving the universe, Lin Yuan needed to be low-key to cultivate steadily, otherwise even the ancient Ming Venerable was enough to threaten him and the human civilization group at that time. But now? Lin Yuan's combat power had nearly reached the invincibility of a Chaos Great Saint, enough to traverse the Chaos Void. At this time, there was naturally no need to be low-key, nor was it necessary to be low-key. Galaxy Great Saint? Dual Origin Great Saint frowned and thought. He had not heard of this name before. This implied 2 possibilities. One was that Lin Yuan had simply made up the name. The second was that Lin Yuan came from an era even more ancient than he imagined. Not only had his techniques not been passed down, even his name had been worn away by the long years. Dual Origin Great Saint leaned more towards the latter. With Lin Yuan's strength, there was no need to lie deliberately. Such a powerful being would disdain lying. Whoosh! While Dual Origin Great Saint was deep in thought, the ubiquitous vast spacetime surged onto him. Dual Origin Fusion, Tier. Dual Origin Great Saint treated it as a great enemy and immediately used his strongest technique, the strongest strike after the fusion of his own path. This method exhausts a considerable amount of Dual Origin Great Saint's origin source, and he would not use it unless in an emergency. But to contend with Lin Yuan and to remain in this universe, Dual Origin Great Saint did not hold back at all. Screech. The terrifying spacetime fissures kept being torn open, and Dual Origin Great Saint tore through multiple layers of spacetime, trying to approach Lin Yuan. Only by getting close to Lin Yuan could he threaten Lin Yuan. But moments later, Dual Origin Great Saint was horrified to find that for every layer of spacetime he tore through, tenfold or 100-fold would be replenished back. This gave Dual Origin Great Saint a sense of powerlessness, like an ant gazing at the sky. The distance to Lin Yuan not far, but the spacetime in between spanned unknown billions of light years. My fusion power path, unable to tear through spacetime near him? Dual Origin Great Saint was extremely shocked. To contend with Lin Yuan, he must be able to threaten Lin Yuan, otherwise, how could he talk about contending? How could he talk about making Lin Yuan retreat, allowing them to stay within the universe? And now? Forget threatening Lin Yuan. Dual Origin Great Saint could not even get close. How could he fight? I fully fused two power paths. The eruption of power should easily tear through the internal universe of a peak chaos Great Saint. Yet it's helpless against this spacetime. What's the depth of this technique concentrated spacetime? Dual Origin Great Saint tried several more times and found it was still the same. His heart sank instantly. Black light void. Black light Great Saint's aura suddenly soared. The surrounding black light domain exuding infinite darkness immediately became deeper, attempting to forcefully expand under the spacetime pressure. The black light void is a technique used by Black Light Great Saint by burning his origin source, an ultimate sublimation of the black light domain, a capability he would absolutely not use unless in a desperate situation. After all, burning origin source can bring great power improvement, but recovery is equally difficult. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. Black Light Great Saint fully operated the black light domain, and after burning his origin source, the power of the black light domain significantly increased, which Black Light Great Saint preferred to call black light void. But just as the vast spacetime rolled in from all directions, the black light void, that Black Light Great Saint tried his hardest to expand, was immediately compressed back to its original size, and with the increasing spacetime pressure, even the original size could not be maintained, rapidly shrinking. My black light void. Black Light Great Saint was in disbelief. This was his method to deal with Dual Origin Great Saint. But under Lin Yuan's condensed spacetime pressure, not to mention resistance, he couldn't even withstand it. Damn! Wild Barbarian Great Saint also tried to attack Lin Yuan, but was immediately confined by the ubiquitous spacetime, feeling all his strength had nowhere to be used. Galaxy Great Saint, dare to engage me in close combat. Wild Barbarian Great Saint shouted at Lin Yuan. Close combat was his strongest suit. His path of chaos evolved power also excelled in this area. Originally, Wild Barbarian Great Saint had specially cultivated some secret techniques to deal with Great Saint's adept at domain abilities, but under Lin Yuan's condensed spacetime pressure, those secret techniques had no effect at all. Close combat? Lin Yuan glanced at him. You can't even deal with my external universe, and yet you want to engage in close combat with me? The martial Dao evolution road similarly excelled in hand-to-hand combat, but now, being able to rely on the external universe to suppress enemies, Lin Yuan naturally didn't bother with close combat. Condense. Lin Yuan looked at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Immediately the vast spacetime surged up, directly suppressing Wild Barbarian Great Saint firmly. Thesa, further away, Tian Lu Great Saint originally also wanted to seize the opportunity to make a move, not asking to threaten Lin Yuan, but at least able to distract his attention. But upon seeing, in just an instant, Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, the three Great Saints struggling under the suppression of the surrounding vast space-time, wobbling precariously. Tian Lu Great Saint's heart trembled. Swoosh! Tian Lu Great Saint did not advance but retreated, fleeing madly in the opposite direction of Lin Yuan. As for the earlier agreement with Dual Origin Great Saint to join forces against Lin Yuan? Against your mother, outside the battlefield? The Chaos Venerables were intently watching from afar. In the distance, the space-time had completely separated from the Xuanwang universe, forming its own realm, where the 9 Chaos Great Saints were likely engaged in a fierce battle. But as they watched, the numerous Venerables sensed something amiss. Silence. Too silent. Logically, with the power of chaos great saints, a clash would cause reverberations enough to bring down heaven and earth. The battle between the newly advanced Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint unleashed such waves that entire natural universes prematurely collapsed into great destruction, forcing the ancient Ming Venerable to move away preemptively or face severe injuries. Such was the case with the two new Great Saints. Not to mention the 9 Great Saints among them, 3 belonging to the mighty Great Saints, where the likes of Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint were undoubtedly the weakest. How could such a terrifying group of powerhouses battle each other so quietly? That piece of isolated space-time didn't stir up even a bit of turmoil? Could it be that the 9 Great Saints haven't made a move? Not making a move? Before a treasured object, won't they act? Indeed, the emerging treasured object is probably at the level of an unparalleled Great Saint, and for such a treasure, even an unparalleled Great Saint would find it hard to resist, let alone Chaos Great Saints? If it weren't for me going up there to die, I'd want to fight for it too. The numerous Chaos Venerables bore odd expressions, for logically, they were sure the 9 Great Saints would inevitably engage in a battle for supremacy. Yet the current scene showed no signs of conflict, causing the Chaos Venerables to harbor deep doubts in their hearts. Let's keep watching. What's the rush? One Chaos Venerable suggested, as they had no thoughts of claiming that treasured object, they would continue to observe. What the numerous Chaos Venerables didn't know was that it wasn't that Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint hadn't made a move, but that their power when they did was completely covered and enveloped by Lin Yuan's outer universe, resulting in no aftermath spreading to the outside. Can't escape? The space-time is sealed. With my strength, I can't tear open the space-time passage to escape to the outside world. Tianlu Great Saint's heart turned cold, upon seeing the scene where Dual Origin, Black Light, and Wild Barbarian Great Saints were immediately suppressed by Lin Yuan upon contact. Tianlu Great Saint realized that Dual Origin Great Saint was overly confident, or rather, underestimated Lin Yuan's power. Still resisting? It's uncertain whether one can survive, yet still resist? At this moment, Tianlu Great Saint began to regret, understanding that if he had immediately agreed when Lin Yuan asked them to leave the universe, nothing would have happened? Insisted on joining forces with Dual Origin Great Saint. While Lin Yuan dealt with Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, he also noticed the behavior of the other 6 Chaos Great Saints. In fact, not just Tianlu Great Saint, but 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, upon seeing the 3 mighty Chaos Great Saints so easily suppressed. Their first thought was to flee, and they acted on it, immediately scattering in several directions. But unfortunately, at this moment, the surrounding space-time had entirely succumbed to Lin Yuan's outer universe. Ordinary Chaos Great Saints couldn't escape the constraints of space-time. Suppress. Lin Yuan glanced at the 6 Chaos Great Saints fleeing in different directions. His mind focused, and the vast space-time surged forth, suppressing the 6 Chaos Great Saints in place without any resistance. Like insects trapped in amber, they couldn't move. It's over. Tianlu Great Saint's heart sank to the depths. Even though he realized he would be suppressed once he couldn't tear open the space-time passage to the outside, the moment it truly arrived, Tianlu Great Saint still felt heavy-hearted. A dignified Chaos Great Saint, dominating various void domains, even when facing such mighty Great Saints as Dual Origin Great Saint, he never felt much fear, and now he was suppressed so easily. I am not dead. Tianlu Great Saint carefully examined his surroundings. Although he was fully suppressed, he could still achieve basic perception. With the Galaxy Great Saint's strength, having suppressed me, he could easily annihilate me, yet now I am not dead, which implies the Galaxy Great Saint doesn't intend to kill me? Or perhaps I still have room for negotiation? Tianlu Great Saint pondered to himself, if there was a chance, he naturally wouldn't want to relinquish this physical body. Cultivating a new primary battle body would require expending countless resources. The more crucial point is that it would take a lot of time to cultivate. Both resources and time would be needed. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Tianlu Great Saint was unwilling to let go of this physical body. Now I can deal with the 3 of them. Having dealt with the 6 ordinary Chaos Great Saints, Lin Yuan finally focused on the 3 Great Saints: Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. It must be said, the strength of these three great saints was indeed formidable. Even Lin Yuan, to completely suppress them as quickly as possible, utilized most of his techniques. Black Light Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked towards Black Light Great Saint, surrounded by endless darkness, as the black light domain around this Chaos Great Saint was rapidly being compressed. Tearing the sky. Lin Yuan suddenly lifted his right hand, and clawed at Black Light Great Saint. In an instant, 5 trails filled with destructive aura flashed by, landing on the black light domain surrounding Black Light Great Saint. Immediately, the black light domain began to rapidly collapse. After the second layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan's foundational strength had significantly improved, and the tearing the sky divine skills, which depended on Lin Yuan's foundation, naturally also escalated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Black Light Great Saint's body was pierced through with one grab, the wound constantly exuding a destructive aura, extinguishing all vitality and recovery power. This Black Light Great Saint widened his eyes, feeling his strength drastically decline due to that grab. Another grab. Lin Yuan continued to unleash the tearing the sky divine skills. Black Light Great Saint's body was penetrated once more, causing the black light domain surrounding him to fully collapse, eventually revealing Black Light Great Saint's form. Without the protection of the black light domain, the Black Light Great Saint was like undefended prey before Lin Yuan, directly suppressed by the immense power of spacetime. Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked at another Chaos Great Saint. This Chaos Great Saint, though not as troublesome as the Black Light Great Saint, was still not easy to completely suppress. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's physical body was incredibly strong, even surpassing the former Tuolong Great Saint. He had few means, but his survival ability was extremely high because he simply couldn't die. However, under the constant suppression of Lin Yuan's external universe, coupled with the pure offensive divine skills known as Tier Heaven, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint only lasted for a few dozen breaths before being swiftly suppressed by Lin Yuan, just like the Black Light Great Saint. Dual Origin Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked at the last Great Saint. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, the Dual Origin Great Saint was definitely the most difficult to deal with, so Lin Yuan saved him for last. Galaxy Great Sage. I admit you are strong, but to suppress me like the Black Light? Absolutely impossible. The Dual Origin Great Saint showed a trace of madness, his form suddenly boiling in shades of green and gray, unleashing a desperate attack, instantly tearing open a narrow rift on the space-time barriers leading to the outside world. Buzz. In an instant, the Dual Origin Great Saint escaped through this tiny rift. Lin Yuan watched silently. His external universe was indeed terrifying, but the chaos evolutionary power mastered by the Dual Origin Great Saint was most adept at destroying spacetime. Tearing open the spacetime leading to Lin Yuan was very difficult, but in a desperate situation, tearing a rift to the outside world was possible. Swoosh. The Dual Origin Great Saint escaped to the outside and immediately shuttled toward the entrance, while his voice transmitted to Lin Yuan through spacetime. Galaxy Great Sage, I admit defeat this time, and will leave this universe immediately, never to approach within 10,000 cosmic eras, I swear. Lin Yuan pondered upon hearing this, and his initial intention to pursue and kill was suppressed. Although the Dual Origin Great Saint could barely escape, Lin Yuan could also pursue and kill. It was precisely because of this that the Dual Origin Great Saint immediately succumbed and swore after escaping. Dark Sky Heart. Glancing behind him, Lin Yuan noted that the Dark Sky Palace had already emerged, and chasing the Dual Origin Great Saint might lead to other changes. Lin Yuan stood silently, flipping his right hand. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, Tian Lu Great Saint, and the other 8 Chaos Great Saints appeared not far away. At this moment, these 8 Chaos Great Saints were completely suppressed, without any power to resist. Galaxy Great Sage. The Black Light Great Saint steadied himself and respectfully asked Lin Yuan, "What price must I pay for you to let me go?" Since Lin Yuan hadn't extinguished him immediately, he must have other plans in mind. "What price are you willing to pay?" Lin Yuan asked the Chaos Great Saints with interest. For Lin Yuan, the most profitable approach was to exchange the main battle bodies of these Chaos Great Saints for more resources and treasures. Directly killing? That would only yield bodily essence, but if it were an exchange, the conditions could be higher. In any case, even if these chaos great saints were killed, they would have survival measures to be resurrected, so using this for an exchange was what Lin Yuan intended to do. 1 billion cosmic stones. The black light great saint thought for a moment and tentatively offered 10 billion cosmic stones. Lin Yuan shook his head and looked at the wild barbarian great saint. You too, if you want me to let you go, gather 10 billion cosmic stones and deliver them. And you? Lin Yuan looked at Tian Lu great saint and the other great saints, each with 5 billion cosmic stones. 5 billion cosmic stones? Tian Lu great saint trembled. For a chaos great saint like him, 5 billion cosmic stones was an immense sum. As for you too. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Galaxy Great Sage. 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately responded to Lin Yuan. At this moment, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint were already prepared to be extorted. Unlike other senior Chaos Great Saints, they only had one main battle body. If they lost it, they wouldn't be able to show their face until fully restored, having no ability to protect themselves. So as long as Lin Yuan's price was not excessively high, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint were prepared to agree first. I've heard about your grievances, continually battling since reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Lin Yuan looked down at 9 Phoenix and Shadow Demon, speaking. Galaxy Great Sage, Shadow Demon once. 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately began to explain. Lin Yuan nodded and suddenly asked, but have you considered that because of your battle shockwaves, numerous beings in one prematurely collapsing universe after another were affected? The beings within the universe? 9 Phoenix and Shadow Demon were somewhat stunned, not expecting Lin Yuan to ask such a question. Those ants? Dead or dead, what does it matter? Shadow Demon Great Saint responded. 9 Phoenix Great Saint said nothing, but clearly agreed with Shadow Demon Great Saint's view. Fair enough. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't continue speaking. A moment later, Shadow Demon Great Saint tentatively asked, Galaxy Great Sage, then what price do we need to pay? Before Shadow Demon Great Saint could finish, Lin Yuan glanced at him, noisy. The next moment, the bodies and souls of Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint began to rapidly disintegrate into dust. Within just a few breaths, the 2 Chaos Great Saints were completely obliterated. Galaxy Great Sage. This? Tian Lu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints trembled upon witnessing this scene. It's nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head. These 2 ants, dead or dead, what does it matter? The blue-gray light tore through time and space, barely escaping from the silent battlefield. The Chaos Venerables observing from afar had not yet reacted when they heard the voice of the dual-origin Great Saint rapidly spread through the fluctuations of time and spacia. Galaxy Great Saint, I admit defeat this time. I will leave this universe immediately and swear not to come near for 10 cosmic eras. After the brief encounter with Lin Yuan, the dual-origin Great Saint had no further desires regarding this Xuanwang universe. What did it matter if its creator was an almost invincible Great Saint? His dual origin was simply no match for Lin Yuan. In front of Lin Yuan, he hardly managed to escape, let alone ensure his survival. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan dealing with Black Light and Wild Barbarian, causing the massive suppressive force of time and space around to disperse, the dual-origin Great Saint was uncertain whether his desperate activation of the dual-origin fusion power would have allowed him to escape as he did. Is that the dual-origin Great Saint? Is the dual-origin Great Saint admitting defeat? Who is the Galaxy Great Saint? Nonsense. Who else could it be? Among the 10 Great Saints, except for the mysterious last one to appear, the other 9 all have titles. The Galaxy Great Saint is probably that mysterious Great Saint. The Chaos Venerables were instantly in an uproar. According to their speculations, the probability of the dual-origin Great Saint emerging victorious among the 10 Great Saints was high. After all, this Great Saint's strength was indeed formidable and was the first to enter the Xuanwang universe. But now, the dual-origin Great Saint was the first to escape and admit defeat? Galaxy Great Saint. Never heard of it, probably a Great Saint from incredibly ancient times. To force the dual-origin Great Saint to admit defeat and swear not to approach this universe for 10 cosmic eras. The Galaxy Great Saint must have the power to slay the Dual Origin Great Saint. A Chaos Realm Peak Venerable concluded. If the strength was only slightly superior, the Dual Origin Great Saint wouldn't have been so panic-stricken and swearing to leave immediately. One must know that the suppressive force of time and space in this postnatal universe is so intense. Its creator must be extraordinary, even if it means abandoning the treasure that has emerged now. As long as the Dual Origin Great Saint had a bit of confidence, he would explore other regions. Swearing to leave directly implies that the Dual Origin Great Saint dares not linger too long. A slight pause would come at a cost. If the Galaxy Great Saint's strength is so formidable, why didn't the Dual Origin Great Saint join forces with the other 8 Great Saints to resist? A Chaos Venerable voiced this doubt. How do you know they didn't join forces? The Chaos Realm Peak Venerable who came to a conclusion earlier was shocked. Maybe the 9 Great Saints already tried to join forces, but were still suppressed by the Galaxy Great Saint, and only the Dual Origin Great Saint barely escaped. The previous silence on the battlefield puzzled him. With 10 Great Saints inside, how could there be no sign of any movement? Now seeing the Dual Origin Great Saint's hasty escape, this Peak Venerable arrived at a deeper conclusion, which was that the Galaxy Great Saint's strength was overwhelming enough to crush the combined efforts of 9 Great Saints. Because of this, the aftermath of the battle could be easily suppressed, resulting in the outside world seeing an unusually quiet battlefield. The Galaxy Great Saint. Could it be an absolute Great Saint? The Chaos Realm Peak Venerable was secretly amazed, as 9 Chaos Great Saints joined forces, with 3 of them being powerful saints like Dual Origin. Yet, they were swept away by the Galaxy Great Saint, leaving this Peak Venerable to speculate whether the Galaxy Great Saint might be an absolute Great Saint. Outside the Xuanwang universe, the blue-gray light stopped, forming the figure of the Dual Origin Great Saint. This Galaxy Great Saint. The Dual Origin Great Saint's expression was filled with fear, and at the same time, seeing Lin Yuan not pursuing, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, that treasure held back the Galaxy Great Saint, otherwise, my escape would not have been so easy. The Dual Origin Great Saint thought inwardly. From his brief encounter, he determined that Lin Yuan's method of distorting time and space was equally suited for pursuing enemies. That warped time and space could be compressed to a few hundred light years to maximize suppression, or instantly expand to millions of light years to hinder enemy escape. If Lin Yuan really pursued him, the Dual Origin Great Saint had no confidence in escaping with his life. Not a match, I am simply no match. Chaos Great Saint can be so strong? The Dual Origin Great Saint steadied himself, starting a review in his heart. In terms of time-space suppression, the Galaxy Great Saint far exceeded Black Light Great Saint's Black Light distortion. Under the cover of that warped space-time, even powerful beings like the Dual Origin Great Saint found it extremely difficult. Moreover, the Galaxy Great Saint's attacking abilities were terrifying. Just one grasp caused the Black Light Great Saint's Black Light domain to collapse directly. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's formidable physique also weakened rapidly. With the suppression of twisted time-space and nearly the extreme attack methods of a Chaos Great Saint, Lin Yuan can easily sweep through strong beings at the level of Chaos Great Saints. These two capabilities complement each other, resulting in combat power far more than simply 1 + 1 = 2. In the view of the Dual Origin Great Saint, Lin Yuan has almost no weaknesses. Perhaps Lin Yuan is not yet an absolute Great Saint, nor a match for one. But for Chaos Great Saints like them, Lin Yuan's oppressive power is indistinguishable from that of an absolute Great Saint. Chaos Great Saints, due to the different paths they take, excel in different areas, yet Lin Yuan is nearly perfect. The only thing the Dual Origin Great Saint is unclear about is Lin Yuan's defense. Because under the suppression of twisted time-space, the Dual Origin Great Saint couldn't even get close to Lin Yuan, and all attacks were blocked and dissipated by the vast time-space. Although the losses were heavy, at least we retreated with our lives. Dual Origin Great Saint sighed. With his understanding of causality, he naturally sensed that the causal lines of Great Saints like Wild Barbarian Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint still existed within the Xuanwang universe. This means that these Great Saints' main battle bodies in the Xuanwang universe have not yet died. In such an extreme suppression of space-time, the life and death of the suppressed Chaos Great Saints were at Lin Yuan's whim. Their survival indicated that Lin Yuan did not intend to kill them. Why did he not plan to kill them? Naturally, it was to gain more benefits. The main battle bodies of each Chaos Great Saint were formed at considerable cost. If possible, no Chaos Great Saint would want to abandon their main battle body. Lin Yuan's decision not to kill Black Light, Wild Barbarian, and the others could only mean that negotiations were taking place. I suppose Black Light and Wild Barbarian are being extorted by the Galaxy Great Saint. For some reason, Dual Origin Great Saint felt quite relieved. He had made considerable sacrifices to rush to the vicinity of the Xuanwang universe using the Altar Spirit. Now, having withdrawn from the Xuanwang universe with nothing to show for it, this journey was a complete loss. But compared to Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint felt somewhat lucky. At least while being extorted by the Altar Spirit, he didn't have to be extorted by Galaxy Great Saint as well. Outside the universe, watching as the newly appointed Great Saints, Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, had their bodies and souls rapidly obliterated, the other nearby Chaos Great Saints couldn't help but shiver. What did Galaxy Great Saint mean by this? Rest assured, as long as you gather enough Chaos Stones to bring over, you can leave alive. Lin Yuan glanced over the many Great Saints and spoke. He directly obliterated Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, not even giving them a chance to negotiate. This was primarily due to personal grudges with these two Great Saints. The premature destruction of his home universe was a result of the collateral damage from these two Chaos Great Saints battles. If Lin Yuan's strength had progressed a bit slower, and he hadn't reached the 12th layer before the cosmic cataclysm, he might have perished along with the universe. Without reaching the 12th layer, the essence imprint of his life would continue to be bound within the river of time. During the cosmic cataclysm, the river of time would gradually collapse and dry up, eradicating all life essence imprints within it. No matter the strength of Lin Yuan's life essence, as long as it remained within the river of time, it would be destroyed in the collapse, per the rules of the Chaos Void. At that time, if Lin Yuan wanted to survive, he could only transfer his life's essence imprint to the inner universe of the 9 paramount beings of human civilization. However, with the premature arrival of the cosmic cataclysm, the hope for the paramount beings of human civilization to endure the cataclysm would inevitably diminish, and if the inner universe of the paramount being that housed Lin Yuan's essence imprint collapsed, he would still die. Normally, with a premature cosmic cataclysm, countless civilians of human civilization would undoubtedly perish heavily, and so would the paramount beings. Although all this changed because of Lin Yuan, allowing the human civilization group to smoothly survive the cosmic cataclysm, Lin Yuan had already marked these two Great Saints in his heart back then. Without the power previously, there was nothing Lin Yuan could do about the two Great Saints, so he had to endure. Now with these two Great Saints in his hands, Lin Yuan naturally seized the opportunity for revenge. Of course, there was another reason for Lin Yuan's action against Nine Phoenix and Shadow Demon. These newly appointed Great Saints had very limited resources they could offer. To reach the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, Chaos Venerable had already exhausted numerous resources they had accumulated, and the two Great Saints had been continuously fighting since their breakthroughs, leaving no time to accumulate resources and Chaos Stones. The Chaos Great Saints that I once could only admire from afar have now become not so mighty, Lin Yuan thought with some emotion. At the same time, he looked around at the other Chaos Great Saints and smiled, saying, "I'll give you time to consider, but it won't be long." Based on the strength of each Chaos Great Saint, Lin Yuan set a price, such as 10 billion Chaos Stones for the powerful ones like Black Light and Wild Barbarian. Weaker Chaos Great Saints faced 5 billion or 3 billion Chaos Stones. By Lin Yuan's estimation, these costs were close to the acceptable limits for each Chaos Great Saint. Any more, and the Chaos Great Saints would prefer to abandon their main battle body rather than agree to the cost. The difficulty of cultivating a main battle body simply boiled down to the cost involved. If the cost became too high, exceeding the time and effort needed to cultivate a new body, the Chaos Great Saints would choose to cultivate a new main battle body. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. Wild Barbarian Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint exchanged a glance. With the involvement of 10 billion Chaos Stones, even if they wanted to gather them, it would take time. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Ever since discovering that the mysterious great saint who appeared last bore a remarkable resemblance to Galaxy, ancient Ming Venerable began paying close attention to intelligence from within the Xuanwang universe. What? 10 great saints fought over a priceless treasure, and the mysterious great saint swept through the 9 others single-handedly, with only dual-origin great saint escaping and immediately swearing to leave the postnatal universe. And finally, dual-origin great saint swore, referring to that mysterious great saint as Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint? Galaxy? Ancient Ming Venerable was somewhat stupefied. If previously he had only suspected, without any concrete evidence, that the mysterious great saint was Galaxy. After all, he was not present to confirm this through personal observation. The images he received only felt familiar and similar. But now, ancient Ming Venerable was almost certain that the mysterious great saint was indeed Galaxy. How could there be such a coincidence, with both resemblance and the same name? Galaxy. Ancient Ming Venerable was overwhelmingly shocked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan was destined to stand atop the chaos void one day, it all happened so quickly. How long has it been? Fortunately, I have already established a good relationship with Galaxy Great Saint, and even without a positive bond, at least I wouldn't provoke resentment. Ancient Ming Venerable displayed a smile. When facing such formidable power, it's better to have no blame than no merit. Wasn't it because of my reminder? The young man in the black robe was also reviewing the intelligence about Galaxy Great Saint, and couldn't resist claiming credit. Yes, your reminder was indeed timely back then. Ancient Ming Venerable acknowledged. This was true, for if not for the young man in the black robe, he wouldn't have noticed Lin Yuan back then at all. Not noticing meant he wouldn't pay special attention, and if this ancestor had an unpleasant encounter on the ancient Ming Chaos continent, wouldn't ancient Ming have to take the fall? The battle within the Xuanwang universe, spread by observing Chaos Venerables, swept through the void domain like a hurricane, and the fame of Galaxy Great Saint resounded thoroughly throughout the Chaos Void. Initially, some Chaos Venerables and even Great Saints did not believe it, but as time passed, and as dual-origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints did not actively deny it. Many Venerable Saints and Great Saints immediately realized that the news might be true. Otherwise, why wouldn't dual-origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint step forward? Xuanwang Universe. Lin Yuan stood there silently. As his external universe operated, immense power of space-time continuously pressed towards the nearby Dark Sky Palace. Dark forces permeated around the Dark Sky Palace, capable of threatening the Chaos Great Saints. Even a strong entity like dual-origin Great Saint would have to give their all to resist such power. Retrieving the Dark Sky Heart from the palace would take quite some time. But for Lin Yuan now, while not effortlessly, it was nearly so. Rumble. The power of the external universe swept forth, and the dark power surrounding the Dark Sky Palace began to visibly obliterate and dissipate. After more than 10 breaths, the dark power surrounding the Dark Sky Palace was completely dispelled, leaving the Black Palace exposed before Lin Yuan. Buzz. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, reaching towards the Dark Sky Palace. When he drew it back, a crystal stone, exuding a profound dark aura and resembling a beating heart, appeared in Lin Yuan's palm, a hidden void secret realm. The fiery flames imbued with the power of resurrection burned, coalescing into the figure of the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. Why did the Galaxy Great Saint only target me and the Shadow Demon? The 9 Phoenix Great Saint's thoughts could not settle. As a wonder of life born from the Chaos Void, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint naturally possessed 2 avatars. The one wandering outside was his main combat body. As for the one hidden in this void secret realm, it was the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's other avatar. In addition, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint had laid out life-saving measures in many corners of the Chaos Void, so even if both avatars fell, he could resurrect using these measures. Is it because the battles between me and the Shadow Demon led to the premature cataclysm of cosmoses? The 9 Phoenix Great Saint mused to himself. Losing his main combat body was indeed a significant loss for him, but not unacceptable. When engaging in furious battle with the Shadow Demon Great Saint, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was already prepared to lose his main combat body. Now that the main combat body had fallen, but so had the main combat body of the Shadow Demon Great Saint, this wasn't the worst outcome for the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. In fact, The Nine Phoenix Great Saint was quite satisfied with this result. Managing to take down a main combat body of the Shadow Demon Great Saint was a considerable success. The path of chaos power that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint developed focused on survival, normally only able to restrain the Shadow Demon Great Saint, making mutual destruction very difficult. What the Nine Phoenix Great Saint wanted to understand now was why the Galaxy Great Saint treated her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint differently compared to other Chaos Great Saints. Never mind, Galaxy Great Saint harbors murderous intent towards me and the Shadow Demon. Under such circumstances, if I continue to fight with the Shadow Demon, it may very likely attract the Galaxy Great Saint. A hint of madness appeared in the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's eyes. Her causal connection with the Shadow Demon Great Saint was deep, allowing her to sense the approximate location of the other's avatar via their causal link. There, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint looked in one direction, using causal sensing to determine the source of the Shadow Demon Great Saint's cause, which was in that location. Whoosh! The Nine Phoenix Great Saint's figure disappeared, heading directly towards the area where the Shadow Demon Great Saint was located. Does the Galaxy Great Saint sympathize with the beings of the cosmos affected and therefore targets us? The Shadow Demon Great Saint's true form had an unsightly expression, deducing this conclusion from Lin Yuan's last words. He found it more and more incredible. Such a powerful entity was actually this merciful? At that moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint's expression changed, sharply raising his head to look in a certain direction. The causal sensing between him and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was mutual. Just as she could sense him, the Shadow Demon Great Saint could naturally sense her as well. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint clearly noticed that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's true form was approaching him at the fastest speed possible. "Mad woman, Nine Phoenix, you lunatic!" The Shadow Demon Great Saint felt a chill on his scalp. Normally, losing his main combat avatar, one should hide and recultivate it. Yet to deploy the last avatar without hesitation like the Nine Phoenix was simply incredible. Is this Nine Phoenix trying to draw the attention of the Galaxy Great Saint and intends to perish together with me? The Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately understood the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's intent. Even if deploying her last avatar, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint could still do nothing to the Shadow Demon. But as the two continued to fight, when the Galaxy Great Saint emerged from the Xuanwang universe, he would surely notice them first. Given the Galaxy Great Saint's evident disdain for them earlier, he might just pursue them easily. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint could do nothing to him, but the Galaxy Great Saint could. However, in this case, the Shadow Demon Great Saint would die, and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint couldn't escape either. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint was acting with a mindset of mutual destruction to drag him down. Go! The Shadow Demon Great Saint didn't hesitate to traverse through space to a farther distance. Now he dared not entangle himself with the Nine Phoenix Great Saint. Ahead of a vast secret realm in a distant void domain, a tall figure formed, precisely the incarnation of the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. As the Wild Barbarian Great Saint appeared in this place, he looked at the secret realm from afar. The owner of this secret realm was a Chaos Great Saint, with strength surpassing that of the Wild Barbarian by a margin. Soon, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint's avatar entered the secret realm. Shi Guang brother. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint saw a three-eyed man. This three-eyed man was known as the Stone Light Saint, who had, hundreds of cosmic eras ago, rampaged across many void domains. His combat power was exceedingly strong, reaching the pinnacle of Chaos Great Saint. However, in the last 100 cosmic eras, the Stone Light Saint had hardly taken action, always in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough to the 13th level. Wild Barbarian, you've come. The Stone Light Saint glanced at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint and spoke. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint nodded. Outside, he was uninhibited, but in front of the Stone Light Saint, he was quite well behaved. Stone Light Brother's strength is increasingly unfathomable. In my opinion, there is a great hope for breaking through to the 13th level. I hope you remember me when you become a life of time. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately flattered him. 13th level? The Stone Light Saint's face showed a bit of a smile. No Chaos Great Saint would dislike hearing such words, and the Supreme Great Saint was no exception. Let's get straight to the point. Stone Light Saint looked at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Stone Light Brother should know about my recent ordeal. Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately said. A postnatal universe emerged, and I rushed there with the power of the Eye of Myriad Laws. However, I was suppressed inside by an ancient Great Saint named Galaxy. Yes, I heard about it. Stone Light Saint nodded. That Galaxy Great Saint demands I hand over 10 billion Chaos Stones to release my main battle avatar. Stone Light Brother, you know I'm always broke. Where can I get 10 billion Chaos Stones? Wild Barbarian Great Saint sighed. Indeed, Stone Light Saint nodded. Wild Barbarian Great Saint looked at Stone Light Saint. Was he just going to nod? Stone Light Brother, I came to you to ask if you could mediate with the Galaxy Great Saint. With your strength, Galaxy Great Saint would surely give you face. Wild Barbarian Great Saint said, I don't demand to pay nothing, but 10 billion Chaos Stones are too much. At least Galaxy Great Saint could reduce it to 5 billion, and I'm willing to offer another billion as your reward. You want me to negotiate with Galaxy Great Saint? Stone Light Saint looked at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. What if I get suppressed by Galaxy Great Saint too? You get suppressed too? Wild Barbarian Great Saint was slightly stunned. With your strength, Stone Light Brother, it shouldn't be possible, right? Wild Barbarian, think again? Stone Light Saint smiled. Galaxy Great Saint managed to suppress 8 Great Saints including you, almost holding double source as well. I can't match up to that. Stone Light Saint looked self-mockingly at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Wild Barbarian, I can't help you with this. Stone Light Brother. Wild Barbarian Great Saint became anxious. I can increase it to 2 billion Chaos Stones, no, 3 billion. I said, I can't help. Stone Light Saint waved his hand, and this avatar of Wild Barbarian Great Saint was instantly moved outside the secret realm. Rumble. The entrance to the secret realm was rapidly closing. Stone Light Saint. Wild Barbarian Great Saint frowned. Having no other option, he could only seek help from the next Chaos Great Saint. Black Light, you want me to help you? In a special, mysterious location, surrounded by a misty haze, a man with a blurry face sat upon a throne, looking down at the incarnation of Black Light Great Saint below. Yes. Back in the day, when we ventured together, I once saved you, and you said you owed me a favor. Black Light Great Saint looked at the man sitting on the throne. This Chaos Great Saint's power was already infinitely close to a Supreme Great Saint. If not for his unsuitable Chaos power evolution path, he would already be a Supreme Great Saint. Yes, I owe you a favor. The man sitting on the throne nodded, but not for this matter. Not possible? Black Light Great Saint looked at him. Why don't you ask a Supreme Great Saint to step in? The man seated on the throne spoke. Ask a Supreme Great Saint? Black Light Great Saint shook his head. That would cost more than just paying 10 billion Chaos Stones directly. The cost of asking a Supreme Great Saint to intervene would surely exceed 10 billion Chaos Stones. Black Light Great Saint wasn't foolish and naturally wouldn't engage in such a losing trade. Change the request. The man on the throne looked down at Black Light Great Saint. Choose another matter. What else can I exchange for now? Black Light Great Saint frowned. My avatar is in the hands of Galaxy Great Saint. It's still possible to exchange. The man sitting on the throne spoke, for instance, letting me lend you a few billion Chaos Stones. After speaking, the man added, but it's just a loan, you'll have to repay it. Black Light Great Saint fell into silence. Xuanwang Universe. Lin Yuan examined the Dark Sky Heart in his hand. The Dark Sky Heart is a treasure of the Supreme Great Saint level. Once thoroughly refined, it can form the Dark Sky Domain. The power of the Dark Sky Domain far surpasses the Black Light Domain of Black Light Great Saint. Even a common Chaos Great Saint who obtains the Dark Sky Heart can instantly become a peak Great Saint. If a Supreme Great Saint refines the Dark Sky Heart, they can form a Dark Sky World, whose power won't be much weaker than Lin Yuan's external universe. One must know, Lin Yuan's external universe originates from his internal universe, and the internal universe, after absorbing and merging the source of the fierce sun, has been refined into the second layer of infinite void, already comparable to the internal universe of a Supreme Great Saint. The Dark Sky World condensed by the Dark Sky Heart acts as a supplement for those Supreme Great Saints who lack domain suppression methods. However, compared to Lin Yuan's internal universe, The upper limit of the dark sky world is fixed at its formation power, and Lin Yuan's internal universe still has a lot of room for improvement. Now in this Xuanwang universe, there are only some Chaos Venerables left. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, as he dispatched a large number of avatars to different regions of the universe. Since all Chaos Great Saints were dealt with, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of the many treasures in the Xuanwang universe. At the very least, all the treasures recorded on that beast skin map must be obtained. Hundreds of avatars went to collect treasures scattered throughout the universe. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's true form headed directly to the deepest part of the Xuanwang universe, towards that tomb. When Lin Yuan first entered the Xuanwang universe, he did not send out incarnations to search far and wide. He was worried about exposing the locations of the treasures and wonders recorded on the beast skin map. The outer regions of the Xuanwang universe, where most treasures and wonders are found, are extremely secretive. Even for Lin Yuan, without the guidance of the beast skin map, it would be difficult to find them in a short time. The same goes for other great saints. Sending out incarnations to search at this time would simply point the way for other Chaos Great Saints. But now, throughout the Xuanwang universe, aside from Lin Yuan, there are only some Chaos Venerables. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if he sends out hundreds of incarnations, each can maintain strength close to a Chaos Realm Venerable. Dealing with those Chaos Venerables is not a problem. Of course, those Chaos Venerables also wouldn't dare to contend with Lin Yuan. Are you joking? Haven't you seen the fate of the Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints? Internal Universe. While heading to the Xuanwang Mausoleum, Lin Yuan also channeled a trace of his consciousness into his internal universe. I wonder if this dark sky heart will have any effect on me. Lin Yuan looked at the dark and deep crystal stone in front of him, while other Chaos Great Saints generally lack means comparable to the dark sky domain. As soon as the dark sky domain was condensed, it surpassed the black light domain of the Black Light Great Saint. Thus, even if many Chaos Great Saints obtained the dark sky heart, they wouldn't consider if it was useful to them. It is obvious that possessing such a method for suppressing and trapping enemies is what many Chaos Great Saints dream of. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, in terms of pure combat power, is not weaker than the Black Light Great Saint, but the Black Light Great Saint looks down on him, considering him a mere brute. What is the reliance? Isn't it the Black Light domain? Lin Yuan could suppress the Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and other 8 Great Saints, relying on powers like the External Universe domain. Without the External Universe, even if Lin Yuan's overall combat power surpasses the 8 Chaos Great Saints, it would be difficult to suppress them all. However, when it comes to domain space-time, Lin Yuan already has the External Universe, worrying whether the Dark Sky Heart would overlap with his methods. Let's refine it and see. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan immediately began to refine the heart. A treasure of the unparalleled Great Saint level like the Dark Sky Heart is best used on oneself. As for trading it, unless it truly has no effect on him, Lin Yuan would not choose to trade it away. Rumbling. The vast cosmic force began refining that small, dark, and deep crystal stone, causing pure dark sky origin source to surge out. This dark sky origin source is extremely magical and quickly absorbed and devoured by the internal universe. Useful. Joy appeared on Lin Yuan's face. As he slowly refined the dark sky heart, he clearly felt the foundation of his internal universe being enhanced at a certain speed. After hundreds of breaths, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. At this moment, the dark and deep crystal had completely disappeared, and simultaneously, the power of Lin Yuan's internal universe had surged, increasing by at least 20%. A 20% increase in power, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Ordinary Chaos Great Saints refining the Dark Sky Heart would experience a power surge of several tens of times, reaching the level of peak Great Saints. Yet Lin Yuan only increased his internal universe's power by 20%. It seems less beneficial, but it's important to note that Lin Yuan is substantially more powerful than ordinary Chaos Great Saints. Different starting points naturally lead to different enhancements. If it were now, the Dual Origin Great Saint shouldn't be able to escape my external universe. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Dual Origin Great Saint recklessly burned the power of Dual Origin Fusion, tearing a rift to the outside world, and thus managed to escape. This left Lin Yuan rather regretful. After all, that was 10 billion Chaos Stones. And the dual-origin Great Saint certainly carried treasure weapons, making it not as simple as just 10 billion Chaos Stones. If it weren't for safety, Lin Yuan really wanted to pursue and kill them. The true form of Lin Yuan traversed the Xuanwang universe with impunity. With the guidance of the beast skin map, Lin Yuan was aware of and thus avoided some dangers in the Xuanwang universe, saving a lot of time. Quickly, Lin Yuan reached the deepest part of the Xuanwang universe. It was empty here, and the surroundings were shrouded in strands of Xuanwang qi. In the Xuanwang universe, such Xuanwang qi is everywhere, making Lin Yuan feel very comfortable. Within this omnipresent Xuanwang qi environment, the Xuanwang physique seemed to have returned to its origin. Lin Yuan carefully observed his surroundings, a look of confusion on his face. Where's the mausoleum? Comparing the beast skin map, according to its instructions, this should be where the mausoleum is located, but currently, there are no traces of a mausoleum. Does it exist deep in space-time? Lin Yuan continued to observe, scanning through layers of space-time, but found nothing. This beast skin map shouldn't be wrong. Lin Yuan pondered. The authenticity of the beast skin map had been verified multiple times. Whether it was the Life Divine Stone on the Life Origin Star, or other various treasures and wonders, and the Dark Sky Heart, etc. All matched the indications on the beast skin map. Moreover, Lin Yuan's many incarnations were currently following the map's guidance to gather numerous treasures and wonders in various regions. This essentially confirmed the beast skin map. Could it be that there are other conditions to enter the Xuanwang mausoleum? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Since it's called a mausoleum, it's certainly a place Xuanwang valued, and it's highly possible it's not open to other great saints. Why does Lin Yuan know about this mausoleum? It's because of the beast skin map he obtained. Even other Chaos Great Saints, though knowing this universe was created by Emperor Zan, wouldn't be aware of the mausoleum's existence. The beast skin map was placed inside a golden box, remaining unopened through countless cosmic eras. Lin Yuan could open the box and obtain the map only by relying on the Xuanwang seal deep in his soul. Xuanwang seal? Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. He began releasing the aura of the Xuanwang seal from his soul. Buzz buzz buzz. As the aura of the Xuanwang seal spread, like ripples on a water surface, the spacetime in front of Lin Yuan rippled and a majestic palace emerged. This majestic palace, when it first appeared, seemed like a flower in a mirror, a moon in the water, utterly unreal, but as time faded, the illusion peeled away, revealing startling reality. Such a mastery of space-time. Lin Yuan felt shocked. He had once seen the image of Emperor Zan creating 33,333 Xuanwang secret realms with a thought. That was the pinnacle of ninth realm spacetime mastery. Yet the way this majestic palace appeared now seemed to surpass the creation of Xuanwang secret realms from before. Could Emperor Zan have made further advancements in spacetime mastery at the end? Lin Yuan speculated. Undoubtedly, the time when Emperor Zan left this mausoleum must be after establishing the Xuanwang secret realms. During that period, it was perfectly natural for Emperor Zan to have made progress in spacetime mastery comprehension. Let's go in. Lin Yuan looked at the majestic palace that had appeared, paused and took a deep breath, then stepped inside. The interior of the palace was equally vast and empty, the tall walls engraved with numerous murals, depicting a young emperor leaving his innate universe, eventually establishing a kingdom within the Chaos Void, with countless void domain experts paying homage during its peak. Emperor Zan emerged from an innate universe born from the Chaos Void? Lin Yuan contemplated. Until this point, most Chaos Venerables he had encountered were born within the Chaos Void either as powerful miraculous beings or as a tribe's force within the Void. As for experts emerging from innate universes and reaching the level of Chaos Venerables, they were few, let alone absolute great saints like Emperor Zan. Lin Yuan continued to look at the subsequent murals. The murals depicted Emperor Zan becoming overwhelmingly powerful, sweeping across void domains, with ancient great saints surrendering to him in admiration. Invincible Great Saint. Emperor Zan undoubtedly possesses the strength of an invincible great saint. Lin Yuan's face grew solemn. Though the mural images were simple, it was clear that the absolute great saints were no match for Emperor Zan. This is Lin Yuan looked at the final murals, which recorded Emperor Zan entering a dangerous place unexpectedly, and upon returning, immediately creating the Xuanwang universe, followed by seclusion, aiming for 13th stage. Strange. Lin Yuan frowned. The Eye of Myriad Laws had mentioned that Emperor Zan was incredibly close to becoming an invincible great saint, and now it seemed that this closeness wasn't in terms of power but of time. As long as Emperor Zan continued living, his fame would spread, garnering recognition from all absolute great saints, and subsequently becoming the invincible great saint of that era. Yet the Xuanwang great saint did not do so. Instead, he chose to advance to the 13th stage immediately. Because of the dangerous place he entered last, Lin Yuan considered the final murals. It was after emerging from that dangerous place that Emperor Zan underwent this change. The Moyud Tower Master mentioned that Emperor Zan once entered a dimensional rift. Could that dangerous place be the dimensional rift? Lin Yuan speculated internally. While Lin Yuan was pondering, a voice suddenly echoed beside his ear. Are you curious about what His Majesty experienced then? Why he chose to aim for the 13th stage after returning from that dangerous place? The figure was extremely old yet carried a certain naivety, generating an inherently contradictory feeling. Lin Yuan was startled, turning to look beside him. At some point, a man in a Zan yellow robe stood silently next to Lin Yuan, watching the murals with him. Who are you? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn, yet he wasn't overly surprised. If this mausoleum was indeed left by Emperor Zan, then it would certainly come with numerous setups. The Moyud Tower Master could activate a sealed consciousness even after advancing to the 13th stage. Emperor Zan, whose power was no less than the Moyud Tower Master, surely could do the same. You probably guessed it. I am the tomb spirit of this mausoleum, created by His Majesty before aiming for the 13th stage. The man smiled at Lin Yuan. Normally, this mausoleum doesn't emerge. Even if the outside Xuanwang universe is destroyed, it wouldn't affect the mausoleum. Unless something unexpected happens, this mausoleum will continue existing until. The man's tone grew softer, as if he recalled something, choosing not to continue. But before aiming for the 13th stage, His Majesty left 9 treasure boxes. The man watched Lin Yuan. Treasure boxes? Lin Yuan immediately realized that the so-called treasure boxes referred to the golden box he had obtained. Inside the boxes are maps of the mausoleum and the Xuanwang universe. Using the map, one can locate the area of the mausoleum, then actively release the map and Xuanwang seal's aura, thereby revealing the mausoleum. The man paused for a moment and continued, but 2 prerequisites are needed to open the treasure box. First, one must be His Majesty's disciple. You inherited a Xuanwang secret realm, which fits the identity. The man smiled. Lin Yuan nodded. Then he looked a bit confused. What about the second condition? The second condition is His Majesty aiming for 13th stage, 3 million cosmic eras later. The man looked at Lin Yuan. The disciple's identity and 3 million cosmic eras later are the right identity at the right time, both needed. If the time hasn't arrived, then even a disciple of His Majesty couldn't open the box, nor could obtain the map inside. Vice versa. 3 million cosmic eras. Lin Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. Previously, he had no specific concept of the era in which Emperor Zan lived, only knew it was unimaginably ancient, millions of cosmic eras before. But now, it became clear how far back in time it was. At least in an era 3 million cosmic eras ago. 3 million cosmic eras. With such a long time past, if His Majesty still hasn't advanced to 13th stage, then it's probably impossible to break free from the time loop. At this point, if there's still a disciple of His Majesty outside and if this disciple entered the Xuanwang universe. The man watched Lin Yuan, then the mausoleum can be summoned, inheriting all that His Majesty left. Lin Yuan stood silently listening. He seemed to understand. Even someone as strong as Emperor Zan had no confidence in reaching 13th stage. So he purposely set up this mausoleum as a last resort. Then why did His Majesty hastily aim for 13th stage? Lin Yuan voiced his confusion. With Emperor Zan's power, he could certainly wait a while longer, at least claiming the title of Invincible Great Saint before aiming for 13th stage. Because in that dangerous place, His Majesty acquired a certain ultimate treasure, which requires the power of a time loop to suppress. The man shook his head, saying, so His Majesty aimed for 13th stage ahead of time. Actually, It hardly mattered to His Majesty. He already reached the limits of the Chaos realm. Waiting another 100 cosmic eras? 1,000 cosmic eras? Pointless. As for the title Invincible Great Saint, His Majesty cared little for it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was secretly astonished. An ultimate treasure needing the power of a time loop for suppression? Enough. Your conditions are met. You can inherit all that His Majesty left. The man extended his right hand, flipping it lightly. In an instant, the surrounding space-time began to shake. Lin Yuan felt the world change, brought into a magnificent hall. Where is this? Lin Yuan looked around, his pupils slightly narrowing. So many treasures. Lin Yuan glanced in all directions. In the grand hall, countless treasures floated in the air. These treasures, be they rare wonders or weapons, etc. Each treasure was surrounded by the power of space-time, suppressing any strange phenomena from the treasures themselves that would have otherwise pierced the sky. Even an invincible great saint couldn't possibly own so many treasures. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Each treasure in the hall was at the level of the dark sky heart, each belonging to an invincible great saint tier. Various rare wonders, materials, and even many coveted great elixirs desired by invincible great saints were neatly arranged in the corners of the hall. Naturally, the tomb spirit said with pride, how can His Majesty compare to those invincible great saints? With His Majesty's power, the many dangerous ruins of the Chaos Void have long been explored completely, thus yielding plentiful rewards. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. The Chaos Void contains many ruins, the most famous among them being the 9 great ruins like the Taiyuan ruins. These 9 ruins are all associated with 13-tier time beings. When Lin Yuan was still in his home universe, the white paper that could reduce dimensions erupted from the depths of the Taiyuan ruins. These ruins are filled with many dangers, yet also nurture countless opportunities. If one's strength is adequate, exploring these ruins will undoubtedly be profitable. Among these treasures are 33 invincible great saint tier weapons, 62 rare wonders of the same tier. The tomb spirit continued. Were it not for His Majesty distributing many treasures among His followers before his struggle to achieve the 13th tier, there would be many more now. Although His Majesty Xuanwang was hasty in deciding to strive for the 13th tier, he made many preparations. To establish the Xuanwang kingdom, His Majesty Xuanwang fiercely clashed with many invincible great saints. While His Majesty Xuanwang was present, those invincible great saints naturally dared not make a move. But if His Majesty Xuanwang were to attempt reaching the 13th tier and remained in the shackles of time cycles for a long period, then, those invincible great saints who had once harbored enmity against His Majesty Xuanwang would certainly act to settle scores with the profound Xuanwang lineage. Therefore, before striving for the 13th tier, His Majesty Xuanwang dispersed many disciples and followers of the profound Xuanwang lineage. That is, Lin Yuan's gaze scanned over each treasure in the grand hall but quickly fell upon the highest platform. On it, there lay 3 weapons, a fist-sized seal, a golden suit of armor, and a golden sword. These 3 weapons gave Lin Yuan a feeling different from the others. Indistinctly, there was a sense of familiarity. Those are the Xuanwang seal, the armor of Xuanwang, and the Xuanwang sword, the life weapons crafted by His Majesty, and the strongest among the various weapons. The tomb spirit spoke, these 3 weapons are naturally yours as well. Lin Yuan gazed at the Xuanwang seal, armor of Xuanwang, and the Xuanwang sword, already informed by the spirit of the Xuanwang secret realm about His Majesty Xuanwang's primary battle weapons. Indeed, they were these 3. The Xuanwang seal is a suppression-type weapon. In the hands of His Majesty Xuanwang, one seal can shroud the heavens, and even invincible great saints dare not directly block it. And the armor of Xuanwang further combines physical defense, soul defense, and mental will defense, truly an exceptional all-around defensive weapon. As for the Xuanwang sword, it is an ultimate attacking weapon. In the hands of His Majesty Xuanwang, the Xuanwang sword has extinguished not just one invincible great saint's flesh and soul. Of course, extinguishing an invincible great saint's flesh and soul doesn't imply completely killing them, but it definitely inflicts severe injury. These treasures are all mine. What if His Majesty later breaks free from the time cycles? Lin Yuan hesitated slightly. Other treasures aside, but the Xuanwang seal, armor of Xuanwang, Xuanwang sword are His Majesty Xuanwang's life weapons, similar to Lin Yuan's origin clock. What are life weapons? They are as bound as kin, equivalent to a familial relationship. Over 30 million cosmic eras have passed since His Majesty broke free from the time cycles. The tomb spirit shook its head gently. The earlier the break from time cycles occurs, the greater the hope. Surpassing 100 cosmic eras sees hope considerably reduced. Exceeding 1,000 cosmic eras, there's virtually no hope. And to surpass over 30 million cosmic eras? Moreover, if His Majesty really breaks free from the time cycles, becoming a time being, would he even care about these things? The tomb spirit said. True. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed so. Even if His Majesty Xuanwang escapes the time cycles in the future, with the status of a 13th-tier time being, he likely wouldn't regard these treasures. Then I won't hold back. Lin Yuan promptly gathered up the numerous treasures within the Grand Hall. The tomb spirit watched quietly without any hindrance. Ultimately, after hesitating for a while, the tomb spirit still spoke. As for the supreme treasure by which His Majesty left the suppression of time cycles. The tomb spirit reached out, and a yellow bead appeared before him. Is this the supreme treasure? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. He speculated the final supreme treasure His Majesty obtained likely relates to the 13th-tier time being, otherwise, it wouldn't require the power of time cycles to suppress. No, the tomb spirit shook its head. No? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Wasn't the yellow bead the supreme treasure? Then why did the tomb spirit specifically bring it out? But as long as this bead is crushed, it can yield that supreme treasure. After a long silence, the tomb spirit finally spoke. This was an order given to him by His Majesty Xuanwang before his struggle for the 13th tier, as the spirit created by His Majesty Xuanwang. The tomb spirit cannot disobey any order from His Majesty Xuanwang. Crush it, and you can gain that supreme treasure? Lin Yuan was very curious, scrutinizing the yellow bead closely. In a vague sense, Lin Yuan perceived this bead to be suffused with the power of time, albeit incredibly weak. Indeed. The tomb spirit nodded before saying, however, I hope you refrain from crushing it for now. That treasure holds great importance. Even His Majesty relied on the 13th tier breakthrough coupled with descending time cycles to temporarily suppress it. If you crush it prematurely, danger may arise. The tomb spirit looked at Lin Yuan. Moreover, I personally, that is, me personally, do not wish for you to crush it too quickly. His Majesty Xuanwang's original command left for him was to crush the yellow bead immediately once the successor arrived and inherited everything. But the tomb spirit instinctively did not want to do this, knowing what it signified. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He could discern that the tomb spirit was reluctant to have this yellow bead crushed. Although unaware of the reasons, Lin Yuan did not plan to act contrary. His journey to the Xuanwang universe had already yielded ample rewards.
The numerous mystical treasures outside the tomb, and so many treasure weapons within, including His Majesty Xuanwang's main battle weapon all had been gained.
Lin Yuan was already quite satisfied. As for that supreme treasure acquired by His Majesty Xuanwang? The fact that it compelled His Majesty Xuanwang to advance prematurely to the 13th tier implies its significance, even if the tomb spirit asked him to crush the yellow bead now. Lin Yuan would consider it cautiously and, finally, most probably choose not to crush it. Even if he had to crush it, he would wait until he stepped into the Chaos Realm or thoroughly cultivated to the peak of the Chaos Realm. With Lin Yuan's foundation, if he cultivates to the peak of the Chaos Realm, he may not necessarily reach the invincible Great Saint level, but it would probably be close. With a little more accumulation, he would become the strongest invincible Great Saint in the history of Chaos Void. Alright, this tomb is also a weapon. You can refine it now, the tomb spirit spoke. After refining, leave the Xuanwang universe quickly. Leave the Xuanwang universe? Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that ever since this tomb manifested, the deep-seated space-time collapse of the Xuanwang universe seemed to hasten. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, outside the Xuanwang universe, the Chaos Venerables haven't left. Though they dare not enter, they want to wait outside for a while longer. To see when the mysterious galaxy Great Saint would emerge. Suddenly, a remote space-time silently began to permeate with an enigmatic aura. This aura made the rules of the Chaos Void retreat and form a completely new set of rules, distinct from those of Chaos Void. What's happening? I can't sense the external rule fluctuations? Why does it feel like new unexplored fluctuations are emerging? Has a peerless great saint arrived by a thought turning into void? The many chaos venerables expressions changed drastically. The standing of a peerless great saint can form a world of its own rule domain, in which the peerless great saint creates rules favorable to oneself. For example, the peerless great saint rule within a domain world disallows void traversing, so void traversing becomes impossible. Of course, the rules set by the peerless great saint must also be followed by themselves. Enemies cannot traverse the void, and neither can the peerless great saint. Despite such limitations, these means of reversing rules put the strength of peerless great saints beyond that of chaos great saints. Is it them too? In distant twisted spacetime, the eye of myriad laws and other special entities sensed something and gazed toward distant spacetime. Weren't these two always in a deep slumber? Yes, I recall they had a grudge with His Majesty Xuanwang. After over 30 million cosmic eras, still planning for revenge? The halved long blade spoke, somewhat surprised. Most peerless great saints and even the chaos great saints eventually choose to advance to the 13th tier. But still a minority of peerless great saints choose not to, opting instead to sleep through cosmic eras. Choosing revenge over advancing to the 13th tier? The Eye of Myriad Laws also looked from afar. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Star Tier Fragment World. Lin Yuan Taiyan Primordial Spirit sat cross-legged. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Is the Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion seeking me? Lin Yuan's mind stirred subtly as the Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, seeking audience outside, appeared before him. Galaxy. The Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion opened an eye suddenly in the middle of the brow, its pupil a pale gold, exuding an air of supremacy. Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly stern, immediately realizing the Pavilion Master standing before him was possessed by the Eye of Myriad Laws. Who now appeared had to be the Eye of Myriad Laws itself. What business do you have with me? Lin Yuan asked solemnly. The personal visit of the Eye of Myriad Laws surely signified major happenings. You should still be inside the Xuanwang universe, correct? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Leave quickly. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. Two peerless great saints are proceeding there. Two absolute saints? Upon hearing the words, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The emergence of the Zanhuang universe attracting a large number of chaos venerables and several chaos great saints is entirely normal. But absolute saints? Firstly, compared to the chaos great saints, the number of absolute saints is much fewer. The probability of an absolute saint appearing near a newly emerged postnatal universe in the dispersed chaos void is almost negligible. Great saints like Black Light and Dual Origin, among others, managed to come over through various means because they happened to be within 10,000 void domains around the emerging Zanhuang universe. Hence, they could afford the price for the Eye of Myriad Laws and the ancient altar spirit to teleport them. If it were farther, the cost would increase significantly. Within the range of 10,000 void domains, there would likely be about 8 or 9 chaos great saints. As for absolute saints, even in 10 million or a billion void domains, it's almost impossible for an absolute saint to appear. Most absolute saints hide in mysterious special places within the chaos void, seldom contacting the outside world easily. For an absolute saint, they can create their own postnatal universe unless it is explicitly known that this postnatal universe comes from His Majesty Xuanwang, who is an absolute saint. Otherwise, they are unlikely to come personally. According to the Eye of Myriad Laws, are there currently 2 absolute saints approaching the Zanhuang universe? Absolute saints? And 2 at a time? Don't doubt, these 2 absolute saints have a grudge against that kid Zanhuang. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook slightly, back when Zanhuang was attempting the 13th tier, after 10,000 cosmic eras, when it was clear that the chances of advancing to the 13th tier were slim. It was these 2 absolute saints who pushed the decline of the profound Xuanwang line. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan understood suddenly. Although he didn't know the specific deeds of His Majesty Xuanwang in the Chaos Void, it was obviously extremely domineering. To call oneself His Majesty, how could one not be domineering? Being domineering naturally leads to many enemies, who dare not emerge when you are alive, but when you attempt the 13th tier and lack hope of escaping the cycle of time, They secretly stir up trouble to take revenge. After the Moyud Tower Master attempted the 13th tier, the rapid decline of the Magic Jade Tower was probably for this reason. Of course, every great saint will arrange everything for their subordinates before attempting the 13th tier. Rather than saying that the profound Xuanwang line and the Magic Jade Tower were forced to decline, it's more like they chose to fade away with time. What do these two absolute saints want to do when they come? Completely eradicate the Zanhuang universe? Lin Yuan asked. Pretty much. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. I didn't expect, after more than 30 million cosmic eras, that Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin still hold a grudge. Great Saint Hun Xiao, Jade Qilin Great Saint. These names of the two absolute saints have almost faded in the history of time. Only a special existence like the Eye of Myriad Laws, which has witnessed nearly the entire past and present of the Chaos Void, knows the details about them. What should I do? Lin Yuan immediately asked. Although Lin Yuan could suppress formidable great saints like Dual Origin and Black Light, it doesn't mean he's equivalent to an absolute saint. Lin Yuan achieved this through his nearly flawless abilities, domain suppression, and various offensive means, completely restraining most Chaos great saints. However, if facing absolute saints, Lin Yuan has no confidence. In such a situation, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to confront head-on. Where in the Zanhuang universe are you currently? As long as you can come out within 10 breaths, I can send you away before Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin arrive. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. The entire Zanhuang universe is filled with the rules set by His Majesty Xuanwang. The Eye of Myriad Laws, such a special existence, wouldn't enter such a place easily, at most observing from outside. 10 breaths? Lin Yuan frowned. I'm in the deepest part of the universe. I can't come out in 10 breaths. Not to mention 10 breaths, even 100 or 1,000 breaths wouldn't suffice for Lin Yuan. It took him several months to reach the depths of the Zanhuang universe. Can't come out? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. Still in the deepest part of the Zanhuang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws also felt troubled. How are your gains in the Zanhuang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws knew about Lin Yuan receiving His Majesty Xuanwang's inheritance, guessing he should have great gains inside. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. Not just not bad, Lin Yuan had collected almost all the treasures, rare items, and weapons within the Zanhuang universe, even obtaining His Majesty Xuanwang's personal weapon. If it's just not bad, then I'd suggest you hand over everything you've gained in the Zanhuang universe, and I'll mediate. Jade Qilin and Hun Xiao might show some leniency and let you go once. The Eye of Myriad Laws suggested, even if Lin Yuan obtained the inheritance from His Majesty Xuanwang, he's ultimately not a member of the profound Xuanwang line from that era. Even though Jade Qilin and Hun Xiao have immense hatred towards the profound Xuanwang line, taking a step back and voluntarily handing over all the gains would prevent them from taking extreme actions. Even absolute saints would have some qualms considering the Eye of Myriad Laws' relationship with life at the 13th tier, even if it can't directly meddle with the causes and effects in the Chaos Void. Hand over all the gains? Lin Yuan frowned tightly. This time, the gains within the Zanhuang universe were enormous for him. Was he to give them up just like that? Lin Yuan was naturally unwilling. If you're really unwilling to hand over the gains. The Eye of Myriad Laws noticed Lin Yuan's thoughts, immediately saying, then let me mediate directly, but if you show no gesture, Jade Qilin and Hun Xiao might not heed my words. For an absolute saint, a special entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws is at most something to be wary of, but fear? Far from it. After all, the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot intervene directly, while an absolute saint has essentially reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Void. The absolute saint dares not provoke the Eye of Myriad Laws, fearing to attract the attention of the life behind it. But the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot force any absolute saint to do anything. Then please. Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws and said with a slightly solemn tone. I can only try, there's no guarantee that Jade Qilin or Hun Xiao will listen to me. The Eye of Myriad Laws said directly. Over the long years, he has formed good relations with many absolute saints. But to have them oppose two absolute saints, especially those from more than 30 million cosmic eras ago? It's difficult. And it's already too late. Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hun Xiao dared not cause trouble while Xuanwang was alive. But that does not mean these two absolute saints are weak. On the contrary, Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hunxiao are considered powerful among absolute saints. The ability to endure under the cosmic suppression of an almost invincible great saint like Xuanwang for so many cosmic eras is not something an ordinary absolute saint can accomplish. Outside the Xuanwang universe, two figures appeared silently. These two figures stood calmly, and the rules of spacetime and the Great Tao all retreated, permeated by an entirely new rule of the Great Tao covering from themselves. Each chaos venerable shivered in fear, trembling under the invisible aura. Xuanwang universe. This is the universe created by Xuanwang. It's been so long since I felt this kind of aura. The figure on the left, wearing jade armor and with an ancient gaze, looked at the distant entrance of the Xuanwang universe, his voice traveling through time and space. At that moment, all beings who heard the voice had their minds and wills affected, twisted, as though they would completely submit to the voice's owner. Erase this Xuanwang universe, and there won't be much trace left of Xuanwang in this chaos void. The fear in our hearts will dissipate significantly, and then we can attempt to break through to the 13th stage. The other figure spoke up. The first to speak among these two figures was Great Saint Jade Qilin. And next was Great Saint Hunxiao. Breaking through to the 13th stage will face time loops. Not only will it be tests we've never encountered before, but they will also target our psychological weaknesses. Great Saint Jade Qilin said in a low voice. For these two absolute saints, Xuanwang has already become something akin to a heart demon. For over 30 million cosmic eras, the reason the two absolute saints kept pushing for the downfall of the profound Xuanwang lineage included a hatred for Xuanwang. They also want to erase traces of Xuanwang's existence, thereby weakening their own psychological obsession and heart demon. Only in this way can they increase their chances of surviving the time loop. Let's go and see what Xuanwang left behind. Great Saint Hunxiao glanced at Great Saint Jade Qilin and first stepped into the Xuanwang universe. Great Saint Jade Qilin followed closely behind. Rumble. As soon as the two absolute saints entered the Xuanwang universe, they were immediately suppressed by the rules of the Xuanwang universe, but in an instant, the suppression originating from the universe's origin source was diluted and neutralized. Xuanwang, this is merely a universe you left behind. In over 40 million cosmic eras, its internal spacetime has begun to collapse, and can no longer affect us. Great Saint Hunxiao's gaze was calm. If Xuanwang were still alive, no matter how bold they would not dare enter this postnatal universe. But Xuanwang has already fallen into a time loop, with this postnatal universe operating and suppressing on instinct. How could it possibly deal with them? In the deepest part of the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, and at the same time, avatars from across the universe quickly approached him. Senior. Lin Yuan released the tomb spirit. Can you still merge the tomb into the depths of spacetime, just like it manifested before I arrived? Such means of merging with spacetime must be personally executed by His Majesty. The tomb spirit paused slightly and shook his head. Since you have come and inherited everything from His Majesty, even the tomb is now yours. Naturally it cannot be merged. What's wrong? Has some issue occurred? The tomb spirit also noticed that Lin Yuan's tone seemed a bit off. The two enemies of Your Majesty, Great Saint Hunxiao and Great Saint Jade Qilin have arrived, Lin Yuan immediately said. Those two? Tomb spirit's expression subtly changed. As the spirit created by Xuanwang, it inherited some memories and was aware of these two peerless great saints. Before His Majesty last attempted to ascend to the 13th tier, he had specifically sought them out, killed 39 of their physical bodies, and only stopped once the causal linkage was confirmed to have disappeared. Unexpectedly, they managed to endure it, Tomb Spirit said. Does this universe have any other exits? Lin Yuan immediately asked. I am just the Tomb Spirit, not the spirit of the universe, Tomb Spirit replied helplessly. Boon. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. He could feel two presences different from the Xuanwang universe rapidly occupying the surrounding time and space, and in an instant, covering more than half. Whether it was Lin Yuan or other great saints, upon entering the Xuanwang universe, they usually integrated their presence into the universe. However, these two presences were making themselves transcend the universe, even beginning to replace the laws and operations of the Xuanwang universe. Swish. Lin Yuan immediately stowed away the tomb spirit and simultaneously began communicating with the Eye of Myriad Laws. In no time, Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hunxiao descended into the deepest part of the universe. Did not expect its Xuanwang remnants. Great Saint Jade Qilin glanced at Lin Yuan and instantly recognized the aura indicating Lin Yuan practiced the evolutionary path of Xuanwang. From the time they entered the Xuanwang universe until now, the two peerless great saints had only spent 10 breaths, unaffected in the slightest by the time-space suppression within the Xuanwang universe. Two great saints. Lin Yuan spoke, with the exterior universe operating, resisting the oppression of the two peerless great saints. Interesting. Great Saint Hunxiao gazed down at Lin Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Throughout so many cosmic eras, we have eradicated many Xuanwang remnants. You are the most powerful of them. Buzz. At this moment, virtual air breath drew into shape, forming a giant eye. Hunxiao, Jade Qilin. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the two peerless great saints. He was reluctant to enter the Xuanwang universe, but it wasn't impossible for him to do so. Eye of Myriad Laws? What are you doing coming in? Great Saint Hunxiao appeared surprised. Perhaps other entities were unaware of their feud with Xuanwang's lineage, but the Eye of Myriad Laws certainly understood, so why bother joining at this moment? The galaxy has causation with our 10,000 Paths Pavilion, may I let him out? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke, rest assured. I can make him vow never to participate in anything related to Xuanwang's lineage in the future. Let him out. Great Saint Hunxiao looked at the Eye of No Laws, speaking blandly, Eye of Myriad Laws, you really want to meddle in everything. Other matters can be discussed, but not this one. Great Saint Jade Qilin directly said. Although Lin Yuan wasn't a peerless great saint, his strength was certainly at the pinnacle among Chaos great saints. Letting Lin Yuan go? It would absolutely be an unignorable hazard. We will not only refrain from letting him go, but we will also hunt all of his true bodies and avatars. Great Saint Hunxiao spoke. It was precisely because Xuanwang did not completely annihilate them that led to the insane revenge on Xuanwang's lineage by the two peerless great saints later. Now, Great Saint Hunxiao naturally wouldn't make the same mistake. Hunt all my true bodies and avatars? Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Originally, he intended to simply hand over his gains if there was truly no choice. After all, given Lin Yuan's growth speed, Great Saint Hunxiao and Great Saint Jade Qilin would at most just be temporary custodians. Once Lin Yuan breakthroughs to the Chaos Realm and possesses strength akin to an invincible great saint, he could easily retrieve it. But to hunt down all his true bodies and avatars? Do you really have to take things this far? The Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't anticipated the two peerless great saints to be this ruthless. The Eye of Myriad Laws, your creator, is a great time being. The Jade Qilin great saint looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. Precisely for this reason, you cannot intervene in the entanglements and causality within the chaos void, nor can you directly stop us. You can call in favors to have other supreme saints stop us, but for how long? The Jade Qilin great saint said with a smile. Throughout the long years, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion has helped many cultivators with great potential, a few of whom eventually became supreme saints. But to expect these supreme saints to oppose us because of past assistance? The Jade Qilin great saint didn't believe any supreme saint would do so. Moreover, the galaxy is now before us, and this physical body is doomed to annihilation. The Eye of Myriad Laws can at most prevent us from hunting down the true bodies of the galaxy. But only a supreme saint can stop me, and essentially, no supreme saint would do so. The Eye of Myriad Laws remained silent. Indeed it was so. It is a special existence related to the 13th stage, holding a transcendent position in the chaos void, with no supreme saint daring to provoke it willingly. Even the Zan Emperor and the Moyu Tower Master, such invincible great saints, would not dare to provoke it actively. But ultimately, it is not a true time being and cannot bring much intimidation to supreme saints. Supreme saints hold it in respect at most, not in fear. Leave. The great Saint Hunxiao spoke, also having no intention of thoroughly offending the Eye of Myriad Laws, but Lin Yuan, this remnant of the profound Xuanwang, would certainly not be let go. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if he cannot become a supreme saint in the future, he can easily pose a threat to their tribe when the two of them ascend to the 13th stage. The two supreme saints have lived through numerous cosmic eras, with relatives and friends mostly deceased, but their tribe remains. Jade Qilin, Hun Xiao, I will remember you. The Eye of Myriad Laws directly dissipated on the spot. At the same time, the star tier fragment world. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, I'm helpless. The Eye of Myriad Laws sighed, although before coming forward, it had predicted there was a high possibility that the two Supreme Saints would not heed its words. But truly facing this scene, the Eye of Myriad Laws still felt somewhat helpless. However, with me here, those two can only erase your physical body in the Xuanwang universe. As for all your true bodies and avatars, that's impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws said with a cold laugh. I know a few special mysterious places that can isolate causality and space-time. Besides me, no other beings, even invincible great saints, can enter. The Eye of Myriad Laws said, now prepare to bring along your tribe and friends, and I will transport you there. While the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot directly intervene in the chaos and causality within the chaos void, it can indirectly influence it. Like now, as the two Supreme Saints want to hunt down all Lin Yuan's true bodies and avatars, the Eye of Myriad Laws simply sends Lin Yuan to a place the two Supreme Saints cannot enter. Such that the two Supreme Saints are naturally helpless. Thank you, Lin Yuan said with a slight tone of gratitude. In fact, even without the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan had means to protect his primordial spirit avatars. The safest way is to place all the human civilization tribes into a micro-world and then descend into other dimensional worlds via the door of myriad worlds. As long as the human civilization within the micro-world doesn't come out, they won't notice the world's changes. When Lin Yuan grows powerful enough to sweep through those two Supreme Saints, he can naturally bring the human civilization back. However, this method involves different dimensions and perhaps risks exposing the door of myriad worlds. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan still prefers not to do so. So far, Lin Yuan has never let a second person contact the door of myriad worlds. No need to thank me. I'm also doing it for myself. The door of myriad worlds said, if you die at the hands of Jade Qilin and the others, wouldn't my previous efforts to spread the path of martial path evolution to you be in vain? The door of myriad worlds helped Lin Yuan with its own plans as well. One reason it held Lin Yuan in high regard, believing that as long as he continued growing smoothly, he would at least become an invincible great saint. The second is that the door of myriad worlds had already made many investments in Lin Yuan, and naturally could not watch those two Supreme Saints make a move against him idly. Xuanwang Universe. The Jade Qilin Great Saint and the Great Saint Hun Xiao looked down at Lin Yuan. I'm curious about what you've gained in this Xuanwang universe. Did the Zan Emperor leave anything concerning us? The Jade Qilin Great Saint said. Now the entire Xuanwang universe is under the control of the two Supreme Saints, so there is no rush. No. Lin Yuan observed the two Supreme Saints while speaking. Inside the Xuanwang Mausoleum, there are many murals depicting the great events of the Zan Emperor from obscurity to overlooking the entire chaos void. But throughout, Lin Yuan never saw any record concerning the Jade Qilin Great Saint or the Great Saint Hun Xiao. If it weren't for learning from the tomb spirit that the Zan Emperor wiped out 39 bodies of the two Supreme Saints before attempting to ascend to the 13th stage, Lin Yuan wouldn't even know the deeds of these two Supreme Saints. No, the Zan Emperor didn't leave any information on us? The Jade Qilin Great Saint's face turned ugly, and so did the Great Saint Hun Xiao beside him. The implication being that the Zan Emperor never regarded them highly. Upon realizing this, the aura of the two Supreme Saints began to ripple softly.
It's now. Lin Yuan stepped forward. The space-time around started to warp, specifically the profound Xuanwang's three great Tao protecting secret skills of space-time 9 steps.
Facing the two Supreme Saints, Lin Yuan had no intention of opposing them, but focused on escape instead. Space-time 9 steps? The Jade Qilin Great Saint shook his head slightly. We've hunted enough of the disciples of the profound Xuanwang tribe and long developed means to suppress such escape secret skills. Just as the words fell, Lin Yuan noticed the surrounding space-time beginning to change, and his grasp over time and space rapidly waned. Failed on the first step? Lin Yuan thought to himself, likewise looking up at the two Supreme Saints. If that's the case, then we'll fight to the death. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly burned with fighting spirit, and the universe around him began to whirl crazily. The The Jade Qilin Great Saint showed a somewhat astonished expression. Though not a supreme saint, on account of the personal domain, he can compel the Great Tao's rules to retreat. Impressive. I increasingly want to kill you. The Great Saint Hunxiao's tone gradually turned icy. The more formidable Lin Yuan seemed, the stronger their desire to kill him grew. Rumbling sounds. In the next moment, the Great Saint Hunxiao decisively acted, slapping at the universe around Lin Yuan. Outside the Xuanwang universe, in the twisted space-time, the Eye of Myriad Laws and several other special existences still had not left. Myriad Laws, what did you go in there for just now? The broken long blade glanced at the Eye of Myriad Laws. The Eye of Myriad Laws had split a trace of power into the Xuanwang universe, and they naturally noticed it. Nothing in particular, just wanted to take someone away. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. Take someone away? The broken long blade said, rejected by Hunxiao and the others? Yes. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Humph. Ants doomed to be trapped in a time loop, they can only show off their might now. The broken long blade shook its head. As an existence similar to the Eye of Myriad Laws, it naturally stood in opposition to the invincible Great Saint. Huh? Just then, the nearby ancient altar spirit was slightly surprised. Is there a fight inside? At this moment within the Xuanwang universe, vast space-time fluctuations faintly spread, like two prehistoric behemoths trembling in deep waters, causing the water surface to become unsteady. Deep within the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan exerted all his might to activate the cosmos outside his body, contending with Great Saint Hunxiao. Combining the devouring of the fierce sun's origin, along with mastering the second level of infinite void, and the enhancement of refining the dark sky heart, Lin Yuan's internal cosmos was already stronger than that of a normal invincible Great Saint. But the means of an invincible Great Saint are by no means limited to the internal cosmos, let alone Great Saint Hunxiao, who is not just any invincible Great Saint. Not a match. Lin Yuan's heart was heavy. Although at this moment he barely contended with Great Saint Hunxiao, Lin Yuan knew it was only temporary. As time passed, he would inevitably be suppressed by this invincible Great Saint. Detonate the external cosmos? Lin Yuan thought of this method, simultaneously glancing at the other invincible Great Saint, Jade Qilin Great Saint. No great hope in his heart. With only Great Saint Hunxiao here, suddenly detonating the external cosmos might indeed create a chance to escape. But beside Great Saint Hunxiao, there was also Jade Qilin Great Saint. Under the pressure of two invincible Great Saints, even detonating the external cosmos would hardly offer a chance to escape. Even if I lose this body, I'll shatter all treasures and rare wonders in the end. Lin Yuan made up his mind. He couldn't destroy Great Saint level weapons temporarily, but treasures and rare wonders, those he could annihilate. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. Within his internal cosmos, the Xuanwang mausoleum was suspended, and the tomb spirit appeared. Can you withstand Hunxiao and Jade Qilin? The tomb spirit asked. Probably not, Lin Yuan said truthfully. If not for Great Saint Hunxiao being unwilling to pay any price during his suppression, he would probably already be at a disadvantage. Alas! The tomb spirit fell silent. Once Lin Yuan couldn't resist, everything in the Xuanwang universe would fall into the hands of Xuanwang's enemies. Especially the three personal weapons of His Majesty and that one bead. That bead. You should crush it. The tomb spirit said bitterly, as if it had made a certain decision. Crush that bead? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Wouldn't that summon the treasure His Majesty obtained? Lin Yuan remembered the tomb spirit's words. Once that Xuanwang bead was crushed, the treasure obtained by His Majesty from the dimensional rift would be acquired. Even risking an early impact on the 13th stage to preserve that treasure. No matter, just crush it directly. After saying this, the tomb spirit vanished from its place. The outside world. Lin Yuan's expression was puzzled. But since the tomb spirit said so, he wouldn't hesitate, and directly took out that Xuanwang bead. The bead was round, with a Xuanwang color inside, surrounded by a faint aura of time. Swish! The Xuanwang bead appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. What is that? Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint also saw this scene, and upon seeing the Xuanwang bead, they vaguely sensed something. The next moment, Lin Yuan held the Xuanwang bead, applying gentle pressure. Crack! The bead was crushed with a crisp sound. Time seemed to come to a halt. The instant the Xuanwang bead was crushed, threads of the power of time began to gather. Space-time gradually manifested scene after scene, finally forming a loop, repeating endlessly like a cycle. In the scenes was an incomparably majestic heavenly court, with grand immortal palaces and lofty jade towers. In the highest divine hall, a man sat on the throne. The man rested his head on his right hand, appearing to be in slumber. But at the instant the Xuanwang bead was crushed, this man seemed to sense something, slowly opening his closed eyes. Buzz! The man vanished soundlessly from the throne. Xuanwang Universe. Beside Lin Yuan, at some unknown time, a robust and majestic man appeared. The man was enveloped in golden light, perhaps the most emperorial of all the mighty great saints who had arisen across countless cosmic eras and myriad cosmic eras in the chaos void. He stood quietly by Lin Yuan's side, hands held behind his back, without looking at Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, but instead cast a glance at Lin Yuan. You, Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint trembled with terror, nearly turning to flee. Outside Xuanwang Universe, the minds of many chaos venerables were shaken, and it took them a while to regain their composure. Just now, did a supreme great saint enter? A single thought forms the void, replacing the rules of the chaos void. It must be a supreme great saint. Only a supreme great saint can form a new void rule and path in an instant. Ah, a supreme great saint. The chaos venerables quickly conversed and discussed. The chaos evolution power foundation of a supreme great saint is hefty enough to bear numerous rules and paths of the chaos void, which makes forming new rules possible. Becoming a supreme great saint, strength is secondary. It further signifies that the path one's taking is broad enough. Although there are myriad paths, all leading to the same destination, the paths have no differences in rank. But a muddy trail compared to a heavenly path. Even if both can reach the end, the processes are vastly different. Simply said, for a chaos great saint to become a supreme great saint, it is unrelated to talent and aptitude. It depends on whether the path of strength one walks is hefty and wide. Why did the Eye of Myriad Laws immediately perceive that Lin Yuan could become a supreme great saint upon detecting the evolution path Lin Yuan let it spread, originating from the branch of his own evolution path? It's because the martial arts evolution road can branch out so many paths at the path-splitting realm stage, even reaching paths with potential at the chaos realm. One can imagine how broad and weighty the martial arts evolution road itself is. Such an evolution path, as long as it grows smoothly, becoming a supreme great saint is inevitable. Were two supreme great saints here just now? Two supreme great saints? The chaos venerables quickly communicated. Some venerable caught a fleeting glimpse of two vague figures arriving instantaneously from distant space-time. Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint never intended to enter the Xuanwang universe quietly. As supreme great saints, they should roam freely in the chaos void. How could they sneak around? Therefore, they never concealed themselves, but even so, most chaos venerables couldn't even lift their heads under the pressure of supreme great saints. Only a few saw their vague forms. Did both supreme great saints enter this postnatal universe? It seems this postnatal universe truly has a significant background. Whether it has a significant background, I'm not concerned as it has nothing to do with me. Indeed, just that Galaxy Saint is rather unfortunate. The Chaos Venerables suddenly thought of the situation within the Xuanwang universe. Since suppressing Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and the other 8 Chaos Great Saints, this postnatal universe was completely occupied by Galaxy Great Saint. With the combat power Galaxy Great Saint displayed, other Chaos Great Saints dared not enter. As for the Chaos Venerables originally inside, Galaxy Great Saint didn't expel them. But these Chaos Venerables knew their limits, only daring to wander around the outer regions of the Xuanwang universe. Simply put, this postnatal universe has already become Galaxy Great Saint's backyard. But now, the arrival of 2 Supreme Great Saints has completely disrupted this scenario. Galaxy Great Saint is strong, his domain world could make numerous rules and paths retreat, but after the decision of several Chaos Great Saints, Galaxy Great Saint ultimately did not reach the level of Supreme Great Saint. In this situation, with two supreme great saints entering, the conclusion for Galaxy Great Saint within the universe is almost predictable. If lucky and those two supreme great saints are in a good mood, he might leave alive, but the gains from this trip within the universe would surely have to be surrendered. If unlucky, just like Galaxy Great Saint treated Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, suppressed by two supreme great saints, exchanging with ransom. If even unluckier, if detested by the two supreme great saints, there's a chance of directly facing death. The stature of supreme great saints is too high, they don't care much about ransom. Distant void domain. Wild Barbarian Great Saint saw many friends, none willing to step in to assist him in negotiating with Galaxy Great Saint. At that moment, Wild Barbarian Great Saint received news. Two supreme great saints entered that postnatal universe too? Upon hearing this, Wild Barbarian Great Saint's expression was not of joy but fear. His main battle body was in the hands of Galaxy Great Saint in the Xuanwang universe, so he was very concerned about information from that area, immediately being aware of the two supreme great saints' arrival. Things have become complicated. Wild Barbarian Great Saint's brows knitted tightly. The exchange for his main battle body in the hands of Lin Yuan required a high price, but at least that price was determined. For instance, Wild Barbarian Great Saint only needed to gather 10 billion Chaos Stones to regain his main battle body. This is what Galaxy Great Saint agreed to. Such a mighty existence generally would not be untrustworthy. But now with two additional Supreme Great Saints? It's beyond Wild Barbarian Great Saint's control. With two Supreme Great Saints entering the postnatal universe, Galaxy Great Saint should be suppressed, meaning the main battle bodies of these Chaos Great Saints fall into the hands of the two Supreme Great Saints. Galaxy Great Saint was willing to exchange their main battle bodies for 10 billion Chaos Stones, doesn't mean the two Supreme Great Saints would do the same. Galaxy Great Saint, you must escape. Wild Barbarian Great Saint gazed towards the Xuanwang universe, silently pondering. He inexplicably hoped that Galaxy Great Saint, who suppressed his main battle body, could escape from the hands of those two Supreme Great Saints. Not only Wild Barbarian Great Saint, but Black Light Great Saint, Tian Lu Great Saint also felt uneasy. The entrance of Supreme Great Saints made the situation increasingly complex. Originally, one only needed to hand over the corresponding number of Chaos Stones to safely exchange back the main battle body. But now, who knows what further price needs to be paid? The two unparalleled Great Saints, the dual origin Great Saint, who had already reached another void domain, was slightly taken aback, then immediately felt a sense of relief. Galactic Great Saint, it seems I have to thank you. The dual origin Great Saint thought to himself. If it weren't for the Galactic Great Saint, he would still be exploring within the Xuanwang universe at this moment. At this time, with the entry of the two unparalleled Great Saints, what could his dual origin outcome be? The dual origin Great Saint barely escaped from Lin Yuan's grasp after a desperate fight. But facing the unparalleled Great Saints, no matter how much he struggled for his life, he couldn't escape. By then, his fate would certainly be much worse than it is now. This Galactic Great Saint, to persist for so long in front of Hunxiao? Remarkable? I reckon Hunxiao was unwilling to pay the price and wanted to suppress the Galactic Great Saint without loss. Even so, it's very rare, as the Galactic Great Saint doesn't even possess the power of chaos evolution. The Broken Blade, the Ancient Altar Spirit, the Eye of Myriad Laws, and several other special beings were observing the situation within the Xuanwang universe. At the level of an unparalleled Great Saint, the formation of an independent void world makes it impossible for these special beings to forcibly penetrate for observation. But based on the faint time-space fluctuations transmitted, many things could be inferred. These special beings have experienced one cosmic era after another, possessing keen vision and can deduce many conclusions from subtle hints. At this moment, the entire Xuanwang universe froze completely. This freezing involved not only space but also time. If the previous Xuanwang universe was a stream of flowing water, then at this moment, the Xuanwang universe had solidified from flowing water to a solid. All power fluctuations and aura rules were completely silenced, unable to be transmitted in the slightest. What is this? The special beings like the Broken Blade and the Ancient Altar Spirit suddenly had a change in expression, and a common thought surged in their hearts. Xuanwang, a majestic and towering man stood in midair, without emitting any aura. But since his appearance, inexplicable changes began in the Xuanwang universe. The Grand Road rules started boiling, and the rules initially oppressed by the Great Saint Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint rapidly counter-pressed. Compared to the changes in the Xuanwang universe, Great Saint Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint paid no attention. The gazes of the two unparalleled Great Saints were fixed on the majestic and towering man, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene, like the sudden appearance of someone who absolutely should not have appeared. Xuanwang, weren't you advancing to the 13th stage? Great Saint Hun Xiao was on high alert, his voice trembling. He was certain that the majestic and towering man before him was not some kind of imprint consciousness but Xuanwang himself, the invincible Great Saint who, over 30 million cosmic eras ago, had the power to sweep away other unparalleled Great Saints. Back when Xuanwang was advancing towards the 13th stage, to eliminate potential threats, he specifically hunted down a batch of unparalleled Great Saints, among whom were Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin. In the end, Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin, being left with no choice, opted for reincarnation to escape Xuanwang's hunt. The Chaos Realm allows for reincarnation, and a Great Saint who achieves perfection in the Chaos Realm can retain some memories post-reincarnation, with an unparalleled Great Saint retaining even more. However, even if all memories are retained, what of it? After reincarnation, it is the weakest period for any Great Saint. If reincarnated into a strong species, it's still manageable, but if reincarnated into a fragile species, it becomes perilous. Reincarnation in the Chaos Realm, whether for ordinary beings or unparalleled Great Saints, is random, leaving no choice in the reincarnation target. In the boundless chaos void, primordial universes, secret realms, and the weak, fragile species make up 99%, with the strong species being few. This means that unless unbelievably lucky, even an unparalleled Great Saint is likely to reincarnate into a low starting point. With such a low start, even possessing partial memory, survival is still difficult if trapped in a desperate and perilous situation. Once the reincarnated body dies, a second reincarnation will occur, and the memories retained during the second reincarnation will become negligible, making the hope of returning as a Great Saint even more remote. At the Chaos Great Saint level, especially the Absolute Great Saints, their paths are vast and profound, holding hope of becoming a time life. If not absolutely necessary, they would never choose reincarnation. Have you crossed into the 13th layer? Beside him, Jade Qilin Great Saint was shaken. The first thought in his mind when he heard Xuanwang slipped out of the time loop was that he had crossed into the 13th layer. No, you have not crossed into the 13th layer. The birth of every time life causes a vibration in the space-time layer of the chaos void, and he will certainly become aware of it. Jade Qilin Great Saint felt an immense terror in his heart, but still managed to maintain basic rationality. For life in the chaos void, when crossing from the 11th to the 12th layer, they will endure the infusion of the chaos void origin. And when crossing from the 12th to the 13th layer, it is the same, but the shock caused far exceeds the former. Right, you have not crossed into the 13th layer. Great Saint Hun Xiao also realized, and they looked at the majestic and formidable man not far away. For over 30 million cosmic eras, this man has become their heart demon. The two absolute Great Saints dared not challenge the 13th layer, and they sought to erase the traces of the profound Xuanwang lineage to minimize the heart demon's influence on them. So many cosmic eras have passed, and you two wastes have still not changed. The majestic and great man smiled and muttered to himself. Xuanwang. Lin Yuan also looked at the majestic and great man beside him, his heart rippling. Xuanwang? Is that Xuanwang, the founder of the profound Xuanwang lineage? Even though not an invincible Great Saint, yet not the slightest bit weaker than an invincible Great Saint's absolute Great Saint? Lin Yuan was filled with countless thoughts. Since stepping into the 9th layer and entering the Xuanwang secret realm, he had heard of this sovereign Xuanwang, and in the universe of his homeland, the legacy of the profound Xuanwang line had played a significant role for him. And now, has he actually met the true sovereign Xuanwang? Crushing that bead will summon sovereign Xuanwang? Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, but a greater doubt arose in his heart. If so, why did the tomb spirit advise him as much as possible not to crush it? Great Saint Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint's expressions were gloomy. Though still terrified, when they heard Xuanwang refer to them as waste. their eyes clouded as if they returned to over 30 million cosmic eras ago. At that time, they were also absolute great saints, supposedly dominating the chaos void, ultimately consolidating everything to impact the 13th layer. But in that era, Xuanwang, this monster, was born, who was born nothing more than an ant-like life nurtured by the natural universe. In terms of inheritance, Xuanwang had no elders to rely on. Yet this ant quickly grew to the Chaos Realm perfection, absolute great saint. Great Saint Hunxiao, Jade Qilin Great Saint, and many other absolute great saints of that era basically lived under Xuanwang's shadow. Xuanwang, over 30 million cosmic eras have passed, Jade Qilin and I underwent one reincarnation, returning to the peak, much stronger than before. Great Saint Hunxiao's voice grew louder, resonating across spacetime. Jade Qilin Great Saint was the same, his eyes quickly calmed down. Is that so? The majestic great man smiled slightly, then lifted his right hand behind him. Escape. Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, like startled birds, fled towards the entrance without hesitation. At this moment, Xuanwang universe integrated into one. They could not tear the surrounding space-time, and only hope of escape lay at the entrance. Inner universe. Inside the tomb spirit sat there, looking downcast, softly whispering, "Your Majesty." Even though 30 million cosmic eras can't break through the time cycle, the hope of stepping into the 13th layer will be very slim, but however slim, it is still hope, and in the distant future, there might be changes. Even without changes, but falling into the time cycle, you are still alive. As long as you are alive, there is hope, there is hope. The eyes of the tomb spirit lowered, faint crystal tears rolled down. But why give up this hope? Why give up? The tomb spirit's body trembled violently. Escape! 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 Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint burned their physical and soul origins, hoping to distance themselves from that towering and powerful man. Swoosh! Time and space turned into a prison. Xuanwang Qi suffused, trapping the two supreme great saints within. Xuanwang, Great Saint Hunxiao roared. The time and space around him exploded in surges, trying to disperse the Xuanwang prison, but unable to shake it even slightly. Jade Qilin Great Saint looked grave. He glanced not far away. Now they had returned to their original place. Xuanwang stood there quietly, gazing at them indifferently, as if overlooking them from above. Xuanwang, you haven't stepped into the 13th layer yet. Forcibly break out of the time loop, you're courting death. Jade Qilin Great Saint said solemnly, staring fixedly at the towering, powerful man. The towering, powerful man said nothing, his expression calm, flipping his raised right hand. Immediately, the Xuanwang cage trapping the two supreme great saints began to collapse, and within it, Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint also started to collapse. Last time you survived, this time you won't. The towering, powerful man's gaze fixed. Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint struggled desperately but still turned to dust within 2 or 3 breaths. Their bodies and soul bodies within their universes all disintegrated to dust. Dead? Not far away. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. 2 supreme great saints, just like that, dead? Lin Yuan had fought against Great Saint Hunxiao, knowing well the strength of this supreme great saint, far surpassing his own, willing to pay the price. He could completely suppress him in a short time. But this supreme great saint could not last 2 or 3 breaths against Xuanwang's hand. Nor could Jade Qilin Great Saint, who was no weaker than Great Saint Hunxiao. 2 supreme great saints, in Lin Yuan's hands, seemed like those chaos venerables in front of him? Without any ability to resist? The strength of an invincible great saint? Is it so much stronger than a supreme great saint? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. He also concluded Xuanwang hadn't stepped into the 13th layer, still at the 12th, but this strength was too strong. Supreme great saints of the same level were like ants. No, an invincible great saint shouldn't be this strong. Lin Yuan was certain in his heart. Invincible great saints were indeed stronger than supreme great saints, able to sweep the ladder, but the difference in strength couldn't be this vast. Is it because of the time loop? Lin Yuan looked at the towering, powerful man. At this moment Xuanwang's state was very strange, between the 12th and 13th layer. Neither having stepped into the 13th layer nor surpassed the 12-layer category. After Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint were completely annihilated. The towering, powerful man retracted his right hand, glanced at Lin Yuan, and said with a smile, "I'll go deal with some hidden dangers, I'll be back soon." "All right." Lin Yuan nodded, looking at the towering, powerful man disappearing from the original place. Outside the Xuanwang universe, the Chaos Venerables didn't know what had happened within the universe, still discussing the scene of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint entering. In the distance, several special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws had a solemn expression. At this moment, the towering, powerful man appeared at the entrance of the universe. In a daze, the Xuanwang universe behind him started to spread infinitely, encompassing the four directions of time-space, chaos void. Who is that? Why did he come out? Where are the two supreme great saints? Many Chaos Venerables were still confused, not reacting. "Indeed, it is Xuanwang," the long knife broken in two said in a low voice, even though it was already certain, 3 million cosmic eras ago. The Xuanwang who attempted the 13th layer reappeared. Seeing it in person now still made its heart a bit unsettled. As a special existence, they had witnessed too much, even personally experienced the birth of 13th layer time life. But to forcibly break out of the time loop, it was very rare. 1. It was extremely difficult, and 2. The cost was too high. The forcible breakout here was not a normal breakthrough of the time loop constraint, but to break out in another way. "Xuanwang, I didn't expect the heart demon effect was so great." The Eye of Myriad Laws sighed. He had told Lin Yuan before that Xuanwang's chance to break the time loop was very low because this supreme great saint's heart demon was just too heavy. Now it seems, indeed so. Chaos Void. The towering, powerful man appeared outside the Xuanwang universe, took a deep breath. In an instant, the chaos chi of several void domains around him, along with the thin chaos chi of the desolate void, was completely swallowed into his mouth. The towering, powerful man glanced at the positions of several special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws, did not pay much attention, but extended his right hand. "Sword, come to me." Xuanwang chi gathered, forming the shadow of a long sword. The long sword was similar to the sword of the Xuanwang that Lin Yuan obtained, but in a phantom state. Even so, an unprecedented sharpness condensed within the phantom long sword. Slash! The towering, powerful man slashed two swords deep into the chaos void. A highly secretive void secret realm. Great Saint Hunxiao looked solemn, gazing distantly in a certain direction, and murmured, "Xuanwang." As a peerless great saint who had lived through tens of millions of cosmic eras, Great Saint Hunxiao naturally had many means of self-preservation, having 4 true bodies and as many as 58 avatars. 4 true bodies and 58 avatars. As long as one was alive, Great Saint Hunxiao could quickly recover. As for the means of self-preservation, in the boundless chaos void, Great Saint Hunxiao had left countless means for survival. Should all true bodies and avatars perish, the self-preservation means would be triggered, allowing for a resurrection. 30 million cosmic eras ago, you killed all my true bodies and broke my many survival methods, and I had no choice but to reincarnate. But now, can you still force me into reincarnation? Great Saint Hunxiao sat there quietly. At this moment, a sword light came slashing towards Great Saint Hunxiao through the causal time-space. What? Before Great Saint Hunxiao could react, his flesh and soul were quickly annihilated under the sword light. At the same time, the third true body of Great Saint Hunxiao, located deep in a spatial temporal maze, was likewise obliterated by a sword light. The fourth true body was slashed. The first avatar hidden deep within the Taiyuan ruins was slashed. The second avatar hiding in a special place was slashed. The third avatar within a mysterious space was slashed. At the same instant, all 3 of Great Saint Hunxiao's true bodies and 58 avatars were completely slashed. In the boundless chaos void, the many survival means left behind by Great Saint Hunxiao were similarly met with sword light and annihilated. As Great Saint Hunxiao's true bodies, avatars, and survival methods were extinguished. The same fate befell Jade Qilin Great Saint, whose many true bodies and survival methods were equally slashed and annihilated under the causal time-space sword lights with no resistance. What happened? This type of causal time-space fluctuation. Who is it? Xuanwang. The disappearance of the 2 peerless great saints from causality and their complete fall immediately alarmed the ancient great saints within the chaos void. Many peerless great saints, who were in seclusion, preparing for the final breakthrough to the 13th level, were stirred. That aura, is it Xuanwang, His Excellency Xuanwang? The peerless great saint ruling over tens of thousands of void domains? Wasn't it said he was breaking through to the 13th level? Some ancient peerless great saints, even if they were not from the same era as His Excellency Xuanwang, had heard of this peerless great saint, and now were extremely shocked. In the long history of the Chaos Void, there indeed had been instances where peerless great saints fell, but those were during highly unusual times, and the fallen great saints only perished after numerous fierce battles. And whether they truly fell, no one knew, because, at the last moment, a peerless great saint could still reincarnate. Once reincarnated, a peerless great saint would lose all, including their flesh and soul, but would also completely sever their own causality. Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had used this method to escape Xuanwang's pursuit. But now, their causal ties disappeared far too quickly. Xuanwang is clearing the accounts, clearing out all the great saints opposing the profound Xuanwang lineage. Numerous peerless great saints were tremendously shocked but didn't dare to step forward. Even 30 million cosmic eras ago, Xuanwang had the strength of an invincible great saint, and with enough time, would gain the recognition of all peerless great saints. The strength shown now far exceeded the scope of a normal peerless great saint. At this moment, no peerless great saint dared to stand out. Outside the Xuanwang universe, a tall and mighty man sensed carefully and slashed out another 3 swords. After 3 swords, the causal ties of 3 more ancient peerless great saints vanished completely, unable even to reincarnate. In fact, even over 30 million cosmic eras ago, the reincarnation of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had been Xuanwang's doing, leaving them no retreat, with all true bodies and avatars annihilated, forcing them to reincarnate. Now, with merely one true body slashed, Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint weren't yet at the end of their roads and naturally didn't reincarnate immediately. Who could have thought that the sword from the tall and mighty man would wield such terrifying power, instantly annihilating all true bodies, avatars, and survival methods? After 5 sword strikes, the longsword in the hands of the tall and mighty man dissipated, and he immediately turned and stepped into the Xuanwang universe. Deep within the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan looked grave. The causal ties of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint have completely vanished, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Having battled these 2 great saints, causality naturally arose, allowing Lin Yuan to determine whether they still existed through the causal ties. Of course, it was only possible to determine their existence. With Lin Yuan's current mastery of causality, he couldn't yet lock onto the location coordinates of the 2 peerless great saints. After all, the 2 peerless great saints would intentionally obscure their own causality. Failing to lock onto their locations through causality, however, still allowed him to determine whether they were alive by the existence of causality. Now the causal ties of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had vanished utterly, as if wiped from existence. As Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out, the tall and mighty man appeared not far away, stepping astride to stand before Lin Yuan. "I know you have many questions." The tall and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you." After speaking, the tall and mighty man paused for a moment, then added, "Before I vanish." The towering and mighty man's tone was calm. No intimidating aura emanated. If Lin Yuan hadn't clearly sensed the complete disappearance of the causal traces of Great Saints Hunxiao and Jade Qilin, he might have thought this was just an ordinary life form. Annihilation? Lin Yuan thought about the last words of the Xuanwang. "Before I vanish, let's discuss this last." The towering and mighty man waved his hand, and the time and space around them shifted, bringing them to a palace. Lin Yuan glanced around and immediately noticed the 2 ancient symbols at the top of the palace. Xuanwang. Although he didn't know what the symbols meant, he understood them the moment he saw them. Zanhuang Hall? Is this the Zanhuang Hall? Lin Yuan pondered. Among the many areas on the animal hide map, the Zanhuang Hall ranked just below the tomb. However, the animal hide map described the Zanhuang Hall as existing deep in time and space, making it very hard to find. Whoosh! Following the towering and mighty man into the Zanhuang Hall, Lin Yuan paused in front of a jade table. The towering and mighty man sat down to the side, smiling at Lin Yuan. "Please sit." Yes. Lin Yuan obediently complied. Without a doubt, the towering and mighty man before him was the strongest life form Lin Yuan had ever seen. Whether in the chaos void or in the source world of the fierce sun ancient country, he was the strongest life form beneath the 13th step. Even a great saint couldn't resist being instantly slain, their life-saving means utterly cut off. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if the towering and mighty man harbored any murderous intent towards him, all traces he left in this chaos void would likely be forcibly erased. "I suppose you already know who I am," the towering and mighty man said with a smile. "Your Majesty," Lin Yuan nodded. The moment the towering and mighty man appeared, the origin source of the Xuanwang universe condensed into one. Aside from the Xuanwang, who personally created this postnatal universe, no one else could achieve this. Moreover, great saints Han Xiao and Jade Qilin also recognized the identity of the towering and mighty man, fleeing without daring to resist, yet ultimately failing to escape. Ha ha ha. The towering and mighty man laughed. "In the era I belong to, in terms of innate talent and growth speed, even the marvelous lifeforms birthed by the chaos void were far inferior to me." Saying this, he glanced at Lin Yuan and sighed slightly, "But compared to you, I was quite ordinary." The moment of re-entering the Xuanwang universe, all the events that occurred over more than 3 million cosmic eras in this postnatal universe flooded into the towering and mighty man's mind. Coupled with his current state, he could see many secrets on Lin Yuan's body, such as his life level still being in the Master Realm and his unparalleled cosmic foundation. "Your Majesty is anything but ordinary," Lin Yuan said immediately. To eliminate two great saints with just a lift of a hand, even Lin Yuan wouldn't dare claim he could do the same after entering the Chaos Realm. So far, Lin Yuan's Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji had yet to take form, its potency unknown, leaving him uncertain. "My current state is special, hence the ability to thoroughly slay great saints. Normally, it wouldn't be possible," the towering and mighty man laughed, "when I was in the Master Realm. Forget contending with great saints. Even facing ordinary sovereigns, I could only flee in panic." Lin Yuan listened obediently. In truth, the towering and mighty man's implication was that he could preserve his life in the presence of sovereigns while in the Master Realm. This was already rare, given that Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, descending upon numerous dimensional worlds, and mastering a 13th step inheritance had only barely achieved so much. For other lifeforms, such an achievement was almost impossible to replicate. "Special state?" Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man. "Yes. You should also be aware that I have long attempted to reach the 13th step, becoming trapped in a time loop," the towering and mighty man said. "But now, I have broken free from the temporal loop's restraints. This escape wasn't a normal breakthrough but a forcible disengagement. Hence it won't last, and I will soon vanish." Lin Yuan listened. He recalled how the Eye of Myriad Laws once told him that those stuck in the time loops at 12th step perfection could indeed force their way out, as long as an anchor point was left in the outside world to be activated at a certain time. The 12th step perfectionists trapped in time loops could then lock onto the anchor point and forcibly break free from the time loop. Yet, such actions were something hardly any 12th step perfectionists would choose to do. Firstly, the difficulty was too high. Time loops were isolated from the chaos void, and possessing an external anchor didn't guarantee escape. One required the power to shake the world of the time loop. Generally, those 12th step perfectionists possessed such power to hope for breaking through the time loop, negating the need for forcible escape. Secondly, forcibly breaking out of the time loop defies the supreme laws of the chaos void's operation. Even upon returning to the chaos void, one would perpetually suffer backlash from the entire chaos void. Lifeforms below the 13th step can hardly withstand it for long and will eventually vanish entirely. "Why did your Majesty choose to escape the time loop?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Clearly, the Xuanwang bead left to him by the tomb spirit was the anchor point the towering and mighty man placed outside. Just crushing it allowed the towering and mighty man within the time loop world to lock onto it, thereby escaping. Yet Lin Yuan couldn't understand why the towering and mighty man would do such a thing. The tomb spirit mentioned that after acquiring the Xuanwang bead, Lin Yuan could immediately crush it. However, the tomb spirit did not wish for Lin Yuan to crush it himself. The former was clearly the Zan Emperor's intention, while the latter was the tomb spirit's own thought. The tomb spirit also understood what crushing the Xuanwang bead meant. But why did the Zan emperor leave this command? Is it because he knew of the threat Lin Yuan faced from two unparalleled great saints? Not to mention how the Zan emperor knew about events taking place over 30 million cosmic eras later. Even if he did know, there was no need to act this way. For a successor from who knows how many generations later, to completely give up his hope of breaking into the 13th layer, and have all traces of his existence erased? It makes no sense at all. Back when the profound Xuanwang line was destroyed, countless members and disciples of the profound Xuanwang line were hunted down. Yet there was no sign of Xuanwang breaking the time loop, so why did 30 million cosmic eras later? Don't overthink it, I chose to forcibly break the time loop, not for you, but for. The towering and mighty man's gaze drifted as if reminded of something. I don't want to break the time loop. Don't want to break the time loop? Lin Yuan was stunned. Could that really be the reason? Actually, the time loop that traps me isn't hard to break. All I need to do is forget my sister disciple. The towering and mighty man spoke with a distant look. It's just that. Forget my sister disciple? I don't wish to. Over 30 million cosmic eras, I've had my memories erased over and over within the time loop, yet I still don't wish to. Lin Yuan listened but didn't ask who the sister disciple was. I forgot to introduce my sister disciple to you. The towering and mighty man said, I was born in a tribe, lost my parents at an early age, suffered greatly, almost starved to death many times. Actually, starving to death wasn't the scariest part, but being eaten as food. Later, I left the tribe, wanting to find a way to survive in the outside world, but not only did I not find anything, I was captured by some evil cultivator who intended to use my essence and soul to refine a cultivation method. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man, following the murals on the tomb walls. The Zan emperor should have originated from some innate universe, born in low status with harsh surroundings. Later, I met my sister disciple, who was a disciple of the Qingshan sect. Hearing of this evil cultivator's actions, she planned to exterminate the demonic path and killed that evil cultivator, saving me. The towering and mighty man recalled. I still remember the first words my sister disciple said to me, "Little beggar, don't be afraid, that big demon is already dead, you're alive now." I imagined if my sister disciple had come a little later, I might have died. The towering and mighty man continued. Later, she took me back to the Qingshan sect, and after testing, found my aptitude to be quite good, so I entered, becoming her junior brother. My sister disciple was truly kind. She didn't mind my filth or smell, actively performed marrow cleansing on me, helped me transform, and taught me many things about cultivation. Lin Yuan listened. From then on, I vowed to repay my sister disciple well, to prevent anyone from bullying her. As I continued to cultivate, my aptitude and talent grew stronger, quickly becoming the strongest in the Qingshan sect, leading it to become the most powerful force in that universe. Later, I also became Tao companions with my sister disciple. That day was the happiest of my life. Finally, I broke through the 12 tiers, and with my help, my sister disciple also ascended to the 12 tiers. We endured the cosmic cataclysm together and entered the chaos void. As the towering and mighty man spoke, his tone turned cold. Upon entering the chaos void, we encountered a dominator-class plunderer. I wasn't a match for them, and my sister disciple, to ensure my survival, didn't hesitate to burn her soul, essence, blood, and spirit, resulting in both her true form and avatars igniting, barely managing to hold off that plunderer. The towering and mighty man's expression was one of forlorn loss. Though I survived, my sister disciple did not. I inquired everywhere, discovering that 12-tier beings were free from the shackles of the river of time and could only be resurrected by becoming a 13th layer time being. So I began pursuing becoming a time being. It's laughable to say, at the time I was just at the peak of the path-splitting realm, not even at the chaos realm, yet I fancied myself capable of becoming a time being? The towering and mighty man suddenly laughed. However, after entering the chaos void, I found my physique and bloodline to be very unique. Under the nurturing environment of the chaos void, they completely revealed their true potential, making me stronger and stronger, easily becoming a domination sovereign, great saint. At the perfection of the chaos realm, I established the profound Xuanwang lineage and founded the Xuanwang kingdom, ruling over the territory, slaughtering all plunderers, partly to avenge my sister disciple, but unfortunately, the plunderer we encountered back then was long dead. The towering and mighty man smiled softly. Upon becoming an unparalleled great saint, I considered how to advance to the 13th layer, visiting many special beings of the chaos void at that time. Those special beings said my heart demon was too heavy, that my sister disciple influenced me too much, and that under such circumstances, the time loop I was trapped in would be extremely difficult to traverse. The towering and mighty man sneered, but those special beings were born strong, standing loftily above, knowing nothing of my experiences. Without my sister disciple, I'd have died long ago. My sister disciple was never my heart demon, but my sole reason to grow stronger. Lin Yuan nodded. Many of the lofty spectacle beings had shallow emotions, utterly self-serving. Though I don't consider my sister disciple to be my heart demon, I understand her position in my heart. The time loop I may face in the attempt to break into the 13th layer will likely involve her. Later, I accidentally entered an interdimensional gap and there obtained a supreme treasure. This treasure was difficult to suppress with my power alone, and could only be veiled using the power of the time loop. At that time, my realm's strength had already reached its peak, already having the invincible strength of a great saint. Despite not being recognized by other unparalleled great saints, I didn't want to wait any longer. With the help of that treasure, my chances of breaking the time loop were somewhat higher. The longer the delay, should the matter of this treasure leak, other unparalleled great saints would undoubtedly seize it at any cost, and it might even attract the attention of genuine time beings. The towering and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan. Before striking for the 13th layer, I left many arrangements, one of which was that Xuanwang pearl, containing a trace of the treasure's aura, and should it be crushed, the leakage of the aura would resonate with the treasure's body. And that treasure had been taken by me into the time loop world, any disturbance informed to me, serving as an anchor point to forcibly break the time loop. At the time, I thought that if 30 million cosmic eras passed and I had not broken the time loop, there might be no possibility of advancing to the 13th layer, hence leaving the command for the Xuanwang pearl to be crushed after 30 million cosmic eras. Moreover, crushing the Xuanwang pearl would only remind me whether or not to forcibly break the time loop would still depend on me. I see. Lin Yuan realized, looking pensive. As for the time loop I experienced, to genuinely break through, one must completely forget the sister disciple. Isn't it ironic that my stepping into the 13th layer is to resurrect my sister disciple, but now the precondition for stepping into the 13th layer is to forget her? If I forget her, what is the point of my stepping into the 13th layer? If I truly forget her, would I still be me? The towering and mighty man smirked. In the time loop, countless times I had my memories erased and started again, but never chose to forget her. Not until you crushed the Xuanwang pearl did I forcibly break free. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man, thoughts surging. The information the Moyu Tower Master had provided him about the time loop stated that any who reached perfection at the 12th layer experienced a time loop, was an unprecedented trial. Yet the time loop experienced by Xuanwang required him to forget his sister disciple? In that time loop, without my sister disciple, there really was no hope of breaking through. It was rather dull there, but now that I'm out, it's much better. The towering and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan. Raising his right hand, a misty glow emerged. Before my demise, this supreme treasure I obtained from the interdimensional gap, I gift it to you. Is this the treasure? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Within the dim glow, a palm-sized cauldron could be vaguely seen. He learned from the tomb spirit that Xuanwang had lastly obtained a treasure from the dimensional gap, which led to the decision to advance to the 13th tier early. At that time, Lin Yuan thought this treasure might have a value close to the 13th tier. But just now, Xuanwang implied that he was worried about delaying too long, fearing the treasure's information might leak, attracting the attention of 13th-tier temporal beings. A treasure merely close to the 13th tier level wouldn't attract the attention of temporal beings. To attract the attention of temporal beings only. That's right, this treasure is a 13th tier weapon, said the majestic and tall man. A 13th tier weapon? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The small cauldron in Xuanwang's hands, within the dim light, immediately seemed unfathomable. That dimensional gap should be the battlefield of two 13th tier combatants, and this treasure is likely the remnant of one of them. I can sense the owner of the treasure is still alive. It's just that he forgot to retrieve it, Xuanwang said in a deep voice. It's like when Xuanwang fights with a strong being of the same level, leaving behind an ordinary great saint-level treasure and not retrieving it simply because it didn't come to mind. 13th-tier beings are also known as temporal beings, and their concept of time is different from that of the 12th tier. For example, for the 12th tier, billions of cosmic eras might pass, but for 13th-tier temporal beings, it might only equate to a few breaths. Of course, the 13th-tier being might have forgotten about this weapon, but if this weapon actively calls the 13th-tier being, reminding them, it is very likely they would come to reclaim it. This is also the reason Xuanwang immediately advanced to the 13th tier, using the power of time loops to suppress this treasure. Only in this way can the treasure be prevented from calling its master. As for what happens when the weapon's owner finds out afterward, if Xuanwang transcends to the 13th tier, it naturally wouldn't be a big deal. If he doesn't, this treasure, deeply nestled in time loops, would require the 13th-tier temporal life to break the time loop to retrieve it, helping Xuanwang to break free. Even for a 13th-tier temporal life, breaking a time loop comes at a significant cost. Thus, Xuanwang's act of suppressing this 13th-tier weapon is basically without any hidden dangers. Bringing this treasure into the time loop can slightly break the constraints within, raising your starting point a little, Xuanwang said. Slightly break the constraints within the time loop? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. No wonder Xuanwang was determined to advance to the 13th tier early. Besides, Xuanwang could easily break free from the time loop, likely also using the power of this treasure. For you, Xuanwang looked at Lin Yuan and gently tossed the dimly glowing object in his hand. Lin Yuan instinctively reached out, and the small cauldron covered in dim light fell into his hands. Very light. Lin Yuan felt as if it had no weight, as if he was holding a ball of air. Now, this treasure has been reinforced and sealed by me with the power of time loops for over 30 million cosmic eras. Even if it leaves the time loop world, the time power of the external seal can last for 100 cosmic eras. Xuanwang looked at Lin Yuan. In other words, within 100 cosmic eras, this treasure won't actively call its master. Once 100 cosmic eras pass, there will be no guarantee any longer. At that time, if you have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, try your best to advance to the 13th tier. If you haven't reached the peak of the Chaos Realm yet. Xuanwang thought for a moment, but with your talent and potential, reaching the peak of the Chaos Realm within 100 cosmic eras should be hopeful. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Also, if you encounter danger in the future and are about to completely perish, or if this treasure is about to be taken, you may choose to directly activate this treasure, Xuanwang said. This treasure is a 13th-tier weapon. With your power, even if you give it your all, you won't unleash much of its might. But even a sliver of its power is enough to easily obliterate any consummate Chaos Realm. Xuanwang said, but this will undoubtedly attract the attention of the treasure's owner, and in the end, the treasure will most likely be reclaimed. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. So, unless absolutely necessary, Xuanwang doesn't recommend Lin Yuan do this. Of course, if it truly comes to a life or death situation, where not activating the treasure would also result in it being taken by other powerful beings, Lin Yuan would naturally choose to activate it without hesitation. Moreover, you can comprehend this treasure as well. It is far more useful than comprehending the time bloodline of those half-baked wonder lives. Xuanwang smiled slightly. Lin Yuan nodded. A 13th-tier weapon, crafted personally by a 13th-tier being, contains profound temporal mysteries that far surpass the bloodlines of those half-baked wonder lives. Alright. Do you have any other questions now? Xuanwang looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. No more. Lin Yuan shook his head. Xuanwang had explained everything clearly enough. Through this invincible great saint's experiences, Lin Yuan gained a deeper understanding of time loops. The so-called time loop not only presents challenges never encountered before, but also confronts one's deepest weaknesses and obsessions. This Xuanwang universe was created by me. If I were to completely perish, it would perish with me, unable to be left for you. Xuanwang made a gesture with his right hand, and numerous beams of light flashed within the universe as various precious treasures gathered into Xuanwang's hand. But these wonders and treasures, I've gathered for you. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Due to the sudden arrival of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, the numerous avatars Lin Yuan sent out hadn't yet scavenged the universe clean before being forced to stop and return. Now, with Xuanwang taking action, Lin Yuan was spared a lot of time. No need to thank me. After all, you are my heir. It's better than leaving them to outsiders. Xuanwang smiled slightly, then stood up. Since you have no more questions, I should go out and take a look. Go out and take a look? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. Let's visit an old friend and prepare something more for you in the process. The Xuanwang took a step forward and vanished in front of Lin Yuan. Old friend? Lin Yuan's expression was serious. Anyone whom the Xuanwang addressed as an old friend must be an ancient great saint, having lived through at least 30 million cosmic eras. Outside the Xuanwang universe, a towering and majestic man reappeared. Rumbling. The entire chaos void suddenly roared, the rules of the great Tao retreated, and time and space began to roll back. The towering and majestic man took another step and disappeared once more. Sea of Life. This place is a mysterious location within the chaos void, and even an unmatched great saint would find it difficult to enter forcibly, on par with places like the Nine Heavens Thunder Pond and the 10,000 Tribulations Origin Mountain. Splash! The Sea of Life churned with waves, and an abundance of vigorous life ore is spread, occasionally accompanied by the sight of falling life divine stones. At this moment, the time and space of this mysterious location were torn apart, and a towering and majestic man stepped inside. In an instant, the entire Sea of Life surged with towering waves, and an invisible, terrifying pressure pressed down on the towering and majestic man. Yet all the pressure dissipated and diluted the moment it touched the towering and majestic man. Xuanwang, what brings you here? A cold voice emanated from the depths of the Sea of Life. Before I perish, I'd like to ask you for a life origin stone, the towering and majestic man said with a smile. A life origin stone? You already stole one back then, and now you want another? The voice from the depths of the Sea of Life spoke with a hint of anger. Over 30 million cosmic eras ago, the Xuanwang came here specifically to steal a life origin stone to recreate the Sea of Life and to craft the life origin star for the Xuanwang universe. This act caused the Sea of Life not to lose even a single life divine stone for millions of cosmic eras thereafter. The life origin stone is countless times more precious than a life divine stone, being the foundation formed over countless cosmic eras by the Sea of Life. Yes, I still want it. The towering and majestic man nodded. Will you give it or not? With these words, the depths of the Sea of Life fell silent immediately. You know it. I won't live much longer, the towering and majestic man said. Leave. The Sea of Life surged, and a fist-sized crystal stone shot out from the depths. Ha ha ha. The towering and majestic man laughed heartily, turning to leave the Sea of Life. In front of an ancient mine, the towering and majestic man appeared out of thin air. Before I die, can you send me some crystals? The towering and majestic man spoke, his voice resounding throughout the ancient mine. Xuanwang, you've gone too far. Crystals are incredibly precious. A cold voice similarly rang out from the depths of the mine. In that case, before I die, let's see if I can topple your mine, the towering and majestic man said. I've wanted to do this for a very long time. A moment later, from the depths of the ancient mine, a beam of crystal light shot out. The towering and majestic man caught the crystal light and then turned to leave. On this day, the Xuanwang great saint from over 30 million cosmic eras ago ventured into many of the mysterious places within the chaos void, inciting the fury of the special existences in these mysterious places. One by one, unmatched great saints gazed from afar. The existence of these ancient mysterious places had persisted for too long, existing alongside unique entities like the Eye of Myriad Laws. Even the invincible great saints in history would not have pressed too hard. Eventually, the aura of the Xuanwang great saint disappeared in the chaos void. No one knew where this extraordinary figure went, and his presence vanished completely, with no trace of cause and effect to be sensed. In a remote corner of the chaos void, chaos chi was thin here, a desolate void. Outside a naturally formed universe, a towering, majestic figure appeared silently, none other than the Xuanwang. The Xuanwang quietly observed the universe not far away, his gaze penetrating into the universe itself, settling on a secret realm partially fused with the universe's origin source. This secret realm resembled the Xuanwang secret realm but was even more completely fused with the universe's origin source, virtually impossible to enter. The secret realm was empty. There were no treasures of the kind only seen once in 1,100 cosmic eras. Nor were there rare treasures for which many great saints would risk their lives in battle. Let alone any weapons or arms at the level of a great saint. Only in the center of the secret realm stood a solitary grave, surrounded by some pink peach blossoms in bloom. Senior sister. From across the universe, the Xuanwang gazed at that grave, and for once, a rare gentleness appeared on his face as he softly murmured, "I can finally rest with you forever." Eventually, the figure of the Xuanwang great saint became blurred and illusory, and as chaos qi drifted by, he turned into a rain of light, merging into the far-off universe. Zanhuang Universe. Lin Yuan was planning to leave. This trip to the Zanhuang universe had basically come to an end. Just now, the Xuanwang himself intervened personally, gathering all the treasures and rare items from various regions of the universe and then giving them to Lin Yuan. There was no need for Lin Yuan to search for them himself anymore. Everything of value in the entire Zanhuang universe was basically in Lin Yuan's hands now. Suddenly Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as the spacetime in front of him distorted slightly. Next, a large number of treasures fell out from the depths of the distorted spacetime, suspended before Lin Yuan. These treasures? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. The treasures that fell out were not many, only a dozen or so, but the aura they exuded was shocking to Lin Yuan. Life Divine Stone? Lin Yuan looked at one of the crystal stones. This crystal stone was only the size of a fist, far smaller than the Life Divine Stone the size of 3 meters that Lin Yuan had obtained. Yet for some reason, the instant Lin Yuan saw this crystal stone, he vaguely felt it was far more precious than the Life Divine Stone. This is not a Life Divine Stone, this is a Life Origin Stone. Many thoughts floated in Lin Yuan's mind. Life Divine Stone. Life Origin Stone. Although they differ by only a word, the two are entirely different things. If one speaks of mysterious places in the chaos void, the Sea of Life periodically drops Life Divine Stones. Then the Life Origin Stone is the foundation of the Sea of Life. The relationship between the Life Divine Stone and the Life Origin Stone is like that of the offspring and the parent body. As long as the parent body is there, theoretically, it can generate countless offspring. For this reason, the Life Origin Stone has almost never appeared in the chaos void. Lin Yuan recognized the identity of this crystal stone only after receiving the information delivered by the Moyu Tower Master. The life origin star of this universe should be a small piece of life origin stone. Hence, borrowing the special rule environment around it, it can nurture a life divine stone, akin to a smaller sea of life. Lin Yuan thought to himself in silence. Such a rare item as the life stone, even the great saints who can set specific rules find it hard to directly nurture it. They must rely on external force. Otherwise, throughout the history of the chaos void, many great saints were born, and if they all started nurturing life divine stones, such rare items would not be so precious and scarce. Even the chaos great saints would find them hard to come by. Up until now, Lin Yuan only confirmed that the Xuanwang universe could nurture life divine stones. And the external force required to nurture a life divine stone is the life origin stone. However, to create an environment conducive to nurturing life divine stones, the life origin stone must be fully integrated into the universe, forming the special rules of the Sea of Life. In such circumstances, the life origin stone becomes one with the entire universe, inseparable. Even the Xuanwang, the creator of the universe, can't revert that life origin star into a life origin stone. However, this fist-sized life origin stone before his eyes. Lin Yuan looked at the life origin stone as if he was seeing endless life divine stones. Aside from the life origin stone, the other treasures and rare items that fell simultaneously are equally mind-boggling. Primordial mineral crystal. 9 heavens thunder core. Origin soil of myriad. Each treasure is not at all inferior to the life origin stone, stemming from some mysterious places, or even being the foundation of those places. The so-called mysterious places refer to places related to 13th order life forms. Throughout the long cosmic era in the chaos void, many invincible great saints were born, possessing the power to forcibly enter the mysterious places, yet they dare not do much. Worried about attracting the attention of the 13th order time life behind the mysterious places. Even though the probability is minuscule, the invincible great saints dare not gamble on it. Compared to other great saints, they are more aware of the formidable power held by time life forms. But the Xuanwang, the Xuanwang forcibly broke free from the time loop, destined to vanish, naturally indifferent to whether the 13th order time life pays attention to him. That's why he dared to directly visit one mysterious place after another demanding benefits. The spirits of those mysterious places understand this, although unwilling. As long as they worry the Xuanwang might start a war heedless of everything, they can only swallow this loss. The spirits of those mysterious places are also reluctant to seek help from the 13th order time life behind them. Your Majesty. Lin Yuan looked at the treasures in front of him and naturally understood that they were given to him by the Xuanwang. Originally, Lin Yuan was perplexed about what friends the Xuanwang wished to meet, never expecting it would be those eternally existing mysterious places. With these treasures, my internal universe should become even more complete. Lin Yuan stored the dozen rare treasures, thinking silently to himself. These rare treasures, capable of forming those mysterious places in the chaos void, though not the same in scale, are fundamentally consistent. Lin Yuan instinctively feels this is beneficial to his internal universe. The ultimate goal of the 13th Order legacy, Infinite Void, is to transform his internal universe into something comparable to the vast structure of the Chaos Void. The Chaos Void possesses those mysterious places, replicating them within the internal universe surely wouldn't go wrong. Especially the special rules formed by the mysterious places might play a crucial role for the internal universe. Even if they don't work, the internal universe, by nurturing the special environment of the mysterious places, means Lin Yuan can periodically harvest a batch of rare treasures from the Chaos Void that are hard to come by. That's simply like a money tree. No, it's a grove of money trees. Just as Lin Yuan's thoughts began to spread, Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he vaguely felt that the origin of a certain evolutionary path he mastered had completely disappeared. The Zanhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan was silent. Though this evolutionary path was not his main evolutionary path, he'd once practiced it concurrently. When Lin Yuan first entered the Xuanwang secret realm and conversed with the spirit of the secret realm, he once wondered why this evolutionary path had not yet birthed an ultimate existence. With the Xuanwang secret realm's numerous inheritances, nurturing the 12th layer life is not too difficult. Even if it doesn't succeed once, twice, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, eventually, a 12th layer expert on the Zanhuang evolutionary path would emerge. But since the Xuanwang attempted to ascend to the 13th layer, no 12th layer being had emerged from this evolutionary path. Later, Lin Yuan realized that perhaps the Xuanwang had not fully died, so the ultimate on this evolutionary path still existed, preventing later generations from crossing into the 12th layer. The fact was just as Lin Yuan speculated. Attempting to reach the 13th layer and falling into a time loop, the Xuanwang was indeed not truly dead. In fact, in history, every Chaos Realm expert who attempted the 13th layer never completely died. At most, they were immersed in a time loop. But just now, Lin Yuan felt the suppression of the Zanhuang evolutionary path completely disappear. Henceforth, this evolutionary path could once again produce an ultimate existence. This feeling wasn't due to causality. In fact, with the Xuanwang's level of power, he could have long shielded himself from causality, and even Lin Yuan could not sense it at all. In the future, if I can cross into the 13th layer and become a being of time, I will bring you back to life. Lin Yuan was silent for a while, thinking to himself, and I will resurrect your senior sister along with you. The resurrection methods of a 13th layer time life don't rely on external objects. As long as there existed life in the past timeline of the Chaos Void, it can be revived. Although the Xuanwang perished by forcefully escaping the time loop, he once existed, so naturally, he can be resurrected. With the might of a 13th layer time life, resurrecting past deceased lives is not difficult. The reason the Xuanwang was ultimately unwilling to break through the time loop by forgetting his senior sister and cross into the 13th layer was because this forgetting was complete, erasing even emotions. Simply put, if the Xuanwang crossed into the 13th layer in this way, even if he recovered his memory, his senior sister would mean nothing to him, and he wouldn't resurrect her. Swish! Lin Yuan took a step forward, arriving at the entrance of the Xuanwang universe, and immediately stepped inside. Outside the Xuanwang universe, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The numerous Chaos Venerables saw Lin Yuan and, though their expressions showed reverence, there wasn't much surprise. Before this, Chaos Venerables had already come out from the universe one by one. The numerous Chaos Venerables were concerned with the fate of the two peerless great saints, Han Xiao and Jade Qilin. As for Lin Yuan, besides the Eye of Myriad Laws, no other life knew that Lin Yuan had obtained the legacy left by the Xuanwang. There was no accurate estimation of Lin Yuan's gains inside the Xuanwang universe. And for the Xuanwang to have emerged, it's certain he would retrieve all the treasures and wonders from within the universe. Lin Yuan, the invincible figure among the Chaos Great Saints, very likely emerged empty-handed. As for why Lin Yuan didn't die, but Great Saint Han Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint did. Ordinary Chaos Venerables might have doubts, but the Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints knew very well that Great Saint Han Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint facilitated the downfall of the profound Xuanwang line. It's only natural the emerging Xuanwang would act against these two great saints. As for Lin Yuan, he had not interfered with the profound Xuanwang line, and entering the Xuanwang universe this time was no different from those Chaos Venerables. Xuanwang didn't take action against the Chaos Venerables. Galactic Great Saint. Lin Yuan glanced around and saw a Chaos Venerable nervously approaching. It was Divine Wind Venerable. Before the Xuanwang universe had opened, this Chaos Venerable wanted to invite Lin Yuan to join forces in contesting with other Chaos Venerables. But Lin Yuan had directly refused, which left him somewhat unhappy at the time, thinking Lin Yuan lacked insight. However, when Lin Yuan showcased strength outside the Xuanwang universe capable of matching Black Light Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, Divine Wind Venerable was terrified. Without hesitation, he chose to withdraw from the competition for the Xuanwang universe and even distanced himself from the Xuanwang universe immediately, fearing Lin Yuan would settle accounts with him later. Then later, Divine Wind Venerable heard of Lin Yuan's divine might inside the Xuanwang universe, where he single-handedly suppressed 8 Chaos Great Saints. Even a mighty Great Saint like Dual Origin Great Saint promptly yielded and bowed, barely escaping disaster. Upon hearing this news, Divine Wind Venerable, who had already fled far beyond the Xuanwang universe's range, dared not move. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, perhaps keeping a fair distance might ensure his survival. But Lin Yuan's power approached the invincible level among Chaos Great Saints, making suppressing saints of the same tier effortless, let alone a Chaos Venerable like him. Even if he ran, could he truly secure his life? Realizing this, even with tremendous fear and unease, Divine Wind Venerable braced himself and returned to the outside of the Xuanwang universe. I didn't know before the Great Saint, indeed daring to act in such a manner. The Divine Wind Great Saint looked at Lin Yuan, turning his hand to take out his years of treasured possessions. I am at fault. I just hope the Great Saint won't hold it against me. The Divine Wind Great Saint was prepared to lose this physical body, as long as he could somewhat quell Lin Yuan's anger. What did losing a main battle body matter? Understood, you may leave. Lin Yuan glanced at the Divine Wind Venerable. In truth, he never really paid much attention to this Chaos Venerable. Thank you, Great Saint. Upon hearing this, the Divine Wind Great Saint was overjoyed and immediately placed down the treasured possessions in his hands, then respectfully withdrew. Lin Yuan looked at the treasures before him. To a Chaos Venerable, these treasures seemed insufficient compared to Lin Yuan's current wealth, but even a small mosquito is still meat. Lin Yuan still collected them. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. In a twisted space-time, Lin Yuan stood there. A giant eye was watching him. How is it? Was the harvest satisfactory this time? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan, speaking casually. It knew that Lin Yuan had long obtained the Xuanwang legacy, and this time entering the Xuanwang universe, encountering the Xuanwang breaking free from the time cycle ahead of schedule, might lead to some creation opportunities. Of course, the Eye of Myriad Laws had no interest in those opportunities, even if one was an invincible great saint dominating an era. In the eyes of unique entities like them, it was just so. What the Eye of Myriad Laws didn't know was that the Xuanwang had left Lin Yuan a 13th layer weapon. With the power of this weapon, Lin Yuan could even pose a threat to special existences like them. It was all right. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't speak too specifically. That's good. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Then I will send you back now. This void domain's distance from the ancient Ming Chaos continent was uncertain, even though Lin Yuan's power had made a significant breakthrough compared to before coming here. However, to rely on his own ability to return, it would basically be impossible without taking several decades or even 100 years. Thank you, Lin Yuan said. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The ancient Ming venerable hesitated slightly, not knowing if he should pay homage to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heroic feats in the Xuanwang universe, suppressing chaos great saints, were long known to him, which prompted his desire to visit Lin Yuan, yet he was concerned about disturbing him. There should be no problem. After contemplating, the ancient Ming venerable concluded that he should indeed pay his respects. After all, with a chaos great saint present on his chaos continent, wouldn't ignoring him be disrespectful to the great saint? Although he had visited Lin Yuan several times before, with Lin Yuan now officially displaying the power of a great saint, this visit was vastly different from previous ones. Before long, the ancient Ming venerable arrived outside the shard world of star tears. Venerable, the Xuanyuan Supreme, Sha Qin Supreme came out to welcome him. Although the ancient Ming venerable had a consistently humble attitude towards Lin Yuan, the Xuanyuan Supreme and other supreme beings of human civilization would not underestimate this chaos venerable. I wish to seek an audience with the galaxy great saint. The ancient Ming venerable immediately stated his purpose. Seek an audience with the galaxy great saint? The Xuanyuan Supreme and Sha Qin Supreme were initially indifferent, as the ancient Ming venerable frequently visited Lin Yuan. But then they noticed something amiss. What did the ancient Ming venerable just call Lin Yuan? Galaxy? Great saint? The Xuanyuan Supreme and Sha Qin Supreme were somewhat stunned. Venerable, what do you call the galaxy? Sha Qin Supreme suppressed the astonishment in his heart, even though he was sure he hadn't misheard. Even a chaos realm being like ancient Ming venerable couldn't get it wrong, but he still wanted to confirm it again. Galaxy great saint? In the chaos void, among various void domains, the titles for powerful beings are numerous, but a great saint? Only those who have reached the perfection of the chaos realm and evolved their own chaotic theoretical path are qualified to be called a great saint. Without reaching this level, to presumptively regard oneself as a great saint would bring great calamity. Xuanyuan Supreme and several other supremes also looked towards ancient Ming venerable. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. It seems you still don't know. Seeing this, ancient Ming venerable suddenly understood. It seems that the galaxy great saint had not revealed his true power to Xuanyuan Supreme and the others. Indeed, if they had known galaxy great saint's strength, how could the human tribes of the star tier fragment world be so low profile? As for what happened on the side of the Xuanwang universe, it was at most circulated among the venerables. Below the venerable level? Very few know about it? Of course. As time goes by, the renown of the galaxy great saint will spread across various void domains. Galaxy great saint. Ancient Ming venerable recounted what he knew. Even if he didn't say it now, in just a few months, the news would spread here. Since the galaxy great saint displayed his power in front of many venerables, he probably didn't intend to keep it hidden anymore. Are you saying that outside that postnatal universe, galaxy withstood dual origin great saint, black light great saint, and many other great saints? Sha Qin Supreme was dumbfounded. Dual origin great saint and black light great saint were well-known formidable great saints. Originally, ancient Ming venerable's title for Lin Yuan had him merely guessing that Lin Yuan might have reached the perfection of the chaos realm. But to withstand dual origin great saint and black light great saint? That's not as simple as being merely in the perfection of the chaos realm. How could dual origin great saint and black light great saint compared to galaxy great saint? Within the postnatal universe, galaxy great saint suppressed black light great saint, wild barbarian great saint, and 6 other chaos great saints. Only dual origin great saint managed to escape. Ancient Ming venerable said. Upon hearing this, the minds of several supremes of human civilization were in a muddle. Suppressing 8 chaos great saints? Including strong great saints like black light great saint and wild barbarian great saint? To defeat and to suppress are completely different in difficulty, with the latter being much tougher. Venerable, how did you come to know about this? Could it be a misinformation? Like the same name? Sha Qin Supreme immediately said, it's not that he didn't believe in Lin Yuan's strength, it was just too unbelievable. How long has human civilization been in the chaos void? The strength of several human civilization supremes showed little change, yet Lin Yuan had become a chaos great saint? And an invincible one among chaos great saints? It is not a misinformation, ancient Ming Venerable assured. How could there be such coincidences? And in the subsequent times, from the image frames ancient Ming Venerable received, it was almost confirmed that the Galaxy Great Saint was indeed Lin Yuan. Is the Great Saint available now? Asked ancient Ming Venerable, not forgetting his purpose of coming here, which was to seek an audience with Lin Yuan. I'll go ask now. Xuanyuan Supreme barely collected himself and immediately inquired Lin Yuan. Moments later, he nodded towards ancient Ming Venerable and said, "Come in." All right. Ancient Ming Venerable was elated and immediately walked into the star-tier fragment world. After ancient Ming Venerable went to see Lin Yuan, Supremes like Sha Qin and the others of the human civilization tribes were still standing there, not yet fully recovering from the news about Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy truly became a great saint? Sha Qin Supreme muttered to himself. It should be true. Feather Butterfly Supreme nodded. Although up until now, they hadn't heard from other channels about Lin Yuan becoming a chaos great saint. But from ancient Ming Venerable's cautious and genuinely respectful demeanor just now, it seemed unlikely to be false. Ancient Ming Venerable is a seasoned venerable. Who else aside from a true chaos great saint could command such respectful deference from him? Unexpectedly, our human civilization actually produced a chaos great saint? The Void God Ultimate Being exclaimed in astonishment. If they were still in their home universe, they might not consider a chaos great saint all that impressive because they couldn't truly grasp what being a chaos great saint meant. But after entering the chaos void, especially with ancient Ming's chaos continent being a base for years, the supremes of human civilization realized the more they saw, the better they understood certain forbidden truths. Let alone a great saint, even just a chaos venerable would be an unattainable supreme for them. And now, their human civilization actually birthed a great saint? Don't attribute it solely to the human civilization tribe. Galaxy becoming a great saint doesn't have much to do with human civilization. Sha Qin Supreme spoke with a slight sigh. With Galaxy's talent, no matter where he is, he would rise. We should be grateful that Galaxy appeared in our human civilization tribe. Indeed. Several supremes nodded. Aside from some assistance provided to Lin Yuan before his formation of the 12th layer, it was entirely reciprocation to human civilization afterward. Without Lin Yuan, with the great cosmic catastrophe arriving earlier, how many could human civilization survive? How many supremes could survive? 1, 2, or 3? Even if they could endure the great cosmic catastrophe, how many could escape when facing looters waiting outside the universe? Entering the ancient Ming Chaos continent, human civilization has always survived under Lin Yuan's protection. Without Lin Yuan, how could there be a new home like the star-tier fragment world with such favorable conditions? Greetings, Galaxy Great Saint. The ancient Ming Venerable saw the Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit and respectfully saluted. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. With his current strength, there was completely no need to remain hidden. Is the Great Saint preparing to establish a new chaos continent? After some flattering words, the ancient Ming Venerable probingly asked. Previously, although the ancient Ming Venerable speculated that Lin Yuan was the reincarnation of some great saint, his strength was still at the Chaos Realm Venerable level at that time. So, while Lin Yuan resided on the ancient Ming Chaos continent, the ancient Ming Venerable felt considerable pressure. It was still bearable. But now? Lin Yuan revealed a level of an invincible chaos great saint, and the ancient Ming Venerable immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Like an ant beside a giant dragon, fearing that a single breath from the dragon would blow the ant far away. Establish a chaos continent? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Normally, Chaos Realm experts would establish a chaos continent. Firstly, as their own domain. Secondly, the process of establishing a chaos continent is also a review of their understanding of rules. Many chaos venerables and even chaos great saints often establish more than one chaos continent. As for the absolute great saints, they would attempt to establish a postnatal universe. In some time, I will establish one, Lin Yuan nodded. Establishing a chaos continent now, and after stepping into the absolute great saint, using the chaos continent as a foundation to establish a postnatal universe, isn't considered a wasteful repetition. With the Great Saint's strength, once the Chaos Continent is established, it will likely attract several thousand or 10,000 void domain experts from the surroundings, the ancient Ming Venerable said. The stronger the expert who establishes a Chaos Continent, the more prosperous it will be. Of course, here the experts referred to are the orderly ones. As for those extreme Venerable Saints, few dare to go to the Chaos Continents they establish. Based on the ancient Ming Venerable's understanding of Lin Yuan, it was certain this great saint wasn't the capricious type. In such a case, the Chaos Continent established would definitely be very popular. The ancient Ming Venerable even considered moving next to the Chaos Continent Lin Yuan would establish, enjoying both safety and benefits. 10,000 Paths Pavilion in ancient Ming Chaos Continent. In the depths of space, time and space began to warp and rotate. Lin Yuan's figure emerged from it. "I'm back." Lin Yuan glanced around, immediately confirming his return to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent through the Taiyan primordial spirit's resonance. "I hope you will keep this secret for me," Lin Yuan said to the reformed Eye of Myriad Laws. His gains within the Xuanwang universe were tremendous. Outsiders wouldn't suspect his connections with the profound Xuanwang lineage, but once known, it might attract the attention of some absolute great saints. "Rest assured, I also do not wish for you to encounter any trouble." The Eye of Myriad Laws replied immediately. It could be said that the Chaos Void most hoped for Lin Yuan's smooth growth to the pinnacle, as it was a unique existence. Only in this way could the Eye of Myriad Laws retrieve its early investment. Before this, the Eye of Myriad Laws would even take the initiative to protect Lin Yuan and resolve troubles. Deep in the star-tier fragment world, Lin Yuan's true form appeared. The Taiyan primordial spirit rose and merged into Lin Yuan's body voluntarily. Finally back. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, his mind at ease. This Xuanwang universe journey brought him unprecedented gains, as the entire accumulation of the invincible Great Saint Xuanwang was bestowed upon Lin Yuan. This cauldron. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts, flipping his right hand, revealing a small cauldron shrouded in a hazy glow. The small cauldron was only palm-sized, without any aura leakage, but Lin Yuan knew this was due to the hazy glow sealing it. The essence of the hazy glow is the limitless power of time looping. Only such power, at the 13th-tier strength, could barely seal this 13th-tier weapon. "Your Majesty mentioned this small cauldron can be comprehended." Lin Yuan cautiously extended a trace of his mind into the small cauldron. The hazy glow sealing the cauldron did not obstruct Lin Yuan's mind. Buzz buzz buzz. In the small cauldron, Lin Yuan felt incredibly vast rules. Immense like the sea, intricate and perfect, no less than the entirety of the Chaos Void rules circulating and flowing within the cauldron. Space-time. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt the two dominant pillar rules inside the cauldron, time and space. The boundless vast rules primarily revolved around these two rules. A substantial amount of insight burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, transforming his previous accumulation of space-time understanding into qualitative change. In an instant, the space-time before Lin Yuan began to dramatically and fundamentally transform. The myriad rules of the Great Tao, with time and space as their sovereign. As for the Chaos Rule? When the world was created, the Chaos Rule evolved into countless rules of the Great Tao, not among them. As a 13th-tier weapon, the small cauldron had long surpassed its role as a mere weapon, containing within it a vast world where numerous rules of the Great Tao operate. The operations of these rules of the Great Tao are the interpretation of the rule of the Great Tao by the owner of this small cauldrona, which is, that time life, distinct from the rules of the Great Tao of the Chaos Void. Especially the intertwining method of time and space within it, to Lin Yuan, it was an unprecedented inspiration. So, that's how it is. The time and space in Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly became simple and orderly, as if the originally chaotic threads had been completely combed through. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the operation of world rules sharply enhances your perception of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. A vast amount of insights into time and space gathered. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, as if seeing through the essence of countless timespaces in the Chaos Void. The ninth realm of timespace. This is the ninth realm of timespace. Lin Yuan was in high spirits. His understanding of time and space had originally reached the peak of the eighth realm. Now, through the touch of time and space operations within the vast world of the small cauldron, he naturally crossed into the ninth realm of time-space. In the chaos void, those chaos great saints, their understanding and insight into time and space typically remain at the eighth realm. As for the ninth realm, that is the exclusive domain of extraordinary great saints, a few of whom, or those who are simply invincible great saints dominating an era, will have their understanding of time and space reaching the peak of the ninth realm. No wonder His Majesty Xuanwang, during his final times, seemed to have an insight into time and space that vaguely surpassed the ninth realm. Lin Yuan thought about the way Xuanwang Mausoleum merged into time and space, a method so extraordinary in its use of time and space. At least, at that time, Lin Yuan couldn't perceive it at all. In hindsight, it should be the gains Xuanwang reaped after contemplating this small cauldron. Lin Yuan was able to obtain great insights right at the beginning of his meditation, pushing his understanding of time and space to the ninth realm. Xuanwang, being such an invincible great saint, even if his perception wasn't as good as Lin Yuan's, would have gained something with more meditation. And achieving the pinnacle of the ninth realm of time-space, every step forward was as hard as climbing to heaven, yet the mastery of time and space would also leap dramatically. Lin Yuan speculated that Xuanwang's final insight into time and space had already halfway stepped out of the ninth realm. It's a pity that no matter how high the insight into time and space, it doesn't help with breaking through time loops, and even due to proficiency in time and space understanding, the trials faced within time loops are unrelated to time and space. Lin Yuan mused to himself, which was one of the reasons why Xuanwang did not continue contemplating the small cauldron. If he could cross into the 13th tier, life's magnitude would dramatically enhance, and the insight into time and space would naturally rise above the ninth realm. However, I don't need to consider these now. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. One reason why Xuanwang hurriedly rushed to the 13th tier at that time was that the small cauldron was almost unbearable. But now, after being suppressed by Xuanwang for over 3,000 cosmic eras, this small cauldron won't break free within the next 100 cosmic eras. And 100 cosmic eras? From Lin Yuan's birth till now, counting the time spent traversing, it was merely about 10,000 years, if a cosmic era was an endless ocean. Then, the years Lin Yuan had experienced were merely a droplet within it, or even a billionth of a droplet. From the mastery realm to the perfect chaos realm, Xuanwang's expectation for Lin Yuan was to achieve this within 100 cosmic eras, under the precondition of not knowing Lin Yuan's actual cultivation time. Lin Yuan continued to comprehend the small cauldron. In a daze, Lin Yuan seemed to vaguely see a towering blurry figure, a bald head. In front of him were more than 10 weapons hovering, among which was a small cauldron. The small cauldron floated, with endless waves of force spreading in all directions, wiping out everything within the range of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of void domains under its power. That must be the true owner of the small cauldron, the mark left by the 13th-tier temporal life. Lin Yuan understood, naturally did not dare to touch, for fear of drawing the attention of the 13th-tier temporal life. In fact, the reason why this 13th-tier temporal life had not taken back the small cauldron might not be due to forgetfulness, but because the time concept of a 13th-tier life is fundamentally different from that of a 12th-tier life. 30 million cosmic eras? 300 million cosmic eras? Possibly, in the eyes of a 13th-tier temporal life, it is just a blink of an eye. 13th-tier temporal lives can see through many future timelines. For them, the small cauldron would only be recalled when needed at some future time. As for what the small cauldron would experience during this period, whose hands it might fall into, that time life wouldn't care much. Sky Void Tripod? During his deep insight into the small cauldron, Lin Yuan learned its name. Sky Void Tripod. This was also a mark left inside the small cauldron, easily comprehended with a little insight. Is this the 13th-tier temporal life? Lin Yuan's mind was quite complicated. Merely the residual power naturally emitted from a 13th-tier weapon could easily wipe out millions of void domains. If that 13th-tier temporal life were to strike with full force, would it not be able to destroy half the chaos void? This was just in terms of sheer power. For 13th-tier life, the most crucial point was the mastery of future timelines. 13-stage lifeforms can see through future timelines and choose a predetermined timeline to follow. However, during this, they might be affected by the interference of other 13-stage lifeforms. The dimensional gap that Xuanwang experienced was the handiwork of two time beings, possibly acting at a pivotal time node to create the future they desired. For time beings, all existences below the 13th stage are mere pawns. Only time beings of the same level are adversaries, they are the players. Internal universe. Apart from contemplating the sky void tripod, Lin Yuan also sent a strand of his consciousness to descend into his internal universe. The origin objects of these mysterious lands. Lin Yuan looked at the life origin stone, the primal ore crystal, the nine heavens thunder core, and so on, floating before him. Consult the senior, see if they can be integrated into the internal universe. With a slight shift of mind, Lin Yuan appeared beside the jade gourd and took out more than 10 origin objects. When obtaining these origin objects, Lin Yuan had already thought of integrating them into his internal universe. But in the end, he decided to consult the opinion of the red-clad girl. After all, she was created by a 13-stage time being, specifically to guide the infinite void, a 13-stage legacy. Through contemplating the sky void tripod, Lin Yuan gained a clear understanding of the mighty power of 13-stage beings, realizing more of his insignificance. The red-clad girl, upon seeing more than 10 origin objects, immediately widened her eyes. Origin objects are the fundamentals of a mysterious land, and the spirits of those lands would never willingly throw them out. Even an invincible great saint spanning an era would find it challenging to obtain an origin object. The life origin stone obtained by Xuanwang was not through normal means but stolen, at some opportune moment. What exactly did you do for those guys to hand over so many origin objects? The red-clad girl was incredulous. Over long eras, previous cultivators of the infinite void have reached the level of the invincible great saint. Naturally, they visited many mysterious lands but dared not overly pressure the spirits of those lands. After all, if they pushed too far, the spirits would surely seek help from time beings behind them, and no one at the 12th layer could bear such consequences, not even the invincible great saint who inherits the 13th-stage legacy. To get them to hand over these origin objects willingly, unless there is a tremendous background that isn't afraid of the threats from 13th-stage time beings, but if there were such a vast backing, those origin objects wouldn't even matter. Just a fluke, Lin Yuan said. Now, he roughly knew how Xuanwang managed to meet those old friends. If Xuanwang was destined to perish, forcefully entering mysterious lands, naturally they wouldn't care about 13th-stage time beings. After all, they were destined to die. Can they be integrated into the internal universe? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. This was also his most concerning question. Yes. Of course, they can. The red-clad girl immediately jumped up. For other Chaos Realm perfect beings, integrating these origin objects into their internal universe means little, at most forming environments similar to those mysterious lands. Because their internal universe's limit has been fixed, unable to bring out the potential of these origin objects. The red-clad girl looked at Lin Yuan. But you are different, your internal universe is evolving towards the chaos void. Preemptively nurturing these origin objects to form mysterious lands naturally has great benefits, tremendous benefits. The red-clad girl clicked her tongue in wonder. Originally, I planned to wait until you reached the perfection of the chaos realm or possessed the strength of the invincible great saint to attempt to obtain those origin objects from the mysterious lands. With your strength, once reaching the perfection of the chaos realm, you should surpass the normal invincible great saint. By then, visiting those mysterious lands, combined with coercion and inducement, has a good chance of success. But now, the red-clad girl looked at the origin objects before her. She felt she had underestimated Lin Yuan, and there was no need to wait for the Chaos Realm's perfection. Since that's the case, I'll start integrating, Lin Yuan immediately said. Unlike the fusion of the fierce sun origin, the latter was Lin Yuan's divine skill, which could be halted and dissipated at any time. But these origin objects, after all, belong to external objects, so one must think more before integrating and devouring them. Go ahead. The red-clad girl nodded, looking at Lin Yuan. I'm now more and more curious about what level your internal universe will grow to and whether it can reach the theoretical 7th layer. The 7th layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan contemplated. According to the creator of this legacy, the time being, the internal universe nurtured at the 7th layer of infinite void would rival the chaos void, perhaps standing on par with 13-stage time beings in terms of the internal universe? Of course, this parity is limited to the internal universe. The internal universe was vast and mighty. After achieving the ninth realm in spacetime perception, Lin Yuan's internal universe ushered in another wave of rapid expansion. From a diameter of 1 trillion light-years, it directly surged to an 18 trillion light-year circumference. It's important to know, Lin Yuan's internal universe never prioritized size or area, but rather the level of quality. A universe spanning 1 trillion light-years is sufficient to shake those internal universes expanding billions and trillions of light-years. Now reaching 18 trillion light-years, the magnitude of foundational enhancement is self-evident. Integrate. Lin Yuan took out the Life Origin Stone. The Life Origin Stone, only the size of a fist, yet faintly brimming with the essence of life, as vast as an ocean. Whoosh! The Life Origin Stone was thrown by Lin Yuan, and then immediately engulfed and fused by the cosmic origin. Whoosh! After fusing and devouring the external Life Origin Stone, Lin Yuan faintly sensed mastering a thread of the most fundamental force of life. Converge. Lin Yuan's thought moved. That thread of the most fundamental force of life began to spread, faintly forming a pond, composed entirely of life essence. Lin Yuan overlooked that small pond. The mysterious land, sea of life, is vast and enormous, yet now I form a small pond with its origin object? Lin Yuan didn't find it surprising. The sea of life was left by a 13-stage time being, and Lin Yuan, not being a time being, nurturing a mysterious land with the Life Origin Stone would naturally fall far short of the former. Of course, this falling short is only temporary. With Lin Yuan's strength enhancement and continuous evolution of the internal universe, the mysterious lands nurtured will constantly grow. Following this, Lin Yuan similarly integrated the primal ore crystal and Nine Heavens Thunder core into his internal universe. Various origin objects constantly evolved within Lin Yuan's internal universe, forming miniature, mysterious lands one after another. Void golden leaf? Lin Yuan looked at the last origin object. This origin object came from a mysterious land named the Void Divine Tree, being its core leaf, giving Lin Yuan a feeling akin to observing the chaos void. It's said that the Void Divine Tree reaches the heavens and the earth. A single leaf is as big as a void domain. And this void golden leaf is a leaf from the tree's crown, never touched by any supreme great saint in history, nor has any related information or intelligence ever emerged. Lin Yuan pondered silently. The origin objects given by Xuanwang, Lin Yuan eventually chose to integrate all into his internal universe, not only for the most direct and profound personal enhancement. Another reason was not knowing the utility of these origin objects? Trading? Even a supreme great saint would find it challenging to afford a cost sufficient to exchange for such origin objects. Moreover, if Lin Yuan rashly exposed that he possessed these origin objects, it would also attract numerous troubles. Directly integrate. Lin Yuan tossed the void golden leaf, and a vast amount of cosmic origin power swept forth. The void golden leaf was quickly fused and consumed, with strands of infinite spatial golden power immediately spreading throughout the whole universe. Compared to the previous dozens of source objects, the void golden leaf has the greatest impact on the universe within Lin Yuan's body. Just upon preliminary fusion and absorption, Lin Yuan felt his internal universe beginning to transform and evolve. Buzz! At the center of the universe, the power of the void golden leaf formed a half-meter tall small tree. The small tree appeared extremely fragile, and compared to the towering, massive chaos tree beside it, it was exceptionally inconspicuous. But it was precisely this small tree that made the chaos tree tremble with fear, and the scattered chaos chi did not dare to come near it. Void Divine Tree. Lin Yuan looked at the small tree, which bore a 6 to 70% resemblance to the Void Divine Tree in the mysterious realm. The biggest difference was their size. The actual Void Divine Tree had a single leaf as vast as an entire void domain. More than a dozen source objects integrated into the internal universe. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel the changes before and after. 300 trillion light-years in scale. Lin Yuan looked at the size of his internal universe, which was the most straightforward change. In addition, the depth and thickness of the internal universe's foundation had also improved significantly. This enhancement was foundational and could evolve alongside the future transformations of Lin Yuan's internal universe. With my current strength, Even if I still can't defeat the great Saint Hunxiao, I can now safely retreat from an encirclement by two extraordinary great saints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Inside the Xuanwang universe, facing two extraordinary great saints, Lin Yuan felt immense pressure. Even with full effort, he couldn't escape even by detonating the external universe. But now, with the breakthrough into the ninth realm of spacetime and the transformation of the internal universe, Lin Yuan was not far from matching a true extraordinary great saint. The internal universe gave Lin Yuan such a tremendous advantage that he was able to significantly close the gap, despite being otherwise equal or even inferior to an extraordinary great saint. With my current foundation, once I break into the chaos realm, I might directly reach the level of an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan mused, realizing that before fusing with the numerous source objects, his estimate was that after breaking into the chaos realm, his combat power might approach that of an invincible great saint. However, the dozen-plus source objects indeed significantly elevated Lin Yuan's own foundation. With the current baseline strength, once Lin Yuan steps into the chaos realm and experiences another metamorphic leap, possessing the power of an invincible great saint is not an unlikely outcome. Take it slow. The chaos realm shouldn't be far off. Lin Yuan thought, realizing that stepping into the chaos realm posed no difficulty for him. He just needed to wait until his physical body and soul body universe matured to their limits. Lin Yuan had already met most of the prerequisites for crossing the threshold into the chaos realm during the path-splitting realm. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan's figure flashed, appearing in the void where chaos qi drifted. Great Saint, where do you plan to establish the chaos continent? The ancient Ming Venerable also arrived, probing and asking. Here, I suppose. Lin Yuan glanced around and said. This location had no other chaos continents nearby, making it suitable for establishing his own chaos continent. All right. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded and then cautiously asked, during the establishment of the chaos continent, will you allow other venerables to observe? The establishment of a chaos continent requires considerable time and will attract a lot of chaos qi gathering and spacetime fluctuations, inevitably drawing the attention of nearby venerables. Especially given Lin Yuan's insights into spacetime, the establishment of his chaos continent would surely cause commotion far exceeding that of a normal chaos venerable. They're welcome to, Lin Yuan said. He didn't mind other chaos venerables observing the establishment of his chaos continent. As long as they didn't interfere with him, good. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded. The establishment of a chaos continent entails many deep principles of spacetime. For many newly advanced venerables, observing a chaos venerable establish a chaos continent offers considerable benefit. Even for some seasoned venerables, watching other venerables set up a chaos continent offers some insights. This is generally true for normal chaos venerables, let alone for a chaos great saint like Lin Yuan. The ancient Ming Venerable didn't even have to think about it. There would definitely be a horde of venerables and even great saints coming to watch. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped forward, standing amidst endless chaos qi. Spacetime. Lin Yuan gazed into the vast chaos void, feeling a vague impulse rising within him. Establishing a chaos continent is a summary of one's insights into rules, and the created chaos continent can also serve as a base. Lin Yuan contemplated. Aside from newly advanced venerables, nearly all venerables establish a chaos continent, because the space-time rule within it will be influenced by the venerable themselves. For instance, the ancient Ming Venerable is much stronger on their own chaos continent compared to other venerables of the same level, capable of instantly tapping into the entire continent's spacetime. The chaos continent of the ancient Ming Venerable is dozens of times the size of an average natural universe, such a vast space-time. Even peak venerables would hesitate to venture into it to battle the ancient Ming Venerable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan said about the creation, rumble. Massive space-time fluctuations began sweeping in all directions. Developing the chaos continent requires a vast amount of resources, but given Lin Yuan's current assets, these were naturally no concern. As Lin Yuan continued to develop the chaos continent, the space-time fluctuations surged and spread like tides. In no time, dozens of nearby void domains, hundreds of void domains, thousands of void domains were all alerted by the chaos venerables. This wave of space-time fluctuation. Is someone developing a chaos continent? Why are the space-time fluctuations from building a chaos continent so immense? A wave of shock passed through the hearts of each venerable. Even as chaos venerables themselves, they felt as insignificant as ants before these vast space-time fluctuations. A great saint, it must be at least a chaos great saint who is developing the chaos continent. Some chaos venerables quickly realized that mobilizing such immense space-time power, even a peak venerable could not achieve. It must be a chaos great saint, and only a formidable great saint among the chaos great saints could accomplish this. I have seen a formidable great saint developing a chaos continent before, and it never gave me such a feeling. One venerable was somewhat puzzled, but no matter their thoughts, upon realizing this new development of the chaos continent, nearly all the venerables set out towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. What a joke, to observe the creation of a chaos continent drawn by such power of space-time. These ordinary venerables would be a rare opportunity for great fortune if they could watch closely. When else would be better to approach? The great saint's mastery over space-time must have reached the 9th realm, right? Being the first to closely observe, the ancient Ming venerable felt the space-time fluctuations stirred by Lin Yuan's development of the chaos continent most profoundly. 9th realm of space-time? The heart of the ancient Ming venerable trembled. This was a domain only supreme great saints could touch. Only by reaching significant heights and depths in their own chaotic evolutionary power path could one further enhance their understanding of space-time, reaching the 9th realm of space-time. As for a chaos great saint attaining the 9th realm of space-time comprehension, it's not impossible, but it's extremely rare. At least, the ancient Ming venerable had not heard of any chaos great saint whose space-time comprehension had reached the 9th realm. The ancient Ming venerable suddenly noticed, detecting several chaos venerables cautiously approaching. HMPH. The ancient Ming venerable paid no mind to them. Lin Yuan was not opposed to allowing other venerables to observe during the creation of the chaos continent, and naturally, the ancient Ming venerable wouldn't interfere either. The great saint is too benevolent. The ancient Ming venerable marveled inwardly. Not minding others observing was virtually like giving away opportunities for fortune. We're here, this is where the chaos continent is being developed. My heavens, the space-time fluctuations are this vast? 9th realm of space-time, it's a great saint whose comprehension of space-time has reached the 9th realm developing the chaos continent. The chaos venerables who had rushed over were shocked. They had thought it was just an ordinary chaos great saint developing the continent, but were surprised to find that this great saint's understanding of space-time had reached the 9th realm. Could it be a supreme great saint developing the chaos continent? One venerable swallowed hard, finding it extremely rare. For one, the number of supreme great saints is too few. For another, with the power of a supreme great saint, even if they wanted to develop something, they would develop a postnatal universe, not a chaos continent. Unless there was some special purpose, a supreme great saint wouldn't specifically develop a chaos continent. It's the galactic sage. The galactic sage is developing the chaos continent. Some chaos venerables used special means to see from afar the majestic figure creating the chaos continent amidst the center of space-time fluctuations. Galactic sage? The galactic sage outside the postnatal universe? No wonder this galactic sage could easily suppress 8 chaos great saints, possessing a 9th realm understanding of spacetime. A chorus of sighs from the chaos venerables, though the galactic sage is not a supreme great saint, for chaos great saints, he might as well be. Even a formidable great saint could easily be suppressed by him. The main battle bodies of Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and other chaos great saints are still in the hands of the galactic sage. These chaos great saints are currently borrowing chaos stones here and there, trying to redeem back their main battle bodies. The galactic sage is too strong, even watching from afar, the oppressive feeling it gives me. The voice of one chaos venerable trembled slightly. When they watched images of the galactic sage engaging in combat beyond the Xuanwang universe, they didn't quite feel it, perhaps even offering a few pointers. But when facing the galactic sage for real, even watching from afar, they felt the pressure as if the void itself might collapse. Lin Yuan took several years to preliminarily develop the chaos continent, during which his understanding of spacetime continually improved. Creating the chaos continent was a unique application of rules like spacetime, a process more aligned with creation than slaughter, giving Lin Yuan profound insights. It's just about done. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied internally. He looked at the chaos continent he had created, and a smile spread across his face. This is my chaos continent. Lin Yuan looked down. The location he chose to open the chaos continent wasn't within any void domain. Instead, it was in the desolate void between one void domain and another, where the chaos void mainly consisted of desolate void in 99% of the area. In a sense, the desolate void is the main body of the chaos void. As for the void domains, they're akin to small islands in a vast ocean. The reason why most cultivators reside in a particular void domain is because the chaos chi within the void domain is thick, making the living environment better. The space-time rules have stabilized, the other myriad rules will naturally operate and evolve. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Given his strength, it took him several years to open it up, which shows he invested great effort in this chaos continent. Although the chaos continent is opened in the desolate void, the space-time rules Lin Yuan has drawn indirectly siphon large areas of nearby chaos chi. The notion that chaos chi is scarce in the desolate void is based on the premise that the vastness of the desolate void's area results in a low chaos chi total. Averaging out leads to the belief that chaos chi is thin. However, if the chaos chi from the surrounding large area is gathered in one small location, the chaos chi there certainly isn't thin. Of course, to achieve this, most chaos great saints can't manage. The area involved is too expansive. Only Lin Yuan, with his space-time rules reaching the 9th realm and his deep understanding of spacetime, dares to attempt this. Normally, when chaos great saints want to open up a chaos continent, they would largely prefer to open it in existing void domains, then occupy everything within that void domain. In the distance, a large group of chaos venerables had already gathered to watch. In several years, the matter of the galaxy great saint opening the chaos continent spread rapidly. Chaos venerables from thousands upon 10,000 void domains in the vicinity were flocking here. Even though most hadn't arrived yet, there were still quite a few gathered. The number of chaos venerables here far exceeded those present when the Xuanwang universe emerged. When the Xuanwang universe emerged, many chaos venerables knew their limitations and didn't join the excitement. But as for the galaxy great saint opening the chaos continent, almost all venerables rushed over, if not in person, then their avatars, all to witness the galaxy great saint's exhibited mastery of spacetime during the opening. My heavens, the chaos continent opened by the galaxy great saint is probably as vast as a tenth of a void domain. Drawing in the scarce chaos chi from the surrounding desolate void, making the chaos chi on the chaos continent exceedingly abundant, such methods, such space-time mastery, truly warranted the title of Galaxy Great Saint. The Galaxy Great Saint is indeed merciful, not opening the chaos continent within a void domain, which would squeeze the survival space of weaker races. The chaos venerables exclaimed in amazement, watching over the years as an unprecedentedly vast boundless land was opened from nothing, gaining in the process. The stronger one was, the more they revered the methods displayed by the Galaxy Great Saint. The newly ascended Chaos Venerables might only see a boundless land being opened. Slightly seasoned Chaos Venerables could see the weaving of spacetime rules on this boundless land, with myriad paths operating. Some peak Venerables could further see the Chaos Continent's radiating influence on the endless desolate void around, like the rays of the fierce sun spreading brilliance. You all may come in to take a look. Lin Yuan looked at the gathered Chaos Venerables around and spoke with a smile. The Chaos Continent was not only a lair but also could be developed into a trade hub for nearby void domains. Over time, this could lead to the accumulation of vast wealth, consistent with Lin Yuan's constant inclinations. Resources obtainable through normal trading were preferred over the risky exploration of secret realms. And allowing these Chaos Venerables to enter and observe had a significant impact on establishing this Chaos Continent. Alright. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. Then we shall enter. The gathered Chaos Venerables felt a stirring within and immediately began to enter the Chaos Continent in an orderly fashion. Though the space-time within the Chaos Continent was entirely controlled by Lin Yuan, the Chaos Venerables felt no worry, nor did they suspect the Galaxy Great Saint to harbor lethal intentions. With the prowess Galaxy Great Saint exhibited, if he harbored ill intent, why invite them in? He could act outside directly. Congratulations to the Galaxy Great Saint for opening the Chaos Continent. This Chaos Continent is so vast, I wonder if it could accommodate. The Chaos Venerables handed their greetings to Lin Yuan upon entering and inquired about the allowance of trade organizations to settle in. With the renown of the Galaxy Great Saint, and the scale of the Chaos Continent, over time it would surely attract many strong figures, making trade settlements inevitable. Didn't expect the greetings to accumulate billions of Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan sat in the center of the Chaos Continent, pondering silently. Billions of Chaos Stones, even for a Chaos Great Saint, is a considerable fortune. Now that the Chaos Continent is opened, migrate human civilization in. Lin Yuan looked at the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. While the star-tier fragment world's environment was decent, it couldn't compare with the current Chaos Continent he constructed. Buzz. Lin Yuan's thought stirred slightly. The entire star-tier fragment world was moved from the ancient Ming Chaos Continent to his forefront. Subsequently, under the management of 9 ultimate warriors and 3 goddesses, human civilization began a grand migration anew. What's going on? I thought our original homeland was quite good, why are we migrating again? Many human civilization evolvers hadn't yet figured out the situation, but soon received a detailed explanation. Our human civilization's galaxy ultimate being has already opened up a brand new Chaos Continent, and now we are to migrate there. The galaxy ultimate being? Opening the Chaos Continent? A small portion of human civilization evolvers took a deep breath. They were strong enough and had enough information to naturally understand what opening the Chaos Continent meant. At least the strength of a Chaos Venerable is needed to achieve this feat. Has the galaxy ultimate being crossed into the Chaos Realm? Not crossed into the Chaos Realm, but perfected the Chaos Realm. Now the galaxy ultimate being is also respectfully called the Galaxy Great Saint. Within human civilizations groups, many pieces of information about Lin Yuan began to spread. This information was originally sealed by the 3 goddesses as it involved the pillar of human civilization, but now with Lin Yuan's strength, there's no need to seal it anymore. Junior brother has become a Chaos Great Saint? Among the many humans migrating to the Chaos Continent, Chicken Star Lord and many disciple peak masters gathered in one place, discussing this matter incredulously. How long has it even been? Chicken Star Lord was also shocked in his heart. He had long known that Lin Yuan would inevitably lead human civilization to its peak, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly and unexpectedly. Chaos Great Saint? Chicken Star Lord, being Lin Yuan's teacher, had an understanding of the various levels of strong beings in the Chaos Void. A Chaos Great Saint is a perfect existence of the 12th layer. The reason the native universe prematurely collapsed into great destruction was due to the influence of a battle between 2 Chaos Great Saints. Chaos Great Saint. Wanyang Holy Sun, following the many evolvers of the Wanyang lineage, also started migrating to the Chaos Continent. Galaxy Great Saint. Wanyang Holy Sun was dumbfounded. He had only just learned some information about the Chaos Great Saint, and before today, he had no idea what a Chaos Great Saint meant. Even with a brief understanding, Wanyang Holy Sun realized how great an existence a Chaos Great Saint is. And now, the Galaxy Master who once competed with him on the arena stage has reached this level. Back in the arena match, it seems I even won against the Galaxy Great Saint once. Wanyang Holy Sun swallowed, thinking about his glorious achievement. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but now it appears that arena battle made him forever memorable in human civilization history. After all, that was the Galaxy Great Saint, whose defeats have been exceedingly rare since he came into being. I didn't expect the legacy I left behind would have such a significant impact. Oh Yin was migrating to the Chaos Continent, feeling a myriad of emotions at the moment. Before he died, he hid his legacy in a corner of the battlefields of different races, originally intending to leave it to the descendants of human civilization evolvers, but it ended up in the hands of the Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint. Due to this connection with the Galaxy Great Saint, Oh Yin received many privileges within the human civilization group. When scholars of human civilization history studied the past deeds of the Galaxy Ultimate Being, they gave high praise to the legacy he left behind. For 10th or 11th layer evolvers, those legacies weren't worth mentioning, but at the time, the Galaxy Great Saint's strength was still weak. It was considered his first pot of gold. Opening a Chaos Continent. Galaxy Great Saint. Dozens of alien path-splitting realm beings looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they had submitted to the galaxy ultimate being under the threat of the universe's great destruction, only to unexpectedly find that they had submitted to a great saint, the galaxy great saint. Although our status is not as high as human civilization evolvers, we can still migrate to that chaos continent, which is better than many powerful groups. A Star Alliance path-splitting realm expert spoke. This remark also gained the approval of other alien path-splitting realm beings. If you beat the dog, you have to look at the owner, let alone the galaxy great saint now. We should be fortunate to have been born in the same universe as the galaxy great saint, otherwise we would have perished long ago. An alien path-splitting realm being said with emotion. It was said that when one person achieved the Tao, even the dogs and chickens ascended to heaven. The galaxy great saint, with personal power, brought boundless benefits to the entire native universe. As long as they did not eventually oppose the galaxy great saint, even if they were now slaves of the galaxy great saint, the resources they enjoyed far exceeded those of the same level powerhouses. Many humans rapidly migrated, although they had left the native universe for those years. The entire human civilization was striving for reproduction, and the population size increased tens to hundreds of times compared to the beginning. But compared to the vast chaos continent opened by Lin Yuan, it was still far from enough, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, completely inconspicuous. Those. Are they all venerables? Xuanyuan Supreme looked beyond the chaos continent, where terrifying auras were entering one by one. Each aura imposed immense pressure on Xuanyuan Supreme, but before entering the chaos continent, these existences were exceedingly careful. In my entire life, I have never seen so many chaos venerables. Void God Ultimate Being said that the gathering of such a number of venerables was indeed rare. It's all because of the galaxy. Sha Chen Ultimate Being couldn't help but say. Indeed, without the galaxy, these venerables. The other few ultimate beings nodded. Chaos venerables were high above, and a void domain had only about 7 to 8 of them. If it weren't for the galaxy great saint, which venerable would have put in such effort to come here? In the void, several figures appeared, looking distantly at the newly opened chaos continent. Black Light, you're here. Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at one who had just arrived and said. If I didn't come, what would happen to the main battle body? Black Light Great Saint slightly shook his head. Lin Yuan offered them 10 billion chaos stones in exchange for the main battle body. Although the cost was high, it was still more economical than cultivating a new main battle body. More importantly, cultivating a new main battle body requires not only a large investment in resources but also time. To gather 10 billion chaos stones, I owed quite a few favors. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was a bit helpless, so did I. Black Light Great Saint said. The property of a great saint is mostly invested in weapons and arms. As for chaos stones, they are not abundant, so if one wants to gather enough chaos stones quickly, either they sell their personal weapons or borrow. And borrowing chaos stones from other great saints requires repaying favors. This is the chaos continent opened by Galaxy Great Saint? Black Light Great Saint began to observe the distant chaos continent, his expression growing increasingly amazed. With his keen insight, even if he had just arrived and hadn't seen the process of the chaos continent opening, he sensed a suppression in space-time aspects. The Galaxy Great Saint's comprehension in space-time must have reached the 9th realm, Wild Barbarian Great Saint said beside him. He'd been here for quite some time, waiting for the other Great Saints to gather and meet the Galaxy Great Saint together, and observing the distant chaos continent. The more he observed, the more the shock grew in Wild Barbarian Great Saint's heart. The 9th realm comprehension of spacetime? Black Light Great Saint took a deep breath, knowing well the difficulty of raising spacetime comprehension to the 9th realm. Only an absolute Great Saint could achieve it by following the path of chaos evolution. It's almost impossible for ordinary chaos Great Saints. Back then, did Lin Yuan reach the 9th realm of spacetime comprehension? Black Light Great Saint said that if Lin Yuan had reached the 9th realm of space-time comprehension back then, suppressing them a few chaos Great Saints wouldn't have taken long. It would have been even more impossible for Dual Origin Great Saint to escape. Dual Origin Great Saint's shattering power of spacetime was indeed strong, but facing the 9th realm's suppression of spacetime, unless he resisted Galaxy Great Saint head-on, he would have long perished. Hiding his strength, Wild barbarian great saint speculated, which is the only explanation. Hiding his strength? Black light great saint remained silent. Beside them, Tian Lu great saint and other chaos great saints trembled at heart. To be able to sweep through other chaos great saints, yet still hide strength? Greetings, great saint of the galaxy. The wild barbarian great saint, black light great saint, and several other chaos great saints quickly met with Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan was facing away from them, busy adjusting the numerous rules of the Great Tao on the Chaos Continent. The Chaos Continent had been first opened, and although time and space had stabilized, many other rules of the Great Tao still needed adjustment. Only in this way could this Chaos Continent be more perfect and free from hidden dangers. Great Saint of the Galaxy. The wild barbarian Great Saint, black light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints saw that Lin Yuan did not respond. They dared not continue inquiring, so they stood obediently in place. The occasional grand fluctuations of rules emanating from the Chaos Continent below left several Chaos Great Saints in awe. The Great Saint of the Galaxy's understanding of the rules is terrifying, several Chaos Great Saints thought to themselves, feeling the impact of Lin Yuan on the Chaos Continent below at such a close distance. Even if our true bodies were here and we used all our trump cards, we wouldn't last long against the Great Saint of the Galaxy. Black Light Great Saint thought to himself, clearly aware of the power gap between the current Great Saint of the Galaxy and the one in the Xuanwang universe. You have arrived. Lin Yuan glanced at Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and casually said, "Have you brought the Chaos Stones?" "We have brought them," Black Light Great Saint replied with a slight respect, treating Lin Yuan as a peerless great saint, and then brought out a world bracelet. "We have also brought them." The wild barbarian great saint, Tian Lu great saint, and other chaos great saints, seeing this, quickly brought out the chaos stones they had prepared. In that case, Lin Yuan counted and then released the main combat bodies of the several chaos great saints. Of course, the weapons and numerous treasures on these main combat bodies were all taken by Lin Yuan. The wild barbarian great saint, black light great saint, and other great saints had expected this. They only redeemed their main combat bodies, with no thoughts of reclaiming their weapons and treasures. "Then, great saint of the galaxy, we will take our leave," Black Light Great Saint cautiously said. Having retrieved his main combat body, Black Light Great Saint felt relieved. Although he knew someone as mighty as Lin Yuan would disdain breaking a promise, it still eased his mind. Lin Yuan nodded, and suddenly spoke to the several Chaos Great Saints. "I have established this Chaos Continent. Are you interested in having your forces settle here?" Both Black Light Great Saint and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint, as well as Tian Lu Great Saint and the other two newly appointed Great Saints, likely had a force behind them. Unlike Lin Yuan's sudden rise, other Chaos Great Saints had their paths of growth. Over long years, even if they didn't intend to build forces, a faction would naturally form as their strength grew. "Great Saint of the Galaxy, doesn't mind our previous actions?" Black Light Great Saint asked cautiously, delighted at heart. Being able to settle on the Chaos Continent, near enough to rival a peerless Great Saint like Lin Yuan, was naturally an immense opportunity. However, they thought there was resentment between them and Lin Yuan and dared not directly request this. "Now that you've brought the Chaos Stones, there is no issue," Lin Yuan said. The grievances between him and the Black Light Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints were not irreconcilable. Since the Chaos Stones had been delivered, Lin Yuan chose not to pursue it further. The newly established Chaos Continent needed various forces to settle to develop swiftly. "Very well. I will go back and prepare." The Black Light Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints felt reassured and retreated at once. 2,300,000,000 Chaos Stones. After the few Chaos Great Saints left, Lin Yuan glanced again at his gains. "Next, I shall continue cultivating, aiming to quickly enter the Chaos Realm." Lin Yuan thought to himself and began his seclusion again. As for the myriad affairs on the Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan only needed to divert a fraction of his mind to maintain the overall situation, leaving miscellaneous matters to three goddesses. Source World, Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Heiyu Nest. The Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit sat cross-legged, using the exotic Heiyu to refine his own mental will. As a first-class treasure land of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, The Heiyu produced by the Heiyu nest was highly beneficial to enhancing one's mental will. My current mental will index is probably close to 90 million points. Lin Yuan felt joyful, as the guardian of the Heiyu nest. If he wished, he could easily engage in personal gain. Lin Yuan wouldn't go that far, but he certainly wouldn't lack Heiyu. In 8,000 years, the Heiyu produced by the Heiyu nest will enter its maturity. Before then, I must be wary of the Xuanian ancient country. Lin Yuan gazed distantly towards the Xuanian ancient country. The Heiyu nest was situated on the border between the Fierce Sun ancient country and the Xuanian ancient country. Though currently controlled by the Fierce Sun ancient country, each maturity period attracted strong figures from the Xuanian ancient country. The strong figures from the Xuanian ancient country didn't aim to completely seize the Heiyu nest. But as long as they attacked the Heiyu nest during the maturity period and plundered some of its Heiyu, they would profit greatly. The information given to me by Kai Yang Heavenly Venerate mentioned that the Xuanian ancient country is always restless around the maturity period. Lin Yuan thought quietly. Refining and enhancing mental will with exotic treasures? Not only did the strong figures of Fierce Sun ancient country have a need, but those from Xuanian ancient country also craved them intensely. The 6 ancient countries rule over vast territories, and among the many mystical treasures that affect the spirit and will, Heiyu is definitely among the best. This is also quite normal. Without the threat from the Xuanian ancient country, why would there be a need for strong figures to guard the Heiyu nest? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Fierce Sun ancient country treated every strong figure guarding important treasures well. Not only were they bestowed with merits from the ancient country, but they were also able to take 1/10 of the resources produced from the treasure land. I must be cautious too. Otherwise, if the strong figures of the Xuanian ancient country break in and seize part of the Heiyu, I will surely face punishment, and even the emperor won't be able to protect me. Lin Yuan divided part of his focus to keep a watchful eye on the changes in the Heiyu nest and its surrounding areas. Outside the Heiyu nest, the time and space in a certain area slightly distorted. 2 figures stood silently there, looking at the Heiyu nest in the distance. By calculating the time, Heiyu is about to mature. The figure on the far left said softly. It is about to mature, said the figure on the right. What is it? Jihan, do you have designs on Heiyu? For such a rare treasure as Heiyu, don't you have any thoughts? Jihan Venerate glanced at the figure on the right. I remember that your spirit and will, being, have always been a shortcoming at the heavenly venerable level. If you obtain enough Heiyu, you can completely compensate for it. The impact of spirit and will on strength is far less direct than that of the physical body and soul, but if there's a gap in spirit and will, it's a troublesome matter. I do have thoughts. Being Venerable Sage shook his head and said, but what good are thoughts? We can only watch. Occasionally, the Fierce Sun country over there manages to sell some Heiyu to us, but it's hardly possible to snatch any. Trade does exist between ancient countries, but when it involves resources and treasures of Heiyu's level, they are immediately seized by the royal family and powerful heavenly venerates of the Xuanian ancient country as soon as they appear. Some time ago, the Heiyu nest changed its guardian. Kai Yang was transferred. Being Venerable Sage spoke up. I know about this too. Jihan Venerate nodded. The new guardian of the Heiyu nest is called Galaxy, and he is a core royal member. Tisk. The core royals are indeed different. Galaxy. It is said that he has made significant strides on the path to breaking through the bottleneck of the heavenly venerate, but no matter what, he has not stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. Being Venerable Sage said. What do you mean? Jihan Venerate asked, his expression thoughtful. If Kai Yang were here, I would have no designs on Heiyu nest. Kai Yang's strength is formidable, and he controls many formations in the Heiyu nest without any opportunity for us. But this Galaxy. Being Venerable Sage stopped speaking. The implication was clear. This core royal member, having grown to his limit, finds it difficult to achieve the comprehensive control that Kai Yang Heavenly Venerate had while guarding the Heiyu nest. And this is precisely an opportunity for the 2 heavenly venerates. What do you plan to do? Jihan Venerate immediately asked. He also realized this was an opportunity. If they succeed, they would not lack Heiyu for a long time to come. As for failure, there would be no real loss. Over the years, during Kai Yang's tenure as guard of the Heiyu nest, I conducted many probes and gained some understanding of the defensive formations within. Even if Galaxy has gained control over all formations since first taking charge of the Heyu nest, he probably won't be able to operate them seamlessly in the short term. We just need to sneak in during the gap between the formation's operations. Being Venerable Sage quickly said, having been planning this since Kai Yong was transferred and Galaxy Great Lord took over the Heyu nest. Sneak in. Jihan Venerate hesitated a bit. If that Galaxy Great Lord reacts, seals them in, and corners them, wouldn't the two heavenly venerates be in trouble? Don't worry, that galaxy is not Kai Yong. Even if we are discovered, we can simply withdraw. Being Venerable Sage immediately reassured, indeed. Jihan Venerate thought for a moment and nodded. Those core royals do not grasp the laws of heaven and earth as comprehensively as the celestial clan. And the same goes for their control of formations. But we must be careful not to expose our true identities. Being Venerable Sage reminded. Among the ancient countries, unless it was in a large-scale, full-fledged battlefield, heavenly venerates would avoid clashing with one another whenever possible. Since Being Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate decided to act, they would certainly hide their true identities, so that even if the fierce Sun ancient country pursued the matter afterwards, they could argue that it was the action of heavenly venerates from other ancient countries. As long as their identities were not exposed, the Xuanian ancient country would protect them. Understood. Jihan Venerate nodded. This kind of thing was done behind the Xuanian ancient country's back, and it had to be kept secret. They could not confess afterwards, either. Outside the Heyu nest. Being Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, these two heavenly venerates from the Xuanian ancient country, carefully observed the operation of the large formation at the Heyu nest in the distance. Now, Being Venerable Sage's eyes shimmered, and following the gap in the formation's operation, he merged into the Heyu nest, as did Jihan Venerate, both slipping inside one after the other. The Being Venerate and Jihan Venerate were two ancient heavenly venerates of the Xuanian ancient country. Their mental awareness compared to other heavenly venerates was slightly lacking. Thus, they were deeply eager for the rare Heyu produced by the Heyu nest. With the rotation of the Heyu nest's guardians this time, they planned to take the risky move of infiltrating. In truth, it wasn't quite a risk, as Being Venerate had fully prepared for this action. The new Guardian Galaxy Great Lord, though far superior to other extreme core royalty, had ultimately not crossed into the heavenly venerate realm. Naturally, he was not as difficult to deal with as the previous Guardian Kai Yong heavenly venerate. Moreover, Being Venerate had watched the battle footage of this Galaxy Great Lord many times. He considered himself to be very familiar with this newly emerged royalty from the fierce Sun ancient country. Even if they encountered an extreme situation and were discovered upon entry, they could easily withdraw without exposing identity-related information. Thus, even if the fierce Sun ancient country pursued investigations afterward, as long as there was no substantial evidence, it would eventually come to nothing. 10 breaths. No more than 10 breaths. Regardless of how much Heyu is obtained, it must be immediately retreated. Being Venerate smoothly infiltrated the Heyu nest and advised Jihan Venerate. 10 breaths was precisely the time it took for the fierce Sun capital to transmit reinforcements to the Heyu nest. In simple terms, from the moment they infiltrated, reinforcements from fierce Sun capital would arrive in the fastest 10 breaths. The two heavenly venerates were not concerned about the Galaxy Great Lord, but the reinforcements from fierce Sun capital? They were somewhat apprehensive. Understood. Jihan Venerate nodded. Daring to infiltrate such a prime treasure ground, everything was certainly planned for the worst-case scenario. With their heavenly venerate power, it was unlikely they would be spotted immediately upon entry. But since it was a possibility, plans had to be made under that premise. Swoosh. In nearly a tenth of a breath's time, the two heavenly venerates completely infiltrated the Heyu nest. Swiftly approaching the area where Heyu was being nurtured. Deep within the Heyu nest, Lin Yuan was refining Heyu, with threads of Heyu's power slowly and steadily tempering his mental consciousness. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a stir within, looking toward a certain direction. Two presences have infiltrated? Lin Yuan thought privately. His discovery of these two infiltrating presences was not based on the Heyu nest's grand array, but purely relying on Lin Yuan's own perception and the half-operating state of divine ability, world. Since the Heyu nest was about to enter its mature period, Lin Yuan had grown cautious, constantly half-operating divine ability, world. Such powerful heavenly venerates like Kai Yang Heavenly Venerate, sought the chance to guard the Heiyu nest at the risk of offending 4 or 5 other heavenly venerates. Let alone other heavenly venerates from ancient countries? The stronger one's strength, the greater the emphasis on mental consciousness. This was also the reason Heiyu nest was considered a prime treasure ground. A rare treasure that directly enhances mental consciousness, which was exceptionally scarce even among the 6 great ancient countries, enough to provoke contention among heavenly venerates. It should be 2 heavenly venerates, Xuanian ancient countries' heavenly venerates? Lin Yuan, gazing far ahead at the 2 rapidly approaching presences. Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerate, fully prepared, believed they could deceive others and evade the detection of Heiyu Nest's grand array. Indeed, this was true. The grand array of Heiyu Nest had not detected the presences of these 2 heavenly venerates. Of course, this was also because neither Jihan Venerate nor Bian Venerate had made any moves. Though the defensive array could not detect them, under the shroud of Lin Yuan's divine ability, world, everything was visible. Arrived, just ahead is the area where Heiyu is nurtured. Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerate felt a slight thrill, especially Bian Venerate, for since their entry, the Heiyu Nest's grand array hadn't shown any abnormal fluctuations. Estimate that the Galaxy Great Lord hadn't noticed us at all. 2 breaths have passed, 3 breaths for retreat, leaving us 5 breaths to collect Heiyu. Bian Venerate glanced at Jihan Venerate. Jihan Venerate immediately nodded. Having cultivated to the heavenly venerate realm, naturally, one would not lose reason in front of treasures. Everything would proceed according to the plan. The next moment, the 2 heavenly venerates entered the area where Heiyu was nurtured. A vast expanse of deep black jade appeared before them, and both Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerate suppressed their delight. Take them all, even the immature Heiyu, Bian Venerate quickly said. The rare Heiyu nurtured by the Heiyu nest would only be taken out when fully mature and thereby circulated. But it was not to say immature Heiyu would be completely ineffective. It only lacked the profound tempering effect on mental consciousness compared to mature Heiyu. And now, as raiders, Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerate naturally disregarded whether the Heiyu was mature or not, taking everything in sight. However, when their power enveloped the Heiyu, they found multiple layers of time-space barriers faintly coalesced around all Heiyu. What's going on? Bian Venerate frowned, sensing the time-space barriers, not deriving from the Heiyu nest's defensive grand array. Bian, what now? I can't take it. Jihan Venerate quickly inquired, covering large patches of Heiyu with the time-space barriers giving him a feeling of helplessness, unable to breach them. What now? Bian Venerate thought privately. Suddenly his expression changed, looking upward, only to see a man step out from the void, quietly observing them from above. The ancient and venerable heavenly venerates, under the gaze of this young man, seemed like 2 ants. Galaxy Great Lord. Bian Venerable Sage immediately recognized the identity of the young man, none other than Galaxy Great Lord guarding this Heiyu nest. Have we been discovered? Jihan Venerate's expression turned stern, as the personal arrival of Galaxy Great Lord combined with the protection over all the Heiyu around made it easy to deduce this conclusion. This Galaxy Venerate was already prepared for us? Jihan Venerate thought to himself, meanwhile looking towards Bian Venerable Sage, wanting to know the next course of action. Leave. Though Bian Venerable Sage felt a bit unwilling, he knew that given the current situation, immediate retreat was the best option. Without retreating, they couldn't take away the Heiyu in a short time, making staying pointless. Buzz. Bian Venerable Sage moved his thoughts. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need to completely conceal their presence. As long as they didn't expose their signature killing moves, they didn't have to worry. Whoosh! Time and space began to boil as Bian Venerable Sage attempted to forcibly penetrate the space-time passage from this place to the outside world, intending to make an exit. However, the power of the Great Array surged, immediately suppressing Bian Venerable Sage's attempt to pierce through time and space. Galaxy Great Lord? Bian Venerable Sage looked at Lin Yuan. You still want to keep us here? Bian Venerable Sage frowned, paid no more attention, and then unhesitatingly flew towards the outside. Since blasting through the space-time passage for a rapid retreat was not possible, then they would just fly out directly. The defensive array of Heiyu Nest was primarily designed to defend against external attacks, and as for internal security? It could at least not stop a strong figure like Bian Venerable Sage. Suppress. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan fully unleashed the divine ability, World. Whoosh! The vast outer universe spread out like an ocean, instantly filling every inch of space inside Heiyu Nest. What is this? Jihan Venerate's expression changed dramatically as he clearly felt completely suppressed. Even flying became extremely difficult. Under such suppression, not to mention exiting Heiyu Nest in 3 breaths, even 30 breaths or 300 breaths would be impossible. Not good. Bian Venerable Sage's face turned grim, realizing through the omnipresent domain suppression that Galaxy Great Lord's strength far exceeded his predictions, even having stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. No more holding back. Bian Venerable Sage unhesitatingly began employing all his means to escape. The formless terrifying yin aura spread all around, attempting to counter the outer universe's suppression, and in this moment Bian Venerable Sage held nothing back, even risking exposing his true identity. As a heavenly venerate of the Xuanian ancient country, taking unauthorized action against the supreme treasure land of the fierce Sun ancient country broke the unwritten rules between the two ancient nations. If word got out, he would surely face punishment from the Xuanian ancient country, but no matter how severe the punishment, it would be lighter than losing this physical form. And right now, Bian Venerable Sage had a feeling that if he didn't fight with all his might, he wouldn't be able to break free from the outer universe's suppression. As time dragged on, waiting for reinforcements from the fierce Sun ancient country could lead to his live capture and suppression. As a heavenly venerable, breaking unwritten rules in secret, the Xuanian ancient country would, for its dignity, definitely punish him, but not too severely since he was one of their own. But if he were captured alive, the Xuanian ancient country would lose face immensely, and the punishment against him would have no limits. Rumble. Bian Venerable Sage began burning the origin source of his flesh, trying to break the surrounding space-time suppression, but found it had little effect as the rolling suppressive power came crashing down like a grindstone. Unmatchable. Unstoppable, Bian Venerable Sage was shocked within. Galaxy Great Lord. Bian Venerable Sage turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, who was overlooking him, suddenly speaking, "Perhaps I should call you Galaxy Venerate?" Given the scale of the fierce Sun ancient country, the emergence of a heavenly venerate was exceedingly rare but not inconceivable. After all, the fierce Sun ancient country had a large number of peak great lords just a step away from the heavenly venerable realm, ready to break through at any moment. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was recognized as core royalty of the fierce Sun ancient country. For a core royal to become a heavenly venerate, the significance was entirely different from other newly emerged heavenly venerates. Galaxy Venerate? Not far away, Jihan Venerate as well stared at Lin Yuan, his mind churning with turmoil. Had Lin Yuan broken the legend that core royalties of various ancient countries could not surpass the heavenly venerate shackle? Lin Yuan gazed down at Bian Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate without speaking. Displaying heavenly venerate level power was something Lin Yuan had long planned. Having already surpassed the typical limits of core royals, Lin Yuan's entry into the heavenly venerable realm wasn't entirely unbelievable. Both the Emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country and King Chabao were very eager for Lin Yuan to break the royal's heavenly venerate shackle. This time, I've truly lost. Bian Venerable Sage gave Lin Yuan a deep glance, then his body and soul began to dissipate. With Bian Venerable Sage's strength, he could definitely sustain himself under Lin Yuan's outer universe suppression for some time. After all, at this moment, Lin Yuan's true form wasn't present but only the Taiyan primordial spirit, so the power wasn't overwhelming enough to easily crush a heavenly venerate. However, every moment of delay could mean reinforcements from the fierce Sun ancient country at any time. Should the reinforcement come from one of those few peak venerables of the fierce Sun ancient country, Bian might not even be able to self-dissipate. In this situation, for safety's sake, Bian Venerable Sage chose to abandon this main battle body. Bian, Jihan Venerate, witnessing this scene, felt a tremor in his heart. He clearly understood why Bian Venerable Sage chose to self-dissipate his body. Try again. In Jihan Venerate's eyes, a faint blood-red hue appeared, and his surroundings were engulfed in freezing cold that pierced through time and space. But facing the power of Lin Yuan's outer universe, all of this quickly dissipated. Forget it. After almost 10 breaths, Jihan Venerate too found the struggle hopeless, realizing escape was impossible in the short term. He also began to dissipate his body and soul. Soon, the bodies and souls of the two ancient heavenly venerates disappeared completely. Lin Yuan watched silently without interruption. In fact, he couldn't stop them, not when he himself was only the Taiyuan primordial spirit. Even his true self would have difficulty preventing a heavenly venerate from willingly dissolving their body. In the chaos void, Lin Yuan had suppressed Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and a multitude of Chaos Great Saints, but that was because they were just outmaneuvered. Given a chance to reclaim their bodies, they naturally would. However, in the Fang Yuan world, most heavenly venerates had already sworn loyalty to the 6 ancient countries. Facing capture by an enemy ancient country would have appalling consequences. The higher their status, the more severe the consequences of being captured by an enemy country would be. The greater their position, the more severe the punishment would be, especially if they got captured alive and suppressed. Those like the Spirit Might King and King Lingshan would rather extinguish their primary battle bodies than be captured, due to the dire consequences. That's acceptable. Lin Yuan felt rather satisfied. Forcing a heavenly venerate to annihilate his own body and soul was no easy feat. On a battlefield, it's hard to achieve such a level of pressure where a heavenly venerate wouldn't resist for some time, but it was accomplished here in the Heiyu nest under unique circumstances. In addition to Biyan Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's unpublicized identities, the timely threat of reinforcements from the fierce Sun ancient country pressured them towards self-destruction rather than risking capture by Lin Yuan. It's quite satisfactory. If it had been in the battlefield, compelling a heavenly venerate to voluntarily annihilate their body and soul would be incredibly difficult. Unless one could single-handedly sweep through all enemies, but that's very difficult, as each ancient country would resort to its deep-seated hands to counter. It was only here at the Heiyu nest that Biyan Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's identities remained in the shadows, compounded by the imminent arrival of fierce Sun ancient country reinforcements, that left them choosing to relinquish their main battle bodies. Lin Yuan set his eyes on the spots where the two heavenly venerates had dissipated. Several weapons and world-secret treasures had fallen. What a chance to finally witness the secret techniques of Xuanian ancient country. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. His path was the Taiji Dao, and the legacy from the fierce Sun ancient country has greatly aided his Taiyang Dao. He thus eagerly anticipated the many Xuanian inheritances from the Xuanian ancient country. Over the years since arriving in this Fang Yuan world, Lin Yuan has collected quite a number of secret techniques from the Xuanian ancient country. There is much camaraderie among the great lords of each ancient country, often exchanging favors and trading with each other. Many secret techniques are naturally included in these trades. However, the secret techniques that can be traded at the level of great lords are still too shallow for Lin Yuan. Now, these two heavenly venerates from Xuanian ancient country give Lin Yuan hope of accessing the profound secret techniques passed down from Xuanian ancient country. Of course, Lin Yuan does not expect to obtain the truly exclusive secret techniques of Xuanian ancient country. Such levels of inheritances, even if Biyan Venerable and Jihan Venerate have practiced them, would not be recorded. But there's a high probability that ordinary secret techniques at the heavenly venerate level would be kept as backups. For instance, the sky-burning court founded by Lord Qingfen contains many secret techniques. Lin Yuan immediately began investigating the world treasures left by the two heavenly venerates, which stored Biyan Venerable and Jihan Venerate's many years of collections. These two heavenly venerates had no idea they would be completely trapped in the Heiyu nest this time. Therefore, the main battle bodies that infiltrated carried quite a few treasures and rare items. Lin Yuan glanced over these treasures and rare items and directly looked into the region of secret techniques. Xuanian 13 Cuts, established by a peak venerable from Xuanian ancient country, based on the supreme inheritance, Xuanian secret scripture. Using the extreme Xuanian qi to form a devastating cut. Lin Yuan carefully watched and comprehended. The so-called peak venerable corresponds to the Chaos Void's Chaos Great Saint. Compared to the Chaos Great Saint, peak venerables do not rely on internal universes, but they lead in the road of chaos power evolution. Every peak venerable among the 6 ancient countries has created their own attack methods on the road of chaos theory. For example, Xuanian 13 cuts was created by a peak venerable from Xuanian ancient country, where each cut can severely wound ordinary heavenly venerates, with the final cuts having the capability to kill normal heavenly venerates. Impressive. Lin Yuan was amazed while comprehending. If the evolution of chaos power were divided into 3 levels, then Chaos Great Saints from Chaos Void would be at the first level. The Chaos Great Saints are at the second level, and the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries in this Fang Yuan world stand at the third level. The third level of chaos power evolution has already considered the condensation of one's own Tao fruit, not just a simple road. What a pity that the true profound inheritance of Xuanian ancient country cannot be spread out, Lin Yuan sighed. This, Xuanian 13 cuts was only common among heavenly venerates in Xuanian ancient country, and hence Lin Yuan could find a copy in the world treasures of the 2 heavenly venerates. However, this harvest is already substantial. Lin Yuan looked at the numerous secret techniques in the world treasures. In addition to Xuanian 13 cuts, there are 4 other techniques at the same level, and as for the weaker ordinary heavenly venerate inheritance, there are dozens. Bian Venerable and Jihan Venerate naturally absorb the strengths of many factions. To reach the heavenly venerable realm, it is practically impossible to achieve without external influence, having comprehended countless secret techniques before finally finding their path. By comprehending these secret techniques, I can distinctly feel my Taiyan Dao has become much fuller. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this fullness is not in terms of strength, but rather a fundamental fullness. All along, Lin Yuan felt Taiyang surpassed Taiyan. Even with the mutual conversion of Taiyang and Taiyan, overall Taiyan has always been the weak link. One wonders what kind of Tao the Xuanian secret scripture of the Xuanian ancient country might record, Lin Yuan pondered expectantly. Xuanian secret scripture is the supreme secret text of Xuanian ancient country, derived from the Xuanian ancestor, matching the supreme inheritance of fierce Sun ancient country. Xuanian ancient country, the capital. In the Bian and Jihan royal mansion, the true bodies of the 2 mighty figures opened their eyes. As venerates, if willing to serve the ancient country, they are usually bestowed the title of king and own a royal mansion in the capital. That galaxy actually became a venerate. Jihan Venerate still finds it hard to believe, within the long years of the 6 ancient countries, the unbreakable shackles of the core royal family were shattered by galaxy. Bian. Jihan Venerate immediately dispatched an avatar to Bian Royal Mansion to discuss subsequent matters with Bian Venerable. Inside Bian Royal Mansion, in a pavilion, Bian Venerable sat there, while Jihan Venerate sat opposite. Bian, what do you think we should do now? Jihan Venerate asked immediately. Their covert actions yielded nothing, and their main battle bodies were even left behind. What should we do? Bian Venerable sighed inwardly. Had he known earlier that the Galaxy Venerate was so monstrous, he would never have entertained the idea of getting involved with Heiyu Nest. He initially thought the entry of Galaxy Great Lord into Heiyu Nest would weaken this prime treasure site. Unexpectedly, it not only did not weaken, but became even stronger than when Kai Yong Heavenly Venerate was in charge. Kai Yong Heavenly Venerate's strength is close to a peak venerable, but his means tend toward direct attacks. He could at best critically wound them. As for restraining them, he couldn't, but Lin Yuan's external cosmos suppression deadlocked the 2 venerates. In a place like Heiyu Nest, restraining ability is far more important than direct attacks. No choice, we can only be honest with the Emperor. Bian Venerable thought for a while and spoke. Honest with the Emperor? Jihan Venerate fell into silence. This means they will definitely receive punishment from the Emperor, having acted against a prime treasure site, breaking the tacit rules of the 2 ancient countries. Xuanian ancient country won't easily let them off even if it's just for appearances. If not, shall we wait for fierce Sun ancient country to pursue us with our personal weapons? Bian Venerable glanced at Jihan Venerate. Although they both destroyed their main battle bodies, personal weapons still remain. And in the 6 ancient countries, the personal weapons of heavenly venerates are highly recognizable. By relying on their personal weapons, it's certain they infiltrated Heiyu Nest. Not to mention Bian Venerable and Jihan Venerate exhibited their strength within Heiyu Nest, merely requiring a heavenly venerate proficient in the Tao of Time to go back and review scenes, they can be identified. Could we negotiate with that Galaxy Venerate, asking him not to spread this matter? Jihan Venerate pondered for a moment before speaking. Negotiation. Bian Venerable Sage thought for a moment, then let's give it a try. So far, only the three of them knew about this, and as long as Galaxy Venerate kept silent, outsiders wouldn't know. Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan was contemplating the spoils he had obtained. Suddenly, he looked up toward the distance. Buzz. At the border between two ancient countries, a manifestation of Lin Yuan descended. In the distance, Bian Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's manifestations stood there as well. What do you need from me? Lin Yuan glanced at the two venerables of the Xuanian ancient country and said casually. Galaxy Venerate. Bian Venerable Sage looked at Lin Yuan. Could today's incident be kept secret? Kept secret? Lin Yuan understood why Bian Venerable Sage wanted him to keep it secret. What can you give me? As long as Galaxy Venerate keeps today's matters secret, both I and Jihan will owe you a favor, Bian Venerable Sage said. Yes, owe you a favor, Jihan Venerate also said from the side. Just a favor? Lin Yuan looked at the two venerables. Stopping the invasion of Heiyu Nest by the two venerables and eventually leaving behind their main battle bodies would grant him considerable merit in the Fierce Sun ancient country. With such merit, Lin Yuan could exchange it in the Fierce Sun treasury for more Fierce Sun inheritance secret methods. Then what do you want, Galaxy Venerate? Bian Venerable Sage inquired. Xuanian secret scripture, Lin Yuan said directly. Impossible. Bian Venerable Sage immediately shook his head. I have already sworn to the ancestor, it is impossible to transmit this inheritance. Since that's the case, you have no negotiating value with me. Lin Yuan's figure directly vanished. Negotiating with venerable sages from enemy countries inherently carries risk. Afterward, they could use it as leverage or threat. If there were a supreme inheritance like the Xuanian secret scripture, Lin Yuan might take a risk. But clearly, Bian Venerable Sage and Xuanian Venerable could not offer such tempting items. So Lin Yuan didn't bother to continue negotiations. Capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Lin Yuan walked out from the royal mansion. Killing the main battle bodies of two enemy venerables. According to the merit exchange standards set by the ancient country, each venerable's main battle body is worth 500,000 merit. The main battle bodies of two venerables are equal to 1 million merit. Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. It must be known that previously, on the battlefields of the Qingfen domain and Purple Dream domain, Lin Yuan single-handedly turned the tide, and ultimately obtained only over 100,000 merit. Let's go. Lin Yuan would certainly not leave the merit behind. He directly headed to the palace to meet the emperor of the ancient country. Inside the grand hall, the emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country smiled at Lin Yuan and said, Galaxy, what brings you to me? The Heiyu Nest I was stationed at was intruded upon by two Xuanian ancient country venerables. Lin Yuan reported truthfully. Two venerables intruded? The emperor's expression slightly changed. The Heiyu in the Heiyu Nest has a great refining effect on the mental will of those at the venerable level. Attracting venerable level powerhouses wasn't surprising. Previously, Heiyu Nest was guarded by Kai Yang Heavenly Venerate, an experienced Venerate, leaving the enemy venerables little chance to infiltrate, so there was not much activity. Who were the two venerables? The emperor inquired. Bian and Jihan. Lin Yuan said. There were only a few venerables in the Xuanian ancient country, making them easy to identify. It's them. The emperor nodded slightly. No matter, this time consider it a lesson. I will give you a small punishment openly, and still let you guard the Heiyu Nest. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said. The Heiyu Nest nurtures rare treasures known as Heiyu. Being plundered once is not a major issue. The emperor also wanted to use this incident to hone Lin Yuan. As for the lost Heiyu, over the long term, it's not a significant loss, as the Heiyu Nest will continue to nurture rare Heiyu. Punishment? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled, immediately realizing that the emperor must have misunderstood, thinking he hadn't defended the Heiyu Nest. The Heiyu wasn't taken by those two venerables. Lin Yuan immediately said. Wasn't taken? The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, frowning. I left Bian and Jihan behind. The main battle bodies of two venerables should be worth 1 million merit? Lin Yuan looked at the emperor and said, when it comes to distributing merit at the venerable level, the emperor's approval is needed. What did you say? The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. Inside the grand hall. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. What did he just hear? The Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage, these two ancient heavenly venerates, were completely left in the Heiyu nest by Lin Yuan? And Lin Yuan was still asking whether leaving behind the heavenly venerable primary battle bodies was worth 1,000,000 merits? I was fortunate, the Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage did not know my strength, so they dared to delve deep. Lin Yuan said. This was indeed the truth. If the Kai Yang Heavenly Venerate were still stationed at the Heiyu nest, the Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage, even if they had intentions towards the Heiyu nest, could not have infiltrated so easily, let alone delved deeply into the Heiyu nest. The reason Lin Yuan was able to keep the two heavenly venerates was due to his own strength restraint. Secondly, it was because the opponents were careless. Additionally, the two heavenly venerates were also hesitant to delay any further. Fearing supporting forces would arrive, they decisively obliterated their physical bodies and souls. That's not what I'm asking. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country stared at Lin Yuan with a surprised gaze. You were able to restrain Jihan and Xuanian by relying on yourself. After speaking, the emperor tentatively asked, have you stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? He understood that the defense formation of the Heiyu nest hardly allowed the retention of a heavenly venerate level powerhouse, let alone two heavenly venerates infiltrating together? Pretty much. Lin Yuan nodded. Since he came to talk about this matter, he was definitely prepared to reveal some of his strength. The heavenly venerable realm of the imperial clan is different from a normal heavenly venerate. Because the path taken by the imperial clan essentially differs from that of normal cultivators. The imperial clan is primarily focused on excavating their ancestor bloodline, whereas cultivators perceive the rules of the heavens and earth. What is referred to as the imperial clan's heavenly venerate shackle is that the upper limit of the ancestor bloodlines of the 6 ancient countries is all locked at the peak of the Great Lord, making it impossible to ascend to the heavenly venerate by continuing to excavate the bloodline power. Although the imperial clan's great lords can step into the heavenly venerable realm by comprehending the rules of the heavens and earth, such heavenly venerates are no different from other heavenly venerates and are not unique to the imperial clan. In simple terms, the core imperial clans of the 6 ancient countries all yearn to excavate their ancestor bloodlines to the heavenly venerate level. Pretty much, an immense wave surged in the heart of the emperor of the fierce sun ancient country. What Lin Yuan referred to as pretty much was the lifelong goal pursued by many core members of the imperial clan of the fierce sun ancient country. Many core members of the imperial clan have paid an unknown price to break the bloodline shackle. I had some gains not long ago. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and slightly activated the divine skill, Li Yongcation. This divine skill stemmed from deep within the bloodline, refined through the martial arts evolution road, likely originating from a certain talent of the ancestor of fierce sun. With this divine skill, Lin Yuan could fully explain his exploitation of the bloodline. In fact, this was indeed the case. Leveraging the advantages of the martial arts evolution road, Lin Yuan's development of the fierce sun ancestor's bloodline is far ahead of the fierce sun imperial clansmen. Indeed, the aura of the ancestor. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at the source of fierce sun condensed by Lin Yuan, with a complex expression. He could clearly sense the source of fierce sun brimming with a rich aura of the ancestor. Galaxy. Thank you. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan and said earnestly, you have given us a glimpse of hope for an alternate path. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country saw from Lin Yuan the potential to break the bloodline shackle of the imperial clan, at least not a desperate situation. Actually, I can announce my method of excavating the ancestor bloodline to the public. Lin Yuan pondered and voiced his ultimate purpose. He had awakened the divine skill, Li Yongcation, through the martial arts evolution road. Therefore, the method of excavating the ancestor bloodline is naturally the martial arts evolution road. In the chaos void, spreading one's evolutionary path helps form a stable, anchor point, and path marker, beneficial for breaking through time loops. Hence, whenever Lin Yuan descended into a traversed world in the past, he would disseminate his evolutionary path in the latter stages. In this origin world, Lin Yuan also plans to attempt the dissemination of his evolutionary path, with the focal point being the excavation of his ancestor bloodline. The martial arts evolution road indeed possesses such a capability. In the Chaos Void, the dissemination of various branches of the martial arts evolution is entrusted to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. As for this Fang Yuan world, Lin Yuan does not intend to give up either. The level of the origin world is not at all weaker than the Chaos Void. A domain of the Fierce Sun ancient country may not match the size of the Void domain in the Chaos Void. But the number of living beings contained within is not inferior to the latter. In such a life-rich world, once the branches of the martial arts evolution road are disseminated, it would aid Lin Yuan no less than spreading in the Chaos Void. Method of excavating the bloodline. The pupils of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country slightly contracted. Normal cultivators perceiving the rules of the heavens and earth have traces to follow and laws to rely on. But excavating one's ancestor bloodline? It emphasizes more on innate talent. Is there really a method to excavate the bloodline on a deep level? The tone of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country was rather urgent. If Lin Yuan breaking the heavenly venerate shackle only showed these imperial clans that excavating the bloodline is not a desperate path, still holding potential to reach the heavenly venerate level. Now, if what Lin Yuan said is true, it would have an unprecedented impact on the entire imperial clan of the Fierce Sun ancient country. I can try to summarize it. Lin Yuan looked at the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country and suddenly said, "But I have a request." "What is the request?" The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country immediately said. "As long as it doesn't contradict the ancestors' will, I can agree. I hope that the method I finally summarized to excavate the ancestor bloodline can be disseminated throughout the Fierce Sun ancient country, and not confined solely to the imperial clan." Lin Yuan spoke up. The more beings that cultivate the martial arts evolution road, the more stable Lin Yuan's anchor point and guidepost become, so naturally, he doesn't want the spread of martial Tao to be limited to a certain area. No problem. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country agreed without a second thought. This matter bears no loss, and as for non-royal beings benefiting from it, if their bloodline reaches the royal level, then they become part of the Fierce Sun ancient country's royalty. Galaxy, if your method indeed proves effective, your credit will surely be substantial. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country stated solemnly. Lin Yuan nodded. Disseminating his own martial arts evolution road branch inherently aids his breakthrough in the cycle of time, so he would proceed even without credit. Of course, having credit is preferable. I estimate a period needed to prepare. Lin Yuan said. The rules and avenues of this source world operate entirely differently from the Chaos Void, so the martial arts evolution road branch needs significant adjustments to fully adapt to this world. Especially since Lin Yuan plans to do as the Romans do, enhancing the excavation of potential within bloodlines in his martial arts evolution road branch to better fit this world. Alright. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country seemed to recall something regarding Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage. These are their personal weapons and arms. Lin Yuan immediately took out several weapons and arms, to prove he had thoroughly left the main combat bodies of these two heavenly venerates. All right. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country glanced over. 1 million credits have been awarded to you. Thank you. Lin Yuan said. In his mind, he pondered over which treasures and rare inheritances he should exchange from the treasury. Last time he spent a long time in the treasury, but only had over 10,000 credits, in the end only able to exchange for 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams. About the 2 heavenly venerates infiltrating Heiyu Nest. I will demand an explanation from Xuanian ancient country. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country said to Lin Yuan with a smile, if there are any benefits at that time, they can also count as your credit. Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Sneaking in against unwritten rules, and taking action without permission, the Fierce Sun ancient country holds them accountable. Xuanian ancient country is sure to appease and make concessions. How to appease and make concessions? Naturally through benefits and concessions. This means, the benefits obtained by the Fierce Sun ancient country are partly due to Lin Yuan, who can naturally claim corresponding credit. After leaving the palace, Lin Yuan immediately headed to the treasury. With 1 million credits in hand, it is only natural to quickly convert it into his own strength. While browsing the treasury last time, Lin Yuan had his eye on several treasures, rare inheritances. but ultimately was limited by insufficient credits, and at that time, understanding chaos rule was most urgent. So he finally chose 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams. Now with 1,000,000 credits, his choices are naturally much broader. Xuanian ancient country, the capital, within a vast and grand hall, the emperor sat on the throne, while below him, figures stood or sat. Those present in this hall were at least various major kings, or the ultimate core royalty, or were heavenly venerates. In various ancient countries, although emperors wielded all power, they still showed sufficient respect in the presence of heavenly venerate level experts. Jihan, Bian, the emperor of Xuanian ancient country spoke, his eyes vaguely reflecting the full moon, gazing down at the 2 figures standing below. Explain to us, what happened with the Heiyu nest? The tone of the emperor of Xuanian ancient country was steady, but below, the expressions of the various heavenly venerates slightly change. The emperor clearly held dissatisfaction towards the actions of Jihan heavenly venerate and Bian venerable sage, and revealing such an attitude in the presence of so many heavenly venerates meant that these 2 had committed a major offense. Jihan heavenly venerate and Bian venerable sage exchanged a look. After things fell through with Lin Yuan, they had reported everything to the emperor. The emperor of Xuanian ancient country told them to wait and see how the fierce Sun ancient country would proceed. It now seems the fierce Sun ancient country must be putting substantial pressure on the emperor. I and Jihan sneaked into Heiyu nest without permission, resulting in our main combat bodies being left behind by the guardian. Bian venerable sage sighed inwardly, knowing there was no escaping punishment. Infiltrate Heiyu nest? Left behind the main combat body? The heavenly venerates and the ultimate core royal family present twitched their facial muscles. With heavenly venerate level combat power, to act on a top treasure ground without permission and being caught on the spot, it's no wonder the emperor has such a poor attitude towards the 2 heavenly venerates. Jihan, Bian, you acted impulsively. Heiyu nest is a top treasure ground, and you dared to infiltrate it at will? A burly heavenly venerate spoke up. He didn't even ask why Jihan and Bian infiltrated Heiyu nest. If he had the opportunity, he too would like to sneak in, given that the rare Heiyu is a great treasure. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could exchange it with other heavenly venerates for needed rare treasures. I recall that the guardian of Heiyu nest changed not long ago. Kaiyang heavenly venerate was reassigned, and Galaxy Great Lord took over? A man with a dark, gentle expression suddenly spoke, looking at Jihan heavenly venerate and Bian venerable sage. Galaxy Great Lord is not a heavenly venerate. What means did he use to leave your main combat bodies behind? Jihan heavenly venerate and Bian venerable sage remained silent. Sitting high on the throne, the emperor of Xuanian ancient country spoke. This is the second matter today, that Galaxy Great Lord may have already excavated his ancestral bloodline to the heavenly venerate level. With these words, the hall fell silent. The heavenly venerates' expressions slightly shifted, and even more so the core royal family members. Excavating a bloodline to the heavenly venerate level is unprecedented in the 6 ancient countries' history. Jihan, Bian, are you sure that Galaxy can leave your main combat bodies? Definitely indicates combat power at the heavenly venerate level, but whether this power arises from ancestral bloodline or another aspect. Another ancient heavenly venerate asked. The royal families of the various ancient countries do indeed have heavenly venerate level combat power. But the heavenly venerate here refers to those who have realized the 2nd level of the Chaos Evolutionary Force Road. This is different from other heavenly venerates, who have excavated ancestral bloodlines to the heavenly venerate level. There is a fundamental difference between the 2. The methods and abilities that Galaxy utilized had no traces of Chaos Evolutionary Force. Bian venerable sage spoke up. As a heavenly venerate, he could distinguish this. Did he not use any external objects, perhaps a secret treasure weapon left by the fierce Sun ancient country's ancestors? Another heavenly venerate asked. No, Jihan heavenly venerate shook his head. Heiyu nest is located at the border. How could the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country possibly place such a critical treasure here? Any external object allowing a great lord to exert heavenly venerate combat power would undoubtedly be considered a foundational secret treasure weapon. Even if granted to Galaxy Great Lord, it's meant for life-saving for the main body, not a border-positioned avatar? It would be too risky? After extensive inquiry and discussion, Most heavenly venerates at the scene confirmed that Galaxy Great Lord had indeed excavated his bloodline to the heavenly venerate level. Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage felt bitter, facing inquiries from numerous heavenly venerates. They could only answer truthfully, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. This matter was indeed their initial wrongdoing. Acting secretly on a heavenly venerate level, in general remaining undiscovered leads to no repercussions. However, as their main combat bodies were left behind, and their personal weapons could serve as evidence, they found it hard to avoid punishment. Sneaking into Heiyu Nest? Getting their main combat body left behind? Mouths twitched among the heavenly venerates and ultimate core royalty present. Jihan and Bian, you were too impulsive. Heiyu Nest is a top treasure ground, yet you dared to sneak in there? A massive built heavenly venerate spoke. He did not question why Jihan and Bian trespassed into Heiyu Nest. If he had such qualifications, he would also wish to sneak in. After all, the special treasure Heiyu is a great treasure. Even if he doesn't need it, it can still be exchanged with other heavenly venerates for desirable treasures. I remember that Heiyu Nest recently changed its guardian. Kaiyong Heavenly Venerate was transferred, and Galaxy Great Lord took over. A man with a gentle expression suddenly spoke, looking at Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage. Galaxy Great Lord is not a heavenly venerate. How did he manage to leave your main combat bodies behind? Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage did not answer. Sitting up high on his throne, the Emperor of Xuanian Ancient Country said, "This is the second matter of today, that Galaxy Great Lord, it seems, has already excavated his ancestral bloodline to the heavenly venerate level." As these words were spoken, the hall immediately fell silent. The facial expressions of the many heavenly venerates changed slightly, and even more so the core royal family members. Excavating the bloodline to the heavenly venerate level is supposed to be just above peak venerable at best. It's not an unmanageable existence. Despite the endless years of conflict between the two ancient countries, having a few more peak venerables does not determine the overall outcome of the battle. A single galaxy venerate cannot sway the balance of the two great ancient countries. The fierce Sun Ancient Country, on the grounds that Jihan and Bian acted without authorization, seeks either a billion-year stewardship of the Infinite Eye, or 100 Jin of Infinite Crystal. On the throne, the Emperor of the Xuanian Ancient Country spoke. The Infinite Eye is a top-level treasure land of the Xuanian Ancient Country, producing around 10 Jin of the rare treasure Infinite Crystal every million years. The fierce Sun Ancient Country's direct proposal to obtain a billion-year stewardship of the top-level treasure land, Infinite Eye, is essentially the same as acquiring 100 Jin of Infinite Crystal. The fierce Sun Ancient Country is going too far. The Infinite Eye is a first-class treasure land, and Jihan and Bian merely infiltrated the Heiyu Nest once. Not to mention they failed. Even if they had succeeded, they could at most obtain a single yield from the Heiyu Nest. Yet now they want the extraordinary treasures from 10 yields of the Infinite Eye. A heavenly venerate in luxurious robes spoke. It is excessive. The Emperor of the Xuanian Ancient Country nodded, but in this matter, we are at fault first. Most heavenly venerates present remain silent upon hearing this. The billion-year stewardship of the Infinite Eye may sound like a huge price, but in truth, for entities at the level of a heavenly venerate, a billion years is not significant. It is not as if the top-level treasure land, Infinite Eye, is being completely handed over to the fierce Sun Ancient Country. Since none of you have any objections, I will agree to it. The Emperor of Xuanian Ancient Country glanced around and spoke. The many heavenly venerates were quiet, with no objections. As for the two of you, the Emperor of Xuanian Ancient Country looked at Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage. Your punishment is to guard the gloomy prison for a billion years. The gloomy prison is connected to a shadowy world inhabited by countless dark creatures. Guarding such a place is not a pleasant task. The dark creatures are not particularly strong, but they are troublesome and limitless in number, requiring a heavenly venerate level strongman to constantly be on alert to suppress them. Generally, the Xuanian Ancient Country rewards the heavenly venerates who guard the gloomy prison with more merits. But Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage are punished for their own mistakes and naturally receive no rewards for merits. Yes. Although Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage were unwilling at heart, they still immediately responded. And that Galaxy Venerate didn't even consider it. Jihan Venerate was angry inside. He and Bian had tried negotiating with the Galaxy Venerate, but their demands were outrageously high, requiring the Xuanian secret scripture. Jihan Venerate refused, and as a result, the Galaxy Venerate simply ceased negotiations, without even considering the terms they proposed. If the Galaxy Venerate could have struck a deal with them, the two Venerates wouldn't be subjected to such punishment. Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen was in secluded cultivation when he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression slightly changing. Within the Heiyu Nest, a top-level treasure land at the border of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xuanian Ancient Country, Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage infiltrated and were left behind by the Galaxy Guardian. Lord Qingfen looked at the intelligence information he just received. The existence of great lords usually keeps in contact, sharing intelligence with each other. Galaxy Guardian? Galaxy? Lord Qingfen was somewhat puzzled and continued to read on below. Galaxy Guardian. A core royal of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, recently appeared in Qingfen City, then proceeded to the capital of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, breaking the ancestral bloodline constraints, achieving the level of a heavenly venerate in bloodline. The more Lord Qingfen read, the more astonished he became. He had long anticipated that after Lin Yuan went to the capital, he would certainly shine, but did not expect it to be this soon. How long has it been? Leaving behind two ancient venerates of the Xuanian Ancient Country. Breaking ancestral bloodline constraints? Galaxy. This intelligence? Lord Qingfen immediately proceeded to the sky-burning court. There remained an avatar of Lin Yuan. Ha ha ha. This was spread by the emperor. Lin Yuan glanced over and casually said. Breaking the constraints of the ancestral bloodline himself has two main impacts on the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. First, given time, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country here will give rise to a strong existence surpassing the peak venerable. Second, the first to break the ancestral bloodline is from the royal family of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, which will have significant repercussions on the other 5 ancient countries. The significance of the latter even surpasses the former. Thus, the emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country would naturally publicize it. Of course, the announcement was made with Lin Yuan's consent. In fact, even without spreading the news, it would have been meaningless since the Xuanian Ancient Country already knew. Rather than letting them secretly inherit and distort certain aspects, it was better to openly spread the information. Galaxy Great Lord should now be Galaxy Venerate. Great Venerate Hongyi and many other great venerates also successively received this intelligence, expressing deep emotion. Many great venerates had once fought alongside Lin Yuan on the battlefield between the two domains. In the blink of an eye, the Galaxy Great Lord had already become the Galaxy Venerate. Still, a heavenly venerate achieved by the unprecedented ancestral bloodline. Daling Ancient Country. King Spirit might sat cross-legged in a bamboo grove. The war between the Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain ended in defeat on his side. As the initiator of the war, King Spirit might naturally received punishment, being trapped in the bamboo grove for 1 billion years, unable to leave. Galaxy Venerate? King Spirit might looked at the intelligence before him, somewhat lost in thought. In that war, he had been confident of victory, but Lin Yuan continually thwarted his plans time and again. First, he hindered the Dominator-level expert sent to infiltrate the Qingfen Domain, shattering the scheme to capture Qingfen Domain with minimal cost by recreating the formation of Qingfen City using the Myriad Formation Crystal. Later, he single-handedly turned the tide completely on the front battlefield. Fate is not with me. Spirit Might King sighed inwardly. Initially, he thought it was a matter of his strategy, that perhaps inviting one more peak core royal member might have restrained Lin Yuan. But now, it seems that galaxy managed to break through the shackles of the heavenly venerate bloodline in such a short time, possibly hiding strength at the battlefield then. Even if Spirit Might King prepared as much as possible, he ultimately failed. Heavenly venerate level ancestor bloodline? Compared to Spirit Might King, the peak core royal King Lingshen's eyes lit up. Could it be that our royal bloodline can truly be tapped into the heavenly venerate level? The more one grows to the limit, the more one feels the intangible shackles of the ancestor bloodline. Breaking through these shackles is as hard as climbing to heaven. Many core royals cannot see hope, thus they turn to comprehend the Tao rules, eventually realizing the second layer of chaos evolution power, achieving heavenly venerate status through this path. Among the 6 ancient countries, no royal clansmen have birthed heavenly venerate level experts, referring to the heavenly venerate level of ancestor bloodline. Losing to a heavenly venerate level ancestor bloodline, no shame in that. King Lingshan beamed. In terms of path, Lin Yuan's exploration into the ancestor bloodline is ahead of his. In this regard, King Lingshan is sincerely convinced. Since that galaxy can tap into the ancestor bloodline up to the heavenly venerate level, then I can too. King Lingshan took a deep breath and began once again the cultivation of bloodline enlightenment. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, National Treasury. Lin Yuan was carefully observing the information about numerous treasures and inheritances collected in the treasury. With 1,000,000 merit points in hand, Lin Yuan's standards were a bit higher. He seldom paid attention to inherited treasures worth less than 10,000 merit points. Fierce Sun Diagram? Lin Yuan looked at one of the inheritances. Named, Fierce Sun Diagram. This diagram was drawn by a peak venerable of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country while possessed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, from the ancestor's perspective. It contains various insights and gains of this peak venerable after leveraging the ancestor's perspective. Of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For other heavenly venerates and even peak venerables, this Fierce Sun diagram holds significant reference value. After all, it is the insight from being possessed by an ancestor from the same level. Even though he had been possessed himself, it is still necessary to reference it. Moreover, since the ancestor level is so high, understanding these Fierce Sun diagrams before being possessed can serve as a precaution. But for Lin Yuan? With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it's not necessary. Even if a 12th layer life is possessed by a 13th layer time life, what it sees, feels, and knows may not be correct. Watching this kind of Fierce Sun diagram holds little significance for Lin Yuan. Spending energy on it is less direct than being possessed by an ancestor. At least it avoids distractions, misguidance. Also, this Fierce Sun diagram is too expensive. Any random one costs several millions of merit points, something Lin Yuan cannot currently afford. Fierce Sun, Xuanian, Chaos. Lin Yuan focused on another inheritance, founded by an ancient peak venerable of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country who had reached the 3rd layer on the path of chaos evolution, walking the Chaos Intense Sun path. After reaching the 3rd layer of the Chaos Intense Sun path, this peak venerable began trying to incorporate the Xuanian path, aiming to traverse the Chaos Xuanian path, thereby combining the two. This inheritance somewhat resembles my path. Lin Yuan felt moved in his heart. The path he traverses, Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji, corresponds to Chaos Intense Sun Xuanian. Though different, they broadly belong to the same type. Comprehending this inheritance not only benefits his evolution of Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji but also provides high guidance value for future cultivation. The path of chaos evolution power is divided into 3 layers, becoming harder as it progresses. With previous roads for reference, Lin Yuan's cultivation would be easier, and the most crucial point to prevent wandering. After all, predecessors have tried it. 1,800,000 merit points? Lin Yuan glanced at the merit required for this inheritance, his brows slightly furrowed. Currently, his merit points are a little over 1 million, the excess part accumulated over recent times. It seems I still need to gather 800,000 merit points, Lin Yuan sighed. Although eager to comprehend this inheritance, without enough merit, there's no choice. Galaxy. Just then, the voice of the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country suddenly emerged. As Emperor, he could contact Lin Yuan even in the treasury space. The side of Xuanian Ancient Country agreed to relinquish the first-class sacred land, Infinite Eye, for 10 billion years. Our Fierce Sun Ancient Country is expected to obtain about 100 jin of infinite crystal, equivalent to another 1,000,000 merit points for you. 1,000,000 merit points? Lin Yuan immediately noticed his merit count changing from over 1 million to over 2 million. Just in time. Lin Yuan eyed the inheritance, Fierce Sun, Xuanian, Chaos, now having enough merit points to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange. Lin Yuan instantly activated his thought. Buzz. Soon, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Wonderful. Lin Yuan rapidly absorbed the inheritance content. Many previously confusing aspects began to melt away at this moment. The creator of this inheritance was a peak venerable from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, countless ages ago. This peak venerable's father was of the fierce Sun ancient country's royal family. And the mother was a cultivator from the Xuanian ancient country. The fierce Sun ancient country and the Xuanian ancient country stem from two supreme ancestors, representing entirely opposite paths. Yet bloodline inheritance is wondrous, capable of integrating all. After the union of the fierce Sun ancient country's royal and the cultivator from Xuanian ancient country, the creator of the inheritance was born with both fierce Sun and Xuanian bloodlines. Initially, the inheritance creator grew up in the fierce Sun ancient country. So, naturally, the early influences were all related to fierce Sun, with a primary focus on the fierce Sun path. As for the Xuanian essence deep within the bloodline, it wasn't given much attention. But as the strength increased and the realm advanced, the path of chaos intense Sun was realized, cultivating to the third level. The inheritance creator vaguely sensed that perhaps fierce Sun and Xuanian were not oppositional. Since all originates from chaos, where is the opposition? Fierce Sun, Xuanian. If one could thoroughly merge them, it feels like it would be a brand new path that surpasses all known paths. Alas, my comprehension is insufficient. I cannot achieve perfect fusion. Within the inheritance content Lin Yuan absorbed, images emerged, including the last recorded message from this inheritance creatora. If I could reach the ancestor's realm, with such a magnificent life's perspective, I should be able to merge fierce Sun and Xuanian. So next, I will attempt to break through to the final step. Lin Yuan roughly browsed the entire inheritance. This inheritance concluded with the creator preparing to attempt the 13th level breakthrough. Probably didn't succeed. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this source world, the Xuanian ancient country was the last to emerge, and to this day, there has been no mention of a 7th ancient country. If a new 13th level ancestor had emerged, a 7th ancient country would certainly have been established. The absence of a 7th ancient country indicates that the creator did not enter the 13th level. 13th level. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Whether it is the chaos void or this source world, the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to enter the 13th level, becoming a time life. Only those at the 13th level, capable of perceiving numerous timelines of past and future, can attain freedom in a broad sense. As for beings below the 13th level, their vision is confined to space, unable to see the distant future, unclear of what will happen next, like a lone boat on the vast sea, unaware of when it might capsize. From the perspective of time, all beings below the 13th level are blind, groping in the dark, while 13th level beings possess vision, allowing them to see their surroundings, be it danger or opportunity. This inheritance has greatly helped me, it was worth it. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, having to admit, the cultivators of this source world surpass the chaos void by a significant margin in comprehending the path of rules. The absolute great saints of the chaos void are only at the second level of evolving the chaos power path. Their ability to rival the peak venerables of this Fang Yuan world's third level path is entirely due to the advantage of their internal cosmos. In fact, many cultivators of the 6 ancient countries have attempted to develop internal worlds, internal universes. Once their mastery of the rules reaches a certain level, creating a world or universe is not difficult. But without the infusion of chaos void origin, even if they successfully create internal worlds or universes, they can't develop them to a level that provides significant support. It was not until now that Lin Yuan realized just how crucial the chaos void's exclusive cosmic origin infusion is, directly making the foundation of all chaos void cultivators much stronger. Of course, this source world also has advantages over the chaos void, notably the ease of comprehending rules. Why could peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries cultivate the chaotic evolution path to the third level, surpassing the chaos void's absolute great saints? Naturally, it is due to the exaggerated degree of rule comprehension in the source world. Still over 200,000 merits. Lin Yuan glanced at his merit balance, having spent 1,800,000 merits to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange the remaining merits for chaos mystic pattern diagrams. Lin Yuan surveyed the various precious inheritances he valued and found that 200,000 merits were not enough, so he planned to exchange for more chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The chaos mystic pattern diagrams were created with a lofty view by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, using the viewpoint of a 13th level time life to revert and regroup the chaos rules that evolve all things. Among them, the mystic pattern diagrams representing the Chaos Third Realm contain a total of 54 diagrams, each costing 100,000 merits. Lin Yuan had previously exchanged for one, and now with 200,000 merits left, he planned to exchange for 2 more to study. Exchanging for Chaos mystic pattern diagrams is never a loss. These diagrams, symbolizing the fundamental Chaos rules, will make it infinitely easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend rules. On the way back to his residence, Lin Yuan remembered the information the emperor had disclosed. The Fierce Sun ancient country had acquired a billion-year guardian right over a first-grade treasured land, the Infinite Eye, from the Xuanian ancient country. Infinite Eye. Information about this treasured land flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This treasure, seen from the outside, resembles a gigantic eye, and its peculiar produced treasures are infinite crystals. Therefore, it was finally named Infinite Eye, and the Infinite Crystal, by refining a certain number of infinite crystals, can transform one's physique towards the infinite divine body. The infinite divine body, as one of the top divine bodies of the 6 ancient countries, though not as skilled in attack and destruction as the Fierce Sun divine body, can nonetheless encompass other divine bodies. Simply put, you can simultaneously possess the infinite divine body and other divine bodies. Thus, the infinite crystal is very popular among the powerful figures of the 6 ancient countries, and no one would refuse an additional top-tier divine body, as it means a substantial increase in combat power. The precious lands nurtured by this source world are greatly beneficial for cultivation and the evolution of life, especially the top-tier precious lands. The wars between the 6 ancient countries, with continuous expansion and contraction, are largely due to the contest for these precious lands. Lin Yuan thought to himself, after all, precious lands cannot be moved. As long as a particular ancient country rules over this region, it naturally gains ownership of the precious land. For instance, if one day a battlefield arises between Xuanian ancient country and Fierce Sun ancient country, and Fierce Sun ancient country is defeated, Xuanian ancient country will capture the region where the Heiyu nest is located. Then the Heiyu nest would belong to Xuanian ancient country, and Lin Yuan, the guardian, would have to withdraw. Furthermore, before withdrawing, they can take all the Heiyu at most, but as for the Heiyu nest, this precious land, it must not be destroyed, which is also the iron law between the 6 ancient countries. No matter what level of precious land it is, destruction is not allowed, otherwise one would be hunted by all the strong figures of the 6 ancient countries. Returning to the residence, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, beginning to delve deeply into understanding the inheritance of Fierce Sun, Xuanian, Chaos. Only 1,800,000 merits, and I am able to exchange for such a level of inheritance. My luck is truly not bad. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more significant his gains felt. The creator of the inheritance considered the Fierce Sun Xuanian bloodline, and coupled with the Chaos Power's rule of evolution path, he became Fierce Sun by understanding Xuanian. Comprehensive studies of the combination and complement of the 2 paths were conducted. Although Fierce Sun, Xuanian are different from Taiyang, Taiyan, they have many similarities, and the creator of the inheritance has comprehended both Chaos Intense Sun and Chaos Xuanian to the 3rd level, already involving the perfect fusion of the 2. Xuanian. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and strands of extremely yin power began to entangle, clashing with the surrounding environment filled with Fierce Sun's origin source. By killing Biyan Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, many Xuanian inheritances were obtained, plus the expenditure of 1,800,000 merits exchanged for the Fierce Sun, Xuanian, Chaos, inheritance. This caused Lin Yuan's understanding on the path of Xuanian to progress rapidly. I can feel it. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, consciousness descending into his inner universe. The inner universe of the true body of the source world is vast, not as expansive as the chaos void, but still measured in billions of light years. And at the highest point of the inner universe, many Tao rules converge here, forming an egg-like shape, surrounded by swirling chaos qi, faintly nurturing and evolving something. After Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule reached the pinnacle of the 2nd realm, he began to attempt the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Tao, ultimately forming the scene before his eyes. The egg enveloped by chaos qi is the final Tao fruit of Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule, while that which is being nurtured and evolved inside is the chaos yin-yang taiji power. Understanding the path of Xuanian has caused a qualitative change in my perception of the chaos Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. The path of such chaos power can evolve within at most 10,000 years. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Prior to this, even with perception of the chaos rule at the second realm, Lin Yuan could only feel it was evolving. As to when it could evolve, that remained unclear. But now, Lin Yuan felt the specific evolution timeline. 10,000 years. At most, 10,000 years to evolve the chaos Yin-Yang Taiji. It seems understanding Xuanian and compensating on the Taiyin path was correct. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Taiji Dao formed by Taiyang and Taiyin can complement each other perfectly. Taiyang transforming into Taiyin if lacking, and Taiyin transforming into Taiyang if lacking. But the Taiyin Taiyang after mutual transformations ultimately is not as good as what I truly comprehend. Lin Yuan's perception in Taiyin is not up to par with Taiyang. Next, continuing to understand Xuanian will accelerate the evolution of chaos Taiji. Lin Yuan thought, the chaotic Taiji Dao is my exclusive path, and in the chaos void, this is the distinction between an ordinary lord and a great saint. Only understanding Xuanian? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Based solely on this inheritance, understanding the true Xuanian Dao is still too slow. In the Fierce Sun, Xuanian, Chaos, Inheritance, the exposition on the Xuanian path is merely the creator's own understanding, which indeed provided significant guidance to Lin Yuan. However, utilizing this to comprehend the true Xuanian Dao is still somewhat lacking. The creator of this legacy walked the path of understanding the Xuanian Dao by delving into the depths of their own bloodline's Xuanian roots. I can do the same. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Although he didn't possess the Xuanian bloodline, within the countless beings of the ancient Xuanian country, the Xuanian bloodline flowed through them all. Lin Yuan couldn't comprehend his own, but couldn't he comprehend others? Ancient Xuanian country, Dragon Frost Domain. The Dragon Frost Domain is the fiefdom of Long Shuang, a peak great lord of the ancient Xuanian country with a notable reputation, who once dominated the southwestern region of the ancient Xuanian country. How should I progress further and step into the rank of the heavenly venerate? Long Shuang was in seclusion, contemplating his future path. For beings outside the royal family, truly becoming part of the upper echelon of the ancient country and competing with the royals and core royals for power only happens upon reaching the heavenly venerate level. For instance, in the treasuries of various ancient countries, the exchangeable rare legacies require a vast amount of merit, which the typical great lord cannot hope to accumulate. Heavenly venerates can gather merit because they usually preside over treasure grounds, receiving merit from doing so, and over a long, enduring period, they can amass a sizable amount of merit.
Then suddenly Long Shuang's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly sensed the time and space around him slightly distorted, like a lens being cut away, severing all contact with the outside world.
Whoosh! A figure stepped out from the void, quietly overlooking Long Shuang below. Greetings, my lord. Long Shuang was startled and immediately rose to bow. Being able to easily sever his time and space from the outside signifies that his life and death were now entirely in the hands of the other party, with no thought of resistance in Long Shuang's mind. Give me 5 drops of vital blood, vital blood. Lin Yuan gazed down at Long Shuang, speaking. Long Shuang, as a peak great lord, should have a high concentration of Xuanian blood within him. Lin Yuan could fully comprehend and thereby understand the true Xuanian Dao. Whether it's the Xuanian bloodline or the Fierce Sun bloodline, or the Da Ling bloodline, all are passed down from their 13th rank ancestors, containing fragments of the true 13th rank Dao. Yes. Long Shuang was very compliant, offering no resistance and directly extracting 5 drops of vital blood. What is termed vital blood is the most important blood of a being, and even a great lord doesn't have much of it within their body. Remember, do not extinguish these 5 drops of vital blood. Lin Yuan took the vital blood, glanced at Long Shuang, and said casually. At the 12th level of life, there is absolute control over every part of the body, allowing one to extinguish it with a thought. The 5 drops of vital blood that Long Shuang handed over, even if they fell into Lin Yuan's hands, could still be extinguished with a thought from Long Shuang afterward. Just like extinguishing one's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan couldn't stop it. Unless he completely destroyed the other party's mind and will, rendering the physical body into an ownerless object. Alright. Long Shuang trembled inside, immediately nodding. The next moment, Long Shuang sensed the restoration of time and space, once again feeling everything external to him. Just now, Long Shuang steadied himself. Had he not lost 5 drops of vital blood, he might have thought his recent experience was a hallucination. That powerful being. Long Shuang thought of the powerful being who had appeared just before, in whose presence he had completely lost control over time and space, as if a mere ant before a giant. Heavenly Venerate, definitely of the Heavenly Venerate level. Long Shuang swallowed hard. At this moment, he faintly sensed that his 5 drops of vital blood had already been taken far away, yet could not pinpoint their exact location. Why does such a powerful being need my vital blood? Long Shuang wondered within but dared not attempt to actively extinguish those 5 drops of vital blood. Indeed, he had the ability to extinguish his own vital blood, even once it had left his body. But then what? If he provoked that mysterious Heavenly Venerate, it would be no harder for the other to return and crush him than to crush an ant. Long Shuang Hu exhaled gently, facing the threat of a Heavenly Venerate. He did not plan to resist. Although he had many life-saving methods, even a Heavenly Venerate couldn't completely kill him. But offending a Heavenly Venerate would have too many consequences. Is this a heavenly cold fruit? Long Shuang Hu's pupils contracted upon seeing a fruit exuding a cold aura appear beside him. The heavenly cold fruit was a rare treasure at the venerable level, even of great use to a peak venerable. This heavenly cold fruit, was it left by that mysterious Heavenly Venerate, to exchange for my 5 drops of vital blood? Long Shuang Hu put away the heavenly cold fruit, carefully examining it, feeling a strange sense of curiosity in his heart. That mysterious Heavenly Venerate, surprisingly merciful? Logically, with the strength of a Heavenly Venerate, personally arriving and asking for 5 drops of vital blood required no compensation. For a venerable, vital blood is certainly precious, but losing 5 drops would have no real impact on oneself. There was absolutely no need for a transaction. The only hidden risk of vital blood outside was it could become a medium for cause and effect, allowing other powerful beings to use it to attack through causal means. But this hidden risk has nothing to do with a Heavenly Venerate. If a Heavenly Venerate wanted to kill him, they could have done so just now, without needing causal means. And causal assassination would have its power diminished. Even a strong Heavenly Venerate could only severely injure him, and only this particular physical form. That's why Long Shuang Hu felt a bit unsettled, perceiving the earlier mysterious Heavenly Venerate as merciful. As for the rule among the 6 ancient countries that Venerate-level fighters are not allowed to intervene. As long as no one knows which Heavenly Venerate made a move, the 6 ancient countries have no grounds for investigation. Earlier, when Biyan Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate infiltrated the Heiyu nest, the same principle applied. 12 Venerable-level strongmen's vital blood has already been collected. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, although at the moment he was just an avatar, dealing with Venerable-level fighters was still effortless. Even so, when Lin Yuan obtained the vital blood of a Venerable from the Xuanian ancient country, he left behind some rare treasures as an exchange for their vital blood. It wasn't out of Lin Yuan's kindness, but such actions would minimize potential dangers. Indeed, most venerables facing the threat of a Heavenly Venerate would obediently hand over their vital blood, not daring to speak up afterward. But in case a minority of reckless venerables felt indignant and magnified the issue to the Xuanian ancient country's royal family, this would become troublesome for Lin Yuan as well. Perhaps it could even lead to an investigation by the Heavenly Venerate of the Xuanian ancient country. Engaging in these quasi-transactions for the vital blood from Xuanian venerables was viewed by Lin Yuan as the most stable approach. Most importantly, a mere venerable-level rare treasure didn't hold Lin Yuan's attention, especially after the wealth increase from the ancient Heavenly Venerates Jihan and Biyan. It's a pity, if I could obtain the vital blood of the Xuanian royal family, it would be even better. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but he was already quite satisfied with acquiring the vital blood from over 10 venerables. Life forms that have cultivated to the venerable level certainly have no diluted ancestral bloodline, even if not as pure as the royal family, it should be close enough, providing Lin Yuan ample time for future insights. Continue collecting more venerable level vital blood. Lin Yuan placed the collected vital blood with another avatar for direct insights, while this avatar continued to other domains to seek more Xuanian venerables. The task of gathering Xuanian venerables' vital blood came with some risks, so naturally, Lin Yuan wouldn't bring the vital blood back to the Fierce Sun ancient country, but rather ponder it in the Xuanian ancient country. Even if any issue arose afterward, he could eliminate the avatar in an instant, leaving no trace for anyone to follow. In the capital of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his mansion, where the avatar pondered on the vital blood of Xuanian venerables, while the true self also synchronized in contemplation. Your insight is extraordinary. The unknown vital blood comprehension raises your understanding of the Xuanian Tao. Lin Yuan was immersed in his enlightenment, finding the Tao within the Xuanian bloodline as vast and grand as, if not surpassing, the chaos. Xuanian, Taiyan, countless insights and enlightenments surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Your insight is extraordinary. Understanding the Xuanian Tao enhances your recognition of the Taiyan Tao. In a haze, Lin Yuan visualized a Tai Chi diagram, within which the Taiyan side stirred ripples, continuously transforming with the Taiyang side. While comprehending the Xuanian venerable's vital blood, Lin Yuan did not neglect the chaos mystic pattern diagram. Until now, he recognized two ways to hasten the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Tao. One was to comprehend the Xuanian Tao, to complement the Taiyan Tao, thus advancing the Taiji Tao. The other was to deepen his understanding of the chaos rule. Achieving third realm within the chaos rule could also advance the Taiji Tao. The two approaches, one internal and one external. Both were significantly beneficial to Lin Yuan, and even without the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Tao, continued enlightenment would still yield great personal improvement. In the vast origin world, the 6 ancient countries occupied the most central and prosperous regions. Beyond the 6 ancient countries, there were also large areas, though slightly more barren compared to the 6 ancient countries, still fostering treasure lands and secret realms that many venerables explore and travel through. After all, the treasure lands contained within the 6 ancient countries have basically all been occupied, and ordinary great lords can't even get close. Rumble. In a stretch of winding mountains, a violent fluctuation of time and space suddenly erupted, and a mysterious aura began to spread in all directions. This kind of aura immediately caught the attention of the nearby passing great lords, who all looked towards the source of the time-space fluctuation, their eyes wide open. A treasure land. This is an anomaly that a treasure land has bred. Has a new treasure land been born? At least a first-class treasure land has emerged to emit such an aura. A first-class treasure land? All the great lords who witnessed this scene gulped. A first-class treasure land. Even the lofty 6 ancient countries would strive with all their might to compete for it, and now they had stumbled upon it? Currently, the number of first-class treasure lands occupied by the 6 ancient countries is extremely few and incredibly rare. Let's go and take a look. A great lord, with a surged heart, immediately moved closer to the winding mountains where the treasure land was being bred. Daling Ancient Country. Among the 6 ancient countries, Daling Ancient Country was the third to be established. It is said that the founder of Daling Ancient Country was the disciple of the initial primordial spirit ancestor. At this moment, the emperor of Daling Ancient Country and many heavenly venerates were gathered in the main hall. A new treasure land has appeared here. It should be a first-class treasure land, though the effects of its peculiar treasures are unknown. They should be related to time. Currently, any great lord approaching a certain distance from the treasure land will be forcibly pushed back to their original position by the power of time. A treasure land breeding peculiar treasures related to time, and it's a first-class treasure land? This treasure land must be seized. Indeed, it might help us take the last step to break through the cycle of time. Any peculiar treasure related to time must not be overlooked. One heavenly venerate after another from Daling Ancient Countries swiftly made their decision. The peculiar treasures bred by a first-class treasure land are immensely useful to heavenly venerates and even to peak venerables, and the peculiar treasures related to time make all heavenly venerate level experts envious. So far, among the many first-class treasure lands controlled by the 6 ancient countries, only 5 are related to time. On average, there's not even one per ancient country. You want to seize this treasure land, and other ancient countries want to seize this treasure land as well. Sitting high on his throne, the emperor of Daling looked down and said, "Currently, this treasure land has been controlled, but its ownership will still be contested by the heavenly venerates of the ancient countries according to the old rules. If a newly born treasure land is located within the territory of a particular ancient country, then without a doubt, this treasure land belongs to that ancient country. But now the location of this treasure land is outside the 6 ancient countries, so its ownership needs to be contested by the 6 ancient countries. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was in seclusion. At that moment, he received a message from the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Galaxy, come to see me immediately. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's tone was quite urgent, and Lin Yuan immediately realized something significant had happened. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. Lin Yuan saw many heavenly venerates waiting outside. These heavenly venerates glanced at Lin Yuan but said nothing more. Feeling puzzled, Lin Yuan still proceeded directly into the palace. Galaxy. The Fierce Sun Emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said with a smile, all those heavenly venerates outside want to see me, but I chose to see you first. Why is that? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. A new first-class treasure land has appeared, and it's outside the territories of the 6 ancient countries, the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country said succinctly. A new first-class treasure land? Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Given his current status, he naturally understood the importance of a first-class treasure land. The peculiar treasures bred were of immense help to heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan himself sat at 2 first-class treasure lands, so he was very clear about this. These are treasure lands that have already existed for countless ages, with the peculiar treasures bred mostly already distributed once over. But a newly emerged treasure land, and the peculiar treasures it breeds, have never appeared among the 6 ancient countries and are most able to incite the scramble among the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries. Our 6 ancient countries have long established rules that if a treasure land's ownership is unclear, then it is to be decided according to the established rules as to which ancient country it belongs to. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said, the rule here is that each major ancient country selects 12 heavenly venerates to compete outside the treasure land. Those heavenly venerates outside all want me to choose them as part of the 12 heavenly venerates sent by my Fierce Sun Ancient Country to compete. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country paused his speech for a while and then continued, according to the rules, even if those heavenly venerates involved in the competition fail in the end, the benefits they gain in the treasure land are still allowed to be taken out. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan suddenly understood that regardless of whether they can seize this treasure land in the end, the heavenly venerates involved in the competition are guaranteed to gain benefits. Of course, I have the final say on which heavenly venerates can go to compete. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. Galaxy, are you interested? I'm definitely interested, Lin Yuan said. Exploring a newly born treasure land, especially a top tier one, is a rare opportunity for a heavenly venerate. Currently, the 6 ancient countries together only possess a few hundred top tier treasure lands. And these few hundred top tier treasure lands are the result of long years of accumulation. An ordinary heavenly venerate might never experience the birth of a top-tier treasure land from birth to reaching the 13th realm. Ha ha ha. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor smiled. As an emperor, one must balance various forces, but when encountering genuine benefits, family comes first. That's why he met with Lin Yuan first, overpowering the heavenly venerates waiting outside. However, although I have the right to decide who can represent the ancient country in the competition, you will still need to demonstrate some strength later. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan, otherwise, other heavenly venerates might be dissatisfied. Naturally. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, competing for a newly born treasure land, any participating heavenly venerate can gain rewards. But undoubtedly, the ones who capture the treasure land gain the most. If forcing in a vacancy results in failing to capture the treasure land and losing to other ancient countries, even the emperor might not be able to suppress that outcome. Factional struggles must be placed behind the ancient country's interests. This is the rule of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan, a bit surprised. He could sense Lin Yuan's confidence. Generally speaking, the strength of a heavenly venerate participating in the competition for a treasure land should at least meet the peak venerable threshold. Are you confident? The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's emperor's tone was slightly solemn. Lin Yuan had excavated his ancestral bloodline to an unprecedented heavenly venerate level, and according to the potential of the ancestral bloodline, reaching the limit would make him stronger than the peak venerable. But that is contingent upon reaching the limit. For instance, a core royal family member at the rank of Great Lord, if not reaching their limit, cannot be considered invincible among great lords. "I'll do my best," Lin Yuan said. The peak venerates of the 6 ancient countries are equivalent to the great saints of the Chaos Void. And Lin Yuan, even before breaking through the space-time ruled to the 9th realm, could slightly contend with great saints. Later, as his comprehension of space-time reached the 9th realm, continuing to study the 13th realm Sky Void tripod, and his insights into fierce Sun and Xuanian in this source world, Lin Yuan's true strength was a significant leap from when he previously confronted Great Saint Hunqiao. "Just do your best." The fierce Sun ancient country's emperor nodded. "Later, I will let those heavenly venerates come in and announce externally that you are included in the competition for a treasure land. If the other heavenly venerates have significant objections, select a peak venerable to duel with you. You only need to hold out for a while to prove that you have the strength of a peak venerable, and there should be no problems." The fierce Sun ancient country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Understood. Lin Yuan understood. In the fierce Sun ancient country, the royal family can certainly receive resource preference, but the premise is they cannot be too weak, otherwise it's a waste of resources. "Then I'll let them in." The fierce Sun ancient country's emperor glanced outside the palace. Before long, one powerful presence after another entered. All the heavenly venerates of the fierce Sun ancient country, many of whom had been in retreat for many years but came out due to the newly born top-tier treasure land. "Emperor." All the heavenly venerates slightly bowed, showing respect, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally falling on Lin Yuan. "Galaxy? Is he the royal family member who excavated his bloodline to the heavenly venerate level?" The emperor met him first, so it's likely one of the 12 spots is predetermined for him. The numerous heavenly venerates stared at Lin Yuan, their thoughts fluctuating, considering there are only 12 spots available for the competition. Lin Yuan taking one means one less for them. "Let me introduce." The fierce Sun Emperor smiled and said, "This is Galaxy, the first core royal family member at the heavenly venerate level of my fierce Sun ancient country." After introducing Lin Yuan, the fierce Sun ancient country began introducing the various heavenly venerates. In fact, there's no real need for an introduction. With the reputation of a heavenly venerate, Lin Yuan just needs to slightly sense their aura to know which heavenly venerate they are. Currently, 30-some heavenly venerates stood in the palace. Among them, 20 had the strength of peak venerables, and the remaining 10 or so were close to the strength of peak venerables. Of course, this doesn't mean the number of peak venerables is greater than ordinary heavenly venerates in the fierce Sun ancient country, but that the heavenly venerates present here are just a portion, though the most elite part. Lin Yuan looked at each heavenly venerate, nodding one by one. Among the heavenly venerates, 3 were recognized as the strongest, namely Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli. These 3 are all peak venerables, and the paths of chaos power they have evolved are incredibly powerful, shaking the 6 ancient countries. "Alright, I won't waste words." The fierce Sun ancient country's emperor looked at the many heavenly venerates. "This time, with the appearance of a top-tiered treasure land, my fierce Sun ancient country will have 12 spots for participation in the competition. I won't interfere with the other 11 spots, but Galaxy must take one. Does anyone have any objections?" the fierce Sun ancient country's emperor said directly. With those words, the palace fell silent. The many heavenly venerates glanced at each other, unable to help but look towards Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli. The emperor's request isn't excessive, only asking for one of the 12 spots, and they initially thought there would be more royal family members arranged. Among the royal family, there are also strong figures at the heavenly venerate level, but here, the heavenly venerates refer to those who have realized the paths of chaos power evolution. Not appropriate. At this time, Red Flame Venerable suddenly spoke. With the potential of Galaxy Venerate, he is indeed worth cultivating. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan. But competing for a top-tiered treasure land relies on strength, and every heavenly venerate participating must not be a burden. I can promise that if we seize this first-class treasure land, I can allocate more of the treasure land and the rare wonders it produces to the Galaxy Venerate, but the matter of contesting the treasure land still requires sufficient strength to prove oneself. The red flame venerable finally looked at the fierce sun ancient country emperor. I hope the emperor prioritizes the interests of the ancient country. The fierce sun ancient country emperor nodded and then looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, what do you think? If Lin Yuan hadn't been confident about his strength just now, the fierce sun ancient country emperor would definitely have rejected the red flame venerable with various excuses. Then let's follow the red flame venerable's suggestion. Lin Yuan said, as soon as these words were spoken. The venerables in the hall couldn't help but be surprised. He agreed so easily? The red flame venerable also gave Lin Yuan an extra glance. He initially thought the emperor would casually find an excuse to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, the Galaxy Venerate was so confident. Although the Galaxy Venerate had prior achievements against the Jihan Venerate and the Bian Venerable Sage. But that was in the Heiyu Nest, with the space-time teleportation formation to the capital nearby. The Galaxy Venerate's ability to keep those two venerables was not just due to strength but also the deterrence of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's venerables. If the two venerables had no fears in a desperate fight, they might not defeat Lin Yuan, but could at least retreat safely. I don't ask for much, just that the Galaxy Venerate can withstand 100 breaths under the Red Lotus. The Red Flame Venerable said, Red Lotus Venerable, a seasoned peak venerable, withstanding 100 breaths under Red Lotus Venerable requires at least peak venerable strength. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. He also wanted to witness the strength of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's peak venerables. Different from the unmatched great saints of the Chaos Void, the peak venerables' paths of Chaos Evolution Force have all reached the 3rd level. Then the spar between Galaxy and Red Lotus will be set in the capital's Venerate level timespace. The fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor said. The so-called capital's Venerate level timespace is a stable timespace developed using the power of the fierce Sun capital, capable of withstanding Venerate level battles. The spar between peak venerables, if unrestricted, can ravage an entire great domain, so to minimize the impact, it must take place in the corresponding timespace. In an exceptionally stable ruled timespace. Suddenly, figures appeared, precisely the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor and the venerable ancient sages. Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerable stood at the center of time-space, confronting each other from afar. Red Lotus Venerable's Chaos Evolution Force path is the Red Lotus Karma Fire, a terrifying flame almost disregarding most defenses, directly burning on the soul and body. Information about the Red Lotus Venerable flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Once on an ancient country battlefield, Red Lotus Venerable single-handedly burned 6 venerables of the enemy ancient country to nothingness, thus establishing his reputation as a peak venerable in one stroke. Galaxy Venerate. Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan from afar. When it comes to the contest for a first-class treasure land, I won't hold back. If it were just a regular spar, Red Lotus Venerable would surely consider the royal face, but now the spar is related to the Venerate quota for the upcoming contest for a first-class treasure land. Red Lotus Venerable does not want to be dragged down by Lin Yuan in the future contest for a first-class treasure land. I won't hold back either. Lin Yuan also looked serious. Good. Red Lotus Venerable nodded, a thought in his mind. Ignite. Whoosh. Red flames resembling lotuses began to burn on Lin Yuan's physical body. These flames were formless and intangible, utterly unstoppable. Red Lotus Venerable watched Lin Yuan silently. With the might of Red Lotus Karma Fire, ordinary venerables wouldn't last long. As long as the Galaxy Venerate concedes, I will immediately withdraw the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Red Lotus Venerable thought silently. Lin Yuan was not an enemy, he naturally did not intend to seriously injure him. Is this the Red Lotus Karma Fire? Lin Yuan felt his body, soul, and even the internal universe burning under the Red Lotus flames. Lin Yuan hadn't even realized when these flames appeared. The time-space around him hadn't detected the burning, it just ignited directly on his physical and soul-body universe. Yet, just like being tickled, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Though the Red Lotus Karma Fire was indeed strange, to burn Lin Yuan's physical soul-body universe to a degree threatening his origin source, it would probably take burning for millions of years endlessly. Lin Yuan's foundation was incredibly robust. His internal universe measured in trillions of light years. Even allowing the Red Lotus Karma Fire to burn held no threat to his being. It even burned away the origin source slower than it recovered. Red Lotus Venerable's methods are indeed extraordinary, Lin Yuan remarked with slight admiration. Although its power wasn't great, this peculiar ability to manifest from nothing surprised Lin Yuan. If it weren't the Red Lotus Karma Fire but a means that could threaten him, things would truly be troublesome. What? Red Lotus Venerable was startled to see Lin Yuan appearing completely unaffected by the Red Lotus Karma Fire, instead engaging with him calmly. Usually, other venerables facing the silently emerging Red Lotus Karma Fire would either drive it away with all their might or begin to retreat, but Lin Yuan just let it burn. Galaxy Venerate, unfazed by Red Lotus Karma Fire? The venerables watching from afar all displayed changed expressions. Even the strongest Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli, found dealing with the peculiar Red Lotus Karma Fire quite troublesome, consuming considerable effort to expel. But Lin Yuan? He didn't care about the Red Lotus Karma Fire's burning at all. How deep is this Galaxy Venerate's foundation to disregard the Red Lotus Karma Fire? The Red Flame Venerable pondered. Originally, he had underestimated Lin Yuan, thinking how could a royal figure at the Venerate level grow without reaching the limit. They still had to be overshadowed by the peak venerables like themselves. Red Lotus Venerable, it's my turn. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, raising his right hand, using time-space as a blade. The power of his internal universe as the source, slashing toward the Red Lotus Venerable. Lin Yuan's time-space comprehension had reached the 9th realm. Among peak venerables, such comprehension wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but the power of his internal universe indeed exponentially increased the power of Lin Yuan's strikes by an unknown magnitude. It's like having the same sword, identical in material, sharpness. One wielded with a force of 100 pounds, the other with a force of 100 tons. The difference in power is naturally worlds apart. Lin Yuan was like that. His profound foundation allowed every strike to have the effect of overpowering skill with sheer strength. This Red Lotus Venerable's pupils contracted. Lin Yuan's strike cut through layers of time-space, slashing at him. Swish! Red Lotus Venerable couldn't dodge in time, and his right hand was struck by this time-space blade. Whoosh! Red Lotus Venerable transformed entirely into blossoming Red Lotus Karma Fires, eventually reforming his figure. This strike is not a path of chaos evolution force. Yet why is its power so immense? Red Lotus Venerable couldn't believe it. It was just a conventional use of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, yet possessed such astonishing power. Is it the heavenly Venerate level ancestors' bloodline? Red Lotus Venerable pondered in disbelief, thinking that the bafflingly great power must come from the Galaxy Venerate's level ancestors' bloodline. It's deflected. Lin Yuan looked at the Red Lotus Venerable under the cut. Surely it won't be that easy to deal with. Fierce Sun. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of Fierce Sun emerged. Slash again. Lin Yuan activated the divine ability, World, and in an instant, slashed 333 blades. Whoosh! A total of 333 time-space blades, entirely composed of the power of spacetime, but imbued with majestic power, slashed towards the Red Lotus Venerable. This strike, Red Flame Venerable's expression was solemn. As an observer, though he did not directly face the power of Lin Yuan's time-space blade, he could feel a thing or two. Just a single strike from the time-space blade caused some injury to Red Lotus Venerable. Now with 333 blades attacking simultaneously, for Red Lotus Venerable to block them, he would probably need to reveal his true methods. The Galaxy Venerate is not weak in rule comprehension either. Venerable Hengyang came to some conclusions. Comprehension of the 9th realm of time-space is considered normal among the peak venerables, but among the royal bloodline that only knows to excavate bloodlines? It's already extremely exaggerated, basically at the highest level under the rule of chaos evolution power. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country saw this scene, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Originally, he was worried about how Lin Yuan could last 100 breaths against Red Lotus Venerable. After all, Red Lotus Venerable's methods primarily focus on quick battles. The Red Lotus Karma Fire ignores defense, and ordinary venerables find it difficult to last 100 breaths under such flames. But now, looking at this situation, it's no longer a question of whether Lin Yuan can last 100 breaths, but rather which of these two venerables will win in the end. Endless Red Lotus, facing 333 time-space blades, Red Lotus Venerable was like facing a great enemy. His physical form once again dispersing and transforming into countless Red Lotus karma fire, floating amidst time and space. Whiz! 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 The 333 time-space blades slashed forth, and the vast spaces began to shatter. The floating Red Lotus karma fire amidst time and space also felt the impact. Yet, relying on its own void attribute, it managed to barely withstand the 333 time-space blades. After the 330 blades, Red Lotus Venerable's figure once again coalesced. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately prepared to strike again. Galaxy Venerate, there's no need to keep fighting. Red Lotus Venerable immediately said. With the current strength Lin Yuan exhibited, it was only natural for someone to last 100 breaths in his hands. Furthermore, given the current degree of their fight, if they were to continue, Red Lotus Venerable would have to use those real deadly methods. But such methods are meant for enemies, and Red Lotus Venerable naturally didn't want to use them on a fellow Venerable. Kai Yan, what do you think? Red Lotus Venerable looked toward the distant Red Flame Venerable. It was initially Red Flame Venerable's idea to have him test the Galaxy Venerate's strength. Indeed, there's no need to keep fighting. Red Flame Venerable nodded. The reason he had Red Lotus Venerable make a move was to increase the chances of vying for that top-class territory. As long as Lin Yuan's strength reached the threshold of peak Venerate, and he didn't hold back in the contest, Red Flame Venerable would turn a blind eye. And now, the strength Lin Yuan revealed not only didn't hold them back but was a pleasant surprise. Although Red Flame Venerable also coveted the top-class territory, he even more so hoped that the territory would be occupied by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and everything he did was based on the interests of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded, retracting the divine ability, World. This divine skill, which merged and devoured the source of the Fierce Sun, emitted a strong Fierce Sun aura. Even if he said he hadn't excavated the ancestor's bloodline to the Venerate level, no one would believe it. The strength of the Galaxy Venerate? Terrifying, feels no weaker than Red Lotus Venerable? Is this the Venerate level ancestor bloodline? Unprecedented? Even a Venerate level ancestor bloodline requires a lot of time to excavate. How long has it been since the Galaxy Venerate transformed his bloodline to the Venerate level? Freakish, absolutely freakish. The other ancient venerables present were full of shock, and they too felt the terror of Lin Yuan. Initially, the venerables were quite dissatisfied with the Emperor's decision, believing that forcibly inserting the Galaxy Venerate into the Venerate quota was entirely the Emperor pulling strings. But now, even if Lin Yuan wasn't a core member of the royal family, solely relying on his strength to compete for one of the 12 Venerate seats, he would still fully be able to compete for it. The Emperor's involvement in getting Lin Yuan into the Venerate list was truly icing on the cake. Galaxy Venerate. Among the many venerables, Kai Young Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. He had previous interactions with Lin Yuan and was the previous guardian of the Heiyu nest. At that time, Kai Young Heavenly Venerate did not make things difficult for Lin Yuan to take over the Heiyu nest but instead, was quick to yield it, as he did not want to offend this core royal family member. In Kai Young Heavenly Venerate's view, Lin Yuan's future potential was immense. He found it entirely unnecessary to offend fate over a bit of Heiyu. Looking at it now, Kai Young Heavenly Venerate was immensely grateful for his past decision. How long has it been? The Galaxy Venerate already possesses such strength. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerate flew toward the numerous Venerates. Galaxy Venerate. The Red Lotus Venerate looked at Lin Yuan, genuinely admiring him. I always believed that the rules of the Tao were fundamental. Now it seems that the extremity of bloodline power is by no means inferior to the power of the Tao rules. When he sparred with Lin Yuan, from start to finish, the latter never utilized deeply profound Tao rule insights. On the contrary, the Red Lotus Venerate used the path of power evolution through chaos. The Red Lotus karma fire burned Lin Yuan's body, flesh, and soul. To reach the level of an ancestor, one still must rely on Tao rules, Lin Yuan said. Although the Fierce Sun bloodline is a 13th level bloodline, wanting to reach the 13th level by following this bloodline is utterly impossible. To step into the 13th level, one must forcibly forge their own path of chaos power evolution, breaking through the limitations of time loops. How easy is it to reach the level of an ancestor? The Red Lotus Venerate shook his head. Throughout the long ages of the origin world, only 6 entities truly became ancestors and established an ancient country. Alright, Galaxy Venerate, you needn't be modest. The Kaiyan Venerate said from the side, with your strength, it's only a matter of time before you surpass us. Not to mention the potential excavation of the ancestral bloodline's future. Merely relying on Lin Yuan's current strength, if he could comprehend a path of chaos evolution rules, even if only the first level, his strength would be about the same as his, the Kaiyan Venerate. And with Lin Yuan's insight into time and space, comprehending a path of chaos power evolution isn't something unimaginable. Lin Yuan listened quietly. His current strength is roughly on par with the Red Lotus Venerate. If he really fought with all his might, Lin Yuan wasn't confident he could win. As for comparing with the Kaiyan Venerate, he was obviously not as good. The strength of the Kaiyan Venerate, even placed in the Chaos Void, is close to the level of an invincible Great Saint, stronger than both the Hunxiao Heavenly Venerate and the Jade Qilin Venerable. But the fight for the first-rate treasured land is right before us. When battling with Venerates from other ancient countries, it won't be as easy as it is now. The Kaiyan Venerate hinted. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He understood what the Kaiyan Venerate meant. The sparring between Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerate ended quickly, and neither side was almost injured because neither had used their true offensive means. When it really comes to battling with enemy Venerates in order to seize a first-rate treasured land, those peak Venerates might even risk their primary battle bodies. The intensity of such battles would be nothing like simple sparring as before. Alright, Galaxy, you go ahead and rest. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country spoke. Head to that treasured land in 10 years. Lin Yuan nodded. He disappeared from where he stood. The future of our Fierce Sun ancient country. The Kaiyan Venerate looked at the place where Lin Yuan had disappeared, feeling a slight hint of anticipation in his heart. Compared to the ownership of that first-rate treasured land, he was more eager about what height Lin Yuan's future could reach. Galaxy Royal Mansion. After returning, Lin Yuan continued his cultivation insights. The sparring with the Red Lotus Venerate made him clearly understand the general level of his strength, belonging to the level of a seasoned peak Venerate, yet not as good as the top peak Venerates. First-rate treasured land. Lin Yuan was quite eager in his heart. The battle for the first-rate treasured land wasn't just for the benefits inside, but also intended to give back to the Fierce Sun ancient country. After all, having descended to the Fierce Sun ancient country for so many years, Lin Yuan had basically benefited greatly from this ancient country, so naturally, he wanted to repay it in some way. My current strength is only enough not to hold back in the battle for the treasured land, it's still too weak. Lin Yuan thought silently, simultaneously focusing part of his mind on comprehending his inheritance of the Fierce Sun, Xuanian, chaos. Traveling between various great domains of the Xuanian ancient country, his avatars comprehended the blood essence of many Xuanian venerables, experiencing the Xuanian Tao contained within. As for Lin Yuan's true form in the royal mansion, he began to comprehend the Fierce Sun chapter in the inheritance. Lin Yuan already had the Fierce Sun bloodline flowing within him, and being situated around the great Yang vein of the Fierce Sun ancient country, the Fierce Sun Tao lay sprawling, making comprehension effortlessly. Your enlightenment is extraordinary, enhancing your understanding of the Fierce Sun Tao. In a trance, Lin Yuan's mind and consciousness began to ascend infinitely, suddenly arriving at a world of flames filled with endless fierce suns. Is this the place? Lin Yuan glanced around, feeling very familiar with this place. Once he gathered enough seeds of the fierce sun, he could freely enter this mysterious fierce sun world. Lin Yuan detected something amiss with just a glance around. Compared to when he previously entered this world of flames, his position this time was different. It's much higher. Lin Yuan carefully observed the surroundings and reached a conclusion. Ancestor of Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking at the imposing figure standing with hands behind on the highest point of the world. Due to the elevation, the figure Lin Yuan saw was much clearer, allowing to detect all sorts of subtle auras. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan benefited greatly and quickly withdrew, as it was impossible to stay long in that world of flames, lest there be a risk of being assimilated. As his mind consciousness returned to his physical body, Lin Yuan's expression changed. Inside his body, vast and expansive, countless seeds of the fierce sun floated like miniature fierce suns, numbering 33,332 in total. At this moment, the 33,333rd fierce sun seed quickly took shape, condensed in an instant. The moment this seed of the fierce sun appeared, it formed an entire entity with the preceding 33,332 seeds, akin to a complete great fierce sun cycle. Boom! The 33,333rd fiery sun seed was like the final touch that completed the dragon. The moment it formed, it resonated with the many fiery sun seeds that had been gathered before. Forming a perfect whole. Finally gathered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. As early as during the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, he was stuck on gathering the last fiery sun seed. Until now, he finally broke through the bottleneck. It's not that Lin Yuan lacked comprehension, but gathering the last fiery sun seed required absorbing enough fiery sun energy between heaven and earth. Without sufficient fiery sun energy, it couldn't be gathered. According to Lin Yuan's research on the various royal family members of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom and their information on gathering fiery sun seeds. Even those core royals who gathered fiery sun seeds like eating and drinking, generally reached their limit at over 20,000 fiery sun seeds. In the history of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom, only 18 royals have gathered 33,333 fiery sun seeds. If it wasn't for this mansion, the time I needed to gather the last fiery sun seed would have been delayed by hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the emperor had prepared this residence for him, which was close to the largest solar vein of the ancient kingdom, with abundant fiery sun energy.
In other places, the efficiency of absorbing fiery sun energy would be much worse.
33,333 fiery sun seeds will form a perfect fiery sun grade cycle, greatly enhancing various aspects of myself. Strength? The scope of rule comprehension? All are significant? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the history of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom, those 18 royals with the Fiery Sun grade cycle, even if they hadn't yet elevated their bloodline to the heavenly venerate level, had successfully realized the principles of chaos evolution power and crossed into the realm of heavenly venerate through their comprehension of the Great Tao rules. Fluctuations in the Great Tao rules? Lin Yuan carefully sensed, nodding slightly. Compared to before gathering the last fiery sun seed, his comprehension of rules at this moment did indeed surge considerably. The creatures of this Fang Yuan world are truly blessed by nature. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. Even gathering just a few fiery sun seeds increased their scope of rule comprehension beyond that of Chaos Void experts. The comprehension of the Great Tao rules by the creatures of the 6 ancient kingdoms was far easier than that of Chaos Void creatures. The unparalleled great saints of Chaos Void and the peak venerables of the 6 ancient kingdoms were roughly at the same level, but the latter's comprehension of the path of chaos evolution power surpassed the former, effortlessly bridging the gap in the inherent foundation of their body universe. Lin Yuan continued to sense the impact of the great cycle formed by the many fiery sun seeds within him. The fiery sun divine body has improved considerably. Divine ability, world. Lin Yuan suddenly unfolded his divine skill world, transforming himself into a blazing fiery sun, under which the time and space around him began to twist, all becoming his domain. Since the space-time within the palace was independent, Lin Yuan could activate the divine skill world here without affecting the outside world, as long as he was cautious. Fiery sun. Lin Yuan sat at the center of the world, vaguely sensing the fiery sun seeds within him lighting up one by one. Each time a fiery sun seed lit up, within the scope of the divine skill world, an additional fiery sun appeared. In no time, 33,333 fiery suns spanned the heavenly dome of the world, combined with the fiery sun Lin Yuan's body had transformed into, totaling 33,334 fiery suns. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt the power of the divine skill world surge, and if he wished, he could easily break through the palace's suppression, enveloping the entire capital within the world. Of course, if Lin Yuan dared to do so, he would be suppressed by the foundation of the capital in the next moment. The fiery sun grade cycle can actually have such an impact on the divine skill world? Lin Yuan was shocked, as this had never occurred among the 18 royals who had the fiery sun grade cycle in the past. Is it because of fiery sun opening the heavens? Lin Yuan examined the new, divine skill world around him, speculating in his heart. His divine skill world had fused and devoured the source of the fiery sun, so the fiery sun great cycle having an effect was understandable. As for why those 18 royals in the past never experienced this change, they didn't have the foundation of an inherent universe, no divine skill world, no divine skill fiery sun opening the heavens, nor did they cultivate the infinite void inheritance. Lin Yuan had reached this point, with too many irreplicable traits. However, my current divine skill world is much stronger than before. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, sensing his incredible control over the four-dimensional space and time. The core of the divine skill world that had fused and devoured the source of the fiery sun was the fiery sun itself, and once the world was unfolded, Lin Yuan himself would transform into a fiery sun. And now, the total number of such fiery suns amounted to 33,334. The extent of the power surge was imaginable. Even though the fiery suns formed by the fiery sun seeds weren't as potent as the fiery sun formed by Lin Yuan's body, the sheer number, 33,333 combined, had at least increased the power of the divine skill world dozens or even hundreds of times. The consumption is also much greater, but it can be sustained. Lin Yuan perceived the current divine skill world, his external universe extending. Wherever its power reached, the great Tao rules of this Fang Yuan world quickly retreated. Whoosh! A moment later, Lin Yuan retracted the divine skill world and began to delve into research. With my current strength, if I fully activate the divine skill world, a powerhouse like the Red Lotus Venerable should be easily suppressed, but as for a top-tier peak Venerable like the Red Flame Venerable, Lin Yuan estimated in his heart, unable to make an accurate comparison. In this Fang Yuan world, an ordinary heavenly venerate is equivalent to a chaos great saint of the chaos void, while a peak venerable matches an unparalleled great saint. The power of Red Flame Venerable has essentially reached the level of an invincible great saint from the chaos void. In fact, among the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, there surely exists a heavenly venerate comparable to an invincible great saint. An invincible great saint from the chaos void rarely appears throughout a long cosmic era. But in this Fang Yuan world, the 13th tier ancestral bloodline rebirth for descendants is exceptionally high. In the chaos void, as long as an unparalleled great saint masters of 13th tier inheritance, they would likely possess the strength of an invincible great saint. Take, for instance, the magic Jade Tower Master. The reason for becoming an invincible great saint was the comprehension of the essential nature after slaying that wondrous creature with a concentrated bloodline of time, reaching the threshold to cultivate a certain 13th tier inheritance, eventually becoming invincible in that era. But in this Fang Yuan world, which heavenly venerate from the various ancient countries hasn't been exposed to 13th tier inheritances, although difficult to master, the likelihood of producing a heavenly venerate at the invincible great saint level is certainly far higher than in the chaos void. The spread of 13th tier inheritances among time creatures in the chaos void is entirely random, often forbidden, and acquiring them relies entirely on luck. Next, let's continue to solidify the seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan split some of his mental focus, attempting to solidify more seeds of the fierce sun. This technique greatly augments his combat power, surpassing many historical royal members who have consolidated numerous seeds of the fierce sun, so Lin Yuan naturally values it highly. With the passage of time, the birth of a new first-class treasure land rapidly spread throughout the fierce sun ancient country. Many great lords-level powerhouses were thrilled, although the exotic treasures produced by the first-class treasure land are surely prioritized for the heavenly venerable layer of the ancient country's powerhouses. Yet as long as the fierce sun ancient country can seize this first-class treasure land, the heavenly venerates can feast while the great lords can at least drink some soup. Soon, representing the fierce sun ancient country, the list of 12 heavenly venerates heading to the new treasure land for contention was made public. Among them, 11 heavenly venerates didn't stir much commotion, being veteran peak venerables like the established Red Lotus Venerable. But the last one is the recently prominent Galaxy Venerate? Galaxy Venerate? Isn't he just entering the Heavenly Venerable realm? Though Galaxy Venerate is the first to achieve Heavenly Venerate as a royal descendant through ancestral bloodline, allowing him to take part in the contention for a first-class treasure land? You don't understand. Before the list was confirmed, Galaxy Venerate had sparred with Red Lotus Venerate, and although it resulted in a draw, Red Lotus Venerate publicly stated that Galaxy Venerate's strength is comparable to his. My heavens! How long has Galaxy Venerate been in the heavenly venerable realm? Can he already par up with such a peak venerable as Red Lotus Venerate? Perhaps this is the prowess of the ancestral bloodline. The many great lords-level powerhouses discussed endlessly, though many questioned Galaxy Venerate's inclusion in the list. Upon learning the sparring result with Red Lotus Venerate, they were amazed. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was sitting face to face with King Chabao. Congratulations, Galaxy Venerate. King Chabao's expression was somewhat respectful. Initially, upon first meeting the Venerate, I even fought with you. King Chabao sighed. Just call me Galaxy. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Upon just entering the capital, had it not been for King Chabao's continual care, he might have encountered many detours. That's not possible, you're now a heavenly Venerate. How could I call you Galaxy with the other heavenly Venerates watching? King Chabao immediately replied. Although he belongs to a core royal lineage and can spar a few moves with a heavenly Venerate, that refers to ordinary heavenly Venerates. As for a peak Venerable, naturally not a match. Lin Yuan being on par with Red Lotus Venerable among the peak Venerables, his strength far surpasses King Chabao's. I didn't expect that, initially sent to aid Qingfen domain, but ended up bringing back for the ancient country. King Chabao expressed wistful. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the fierce Sun capital, taking over the Galaxy Royal Mansion, many royals have come to visit. A considerable portion intended to rely on Lin Yuan. Do you aim for me to establish the 18th royal branch? Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at a middle-aged man in white before him. The middle-aged man had a robust aura, at the peak of Great Lord Realm, showing utmost respect when facing Lin Yuan. Heavenly Venerate, with your strength, if willing, the 18th branch you establish will dwarf the other 17 branches, creating a substantial impact within the ancient country. The middle-aged man said softly. The fierce Sun ancient country currently comprises 17 royal branches. Each branch having supreme core royals stationed. Outside the 17 royal branches, numerous scattered royals exist, straying from the core of the ancient country. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, a core royal descendant from above, and having transformed his ancestral bloodline to a heavenly Venerate level, desired to cling tightly. I'm not interested in founding a new royal branch. Lin Yuan directly stated, currently intending to focus all efforts on cultivation, to better advance to the 13th tier. Regarding founding a new royal branch, if Lin Yuan achieves the 13th tier, it would not be merely founding a branch but establishing the 7th ancient country of this source world. If unable to cross into the 13th tier, at Lin Yuan's rate of cultivation, any established force would lag far behind his growth. Lin Yuan would also make many arrangements before attempting the 13th tier to ensure the continuity of human civilization within the Chaos Void. But, the middle-aged man in white intended to say more. Dismissed. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the man in white was directly moved out. Numerous royal members visited Lin Yuan. Beyond attachment, more sought guidance and counsel. Heavenly Venerate, for us to delve deeper into our ancestral bloodline and break the limits, asked a royal who had comprehended the path of chaos evolution power. This royal, titled Red Cloud King, was also a core royal member, facing limits in growth, opted to understand the principles of the grand path, ultimately comprehending chaos evolution power crossing into heavenly venerable realm. Continue nurturing the fundamental power within bloodline depths. Lin Yuan generously shared, the martial arts evolution road's refinement of the bloodline stemmed from the body cultivation lineage. And the body cultivation lineage highly emphasizes nurturing the bloodline. Fundamental power? Red Cloud King fell into contemplation. I will elaborate further on nurturing methods when this treasure land contention is over. Lin Yuan looked at Red Cloud King. He intended to establish the dissemination time of the martial arts evolution road branch after the contention for the first-class treasure land. Heavenly Venerate's integrity. Red Cloud King expressed admiration. He could discern that Lin Yuan truly intended to elaborate on nurturing the bloodline. Logically, such secret, other heavenly Venerates would likely conceal and hold tightly. Yet Galaxy Venerate openly shared, making Red Cloud King ashamed. After Red Cloud King departed, Lin Yuan began reassessing the martial arts evolution road branch. Through Lin Yuan's modifications, the branch suitable for dissemination in this Fang Yuan world essentially abandoned the internal cosmos method. No choice, many strong figures of the chaos void could accept origin infusion, internal world. Internal cosmos growth was almost inevitable. However, in this Fang Yuan world, within the 6 ancient countries, internal world, internal cosmos is far from easily attainable, certainly far from common. Lin Yuan could still cultivate internal cosmos in this world because he had undergone it numerous times, comprehending the opening fully, backed by strength and ample resources. Even so, lacking several origin infusions from the chaos void, Lin Yuan's internal cosmos remains weaker than his true self in the chaos void, if not for the fierce sun divine body and fierce sun seeds providing boosts. The true self in this source world simply cannot match the true self in the chaos void in combat strength. Whether internal cosmos or rule comprehension, as long as the core remains unchanged, it's the martial arts evolution road. The more beings cultivate it, the more anchor points and path markers they provide me. Lin Yuan pondered, closing his eyes, re-entering cultivation and insight. Time gradually passed. A decade blinked by, mysterious world of flames. Lin Yuan looked up to observe the towering figure standing with hands behind his back at the highest point of the world. Ever since the seed of the fierce sun formed a great cycle within him, Lin Yuan's position in this world of flames had elevated significantly. He could observe the towering figure more closely. Incredible, truly incredible. The more he observed, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. The towering figure stood there silently, doing nothing. The aura that naturally emanated from it profoundly moved him. No wonder those supreme saints of the chaos void spend their entire lives pursuing the traces of time life. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not just any casual guidance from time life could benefit the supreme saints greatly. Also, the mere existence of time life allowed the supreme saints to glimpse higher vistas. What a pity that I cannot stay here for long. Lin Yuan observed for a while and noticed his own mental will gradually twisting as if melding with the surrounding flames, so he quickly retreated. While in the mysterious world of flames, one could observe some mysteries of the 13 tiers level, but could not reside permanently, lest one becomes assimilated. Once assimilated, Lin Yuan would completely merge into that world of flames, unable to return to his physical body. If I could get closer to the ancestor, I would see more of the 13-tier mysteries, Lin Yuan thought to himself. This was far superior to the drop of time blood left by the Moyu Tower Master. The time blood originated from a wondrous life form, but wondrous lifeforms are merely born from the chaos void and are not 13-tier lifeforms. Their bloodline possesses only a trivial amount of time power talent at best, nowhere near the level of true time life. In 10 years, I've condensed over 100 more seeds of the fierce sun, but my position in this world of flames has not changed. Do I have to wait for the next larger cycle to form? Lin Yuan pondered to himself, after condensing the 33,333rd seed of the fierce sun. The difficulty of condensing subsequent seeds greatly diminished. In just 10 years, he condensed over 100 more. On average, condensing one every month or two. Beyond 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun, Lin Yuan had little historical experience to draw from. Only 18 royalty in the history of the fierce sun ancient country had possessed such a number of seeds of the fierce sun. And these 18 royals, after condensing 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun, spent countless years without the energy to continue condensing more. I'm not in a hurry anyway, I can take my time. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself, even planning to step into the chaos realm in the future, he didn't intend to give up condensing the seeds of the fierce sun. Xuanian. In the ancient Xuanian country, in a secluded corner, an avatar of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him floated droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, containing fundamental fragments of the Xuanian Tao. Lin Yuan contemplated while comparing it with the fierce sun Tao, using the inheritance of fierce sun, Xuanian, chaos, to attempt integration and fusion. Indeed, comprehending the Xuanian Tao, supplementing Taiyan, promotes the gestation of chaotic Taiyan Taiyang Taiji. Looking at the droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He constantly observed his internal universe, the giant egg formed by insights into the rules of the second realm of chaos, containing the chaotic Taiji Tao. 10 years ago, when he first began to comprehend the Xuanian Tao, he estimated that it would take 10,000 years for the chaotic Taiji Tao to evolve. Now, accompanying continued comprehension of the Xuanian Tao and fusion with the fierce sun, Lin Yuan clearly felt that in at most 5,000 years, the chaotic Taiji Tao could evolve successfully. 10 years of comprehending Xuanian saved him 4,990 years. Lin Yuan considered this a gain. Moreover, comprehending the Xuanian Tao sped up the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Tao, enriching Lin Yuan's own rule comprehension as well. Whether the Xuanian Tao or the fierce Sun Tao, both had birthed 13-tier time lives, worthy of Lin Yuan's dedication to comprehension. Over the years, I've acquired essence blood from over 200 great lords, without causing any substantial disruption. Lin Yuan glanced around with satisfaction. The result was largely due to his non-forceful approach. Even when taking essence blood, he left behind curiosities of equivalent value. This was enough to silence most great lords. Additionally, Lin Yuan's skillful methods ensured that even if the venerate of the Xuanian ancient country's capital had learned of this, they hadn't detected Lin Yuan's position, as he'd only taken essence blood without any radical actions, so they continued to observe in secret. If Xuanian and the fierce sun perfectly fuse, it would be a brand new 13-tier Tao, as with Taiyin and Taiyang's fusion into Taiji. Lin Yuan observed the droplets of great lord's essence blood, cross-verifying with the fierce sun Tao, while integrating Taiyin and Taiyang. In the capital of the fierce sun ancient country, Lin Yuan's true self was also in contemplation. At a certain moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. "The emperor seeks me?" Lin Yuan looked towards the imperial palace, immediately understanding. Seems like the time has come to set out for the new treasure land. This newly emerged top-tiered treasure land is outside the domains of any of the 6 ancient countries, so to gain control of it, the 6 ancient countries must compete. Being a contest within the rules, it isn't particularly urgent after all. All the ancient countries need to gather their heavenly venerate level experts. However, many of these venerates are in closed-door practice and might not come out in a short period, hence the 10-year time limit. Regardless of who ultimately gets the prime territory, it will surely be one of the 6 ancient countries. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country was seated on the throne, and peak venerables like Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli had been waiting for quite some time. "Galaxy, you're here?" The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli also nodded at Lin Yuan. Very soon, the 12 heavenly venerates participating in the battle for the treasure land had all arrived. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country spoke. "I assume you all know how to vie for the treasure land." Lin Yuan quietly listened below. Each treasure land forms its own space, containing a certain number of cores within. The more cores of a treasure land that are refined, the greater the control over that land. Of course, this mastery is relative. Even if all the cores of a treasure land are refined, it doesn't necessarily prevent other powerhouses from invading. For example, when Lin Yuan once guarded the Heiyu nest, didn't Jihan Venerate and Bian Venerable Sage still infiltrate? Yet, the battle over treasure lands among the 6 ancient countries is maintained under a certain intensity, hence, the competition is based on refining the cores of the treasure land. After 2,000 years, the ancient country that has refined the most cores of a treasure land will claim it. Thus, the competition for treasure lands is not about who is stronger or weaker, but rather, who can find the cores of the treasure land faster and refine them quickly. Moreover, merely refining the cores of the treasure land is not enough, one must also protect them. Once the cores of the treasure land are refined, they are not infallible and can still be re-refined by other heavenly venerates. "Let me send you over." The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at the 12 heavenly venerates. 10 years ago, the capital of the fierce sun ancient country had already established a space-time transfer node outside the newly born treasure land, allowing them to teleport there at any time using the country's teleportation formation. For this competition, it's great if you succeed, if not, don't feel pressured. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country led the 12 heavenly venerates to the space-time transfer area and turned to offer a word of comfort. Buzz. The next moment, Red Flame Venerable, Lin Yuan, and the other venerates stepped into the space-time teleportation formation. Space and time shifted rapidly. Lin Yuan felt the infinite distance being stretched, and after nearly 20 breaths, the space-time fluctuations quickly ceased. "We've arrived." Red Flame Venerable glanced around and stepped out of the space-time transfer area. "It's much worse than the Qingfen domain," Lin Yuan also observed. Before descending into this source world, Lin Yuan had observed the entire source world through the perspective of the Myriad Realms Gate. Overall, the source world is a boundless continent, with the 6 ancient countries occupying the central, most prosperous, and wealthiest regions of the continent. Those regions nurture many rare and precious treasures, and most treasure lands are also born there. As for beyond the 6 ancient countries, it is much more desolate, which is why the 6 ancient countries fight amongst themselves rather than expanding outward. There is no point. But even in desolation, some rare treasures still occasionally appear. However, a prime treasure land? Honestly, before the appearance of this prime treasure land, the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries would hardly believe a prime treasure land could be nurtured in the barren, desolate regions. According to intelligence, outside the newly born prime treasure land, there is a region of time reversal. Only those who have comprehended the Tao of space-time 9th realm can pass through the time reversal region and enter the treasure land. Red Flame Venerable said in a low voice. The appearance of the treasure land attracted a large number of Great Lord-level explorers nearby, and nearly all were sent back by the time reversal region. Fusion of time and space 9th realm? Although in this particular source world, comprehending the rules is relatively easier, reaching the 9th realm of space-time is still extremely difficult, generally achievable only by a heavenly venerate. And heavenly venerates? They wouldn't necessarily explore the desolate regions outside the 6 ancient countries, as the heavenly venerate level experts receive numerous benefits by aligning with an ancient country, with no need to waste time in barren areas. Once you enter the treasure land, immediately disperse and find the cores of the treasure land as quickly as possible. Once found, inform me, and I will go to refine them. Red Flame Venerable said. His realm is the highest, and he refines the treasure land cores the fastest. Even if discovered by other ancient country heavenly venerates, he has the best chance of guarding the treasure land cores. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. The other heavenly venerates nodded as well. Upon seeing this, Red Flame Venerable felt somewhat more at ease. In competing for the treasure land, cooperation is key. It's not about fighting to win or lose but rather refining more of the treasure land's cores. Considering how the Emperor values Galaxy, he probably doesn't want him getting injured in the competition. I need to watch out for him. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan and thought to himself. As the leader of the 12 heavenly venerates dispatched by the fierce Sun ancient country, Red Flame Venerable is certainly focused on competing for the treasure trove. He wouldn't sacrifice the opportunity to refine the treasure trove's core just to accommodate Lin Yuan. But in choices that aren't critical, he plans to lean slightly toward Lin Yuan. Is that the newly emergent first-class treasure land? Lin Yuan looked far into the distance at the winding mountain range, where the power of time was chaotic, faintly revealing a vast world. Each first-class treasure land is located in relatively opposing space-times, and only when it nurtures the first batch of wonders will it connect with the outside world, which is the so-called emergence of the treasure land. The core of a first-class treasure land is probably between 100 and 200, and these cores merge with the land itself, making it very difficult to locate them quickly. Lin Yuan thought to himself. So among the 12 heavenly venerates dispatched by the major ancient countries, at least a few must excel at seeking cores. In the 12 peak venerables of the fierce Sun ancient country, Venerable Hengyang excels in search methods. Let's wait for a while. Once the other ancient countries' heavenly venerates arrive, we can go in. Red Flame Venerable glanced at several distant spots, where spacetime slightly twisted, indicating the presence of ancient country heavenly venerates. After entering the treasure land, disperse as much as possible to search for the treasure land's core. Once found, immediately notify me and Guangli. Red Flame Venerable emphasized that discovering the treasure land's core isn't the end. The most crucial part is refining and guarding it, which requires strength. Venerable Guangli's special Chaos Power Path, with 33 avatars, each close to the original body's strength, is the most suitable heavenly venerate to guard the treasure land's core. After speaking, Red Flame Venerable sat cross-legged, as did the other heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan focused his mind, keeping a distant watch on the new treasure land while using the remaining mental power to practice and comprehend. The 12 heavenly venerates of Daling Ancient Country also waited patiently, led by Spirit Prison Venerable, whose terrifying strength made him an extremely ancient heavenly venerate of Daling Ancient Country. At this moment, Spirit Prison Venerable's eyes were like two endless deep prisons, gazing distantly at the winding mountains. The chaos power path evolved by Spirit Prison Venerable was in his eyes. Spirit Prison Venerable's eyes are two prison worlds named Spirit Prison, where even peak venerables would be suppressed for a time. Spirit Prison. How do you feel? Any confidence? Besides Spirit Prison Venerable, Lingen Venerable Sage asked. It's still too early to talk about confidence. Spirit Prison Venerable shook his head. The venerates from Dafu Ancient Country have yet to arrive. Dafu Ancient Country, also one of the 6 major ancient countries, is unlike the other 5 as it was the very first ancient country that emerged in this source world, with its ancestor being the first-time life. Dafu Ancient Country is unfathomably deep, with 2 out of the 5 13th-tier ancestors from the 5 major ancient countries coming from Dafu Ancient Country. Among the 6 major ancient countries in the source world, while they appear to be competing, Dafu Ancient Country holds the most transcendent position. Besides the Dafu ancestor, it is due to the terrifying heavenly venerate level powerhouses of this ancient country. No matter in quantity or strength, they surpass the other ancient countries. Dafu Ancient Country. Lingen Venerable Sage also felt the pressure. He understood Spirit Prison Venerable's meaning. If Dafu Ancient Country dispatches its strongest venerates, Spirit Prison Venerable naturally wouldn't have much confidence. Except for Dafu Ancient Country, surely for the other 4 major ancient countries, Spirit Prison you shouldn't have any problem. Lingen Venerable Sage continued to ask. The other 4 major ancient countries. Spirit Prison Venerable glanced at the locations occupied by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Xuanian Ancient Country, Thunderclap Ancient Country, and Barbaric Wilderness Countries venerates, saying nothing. Based on past performance, Spirit Prison Venerable naturally has confidence. However, in the competition for a first-class treasure land, each major ancient country typically employs some hidden weapons, making it uncertain. On the Xuanian Ancient Country's side, the 12 peak venerables quietly observed the heavenly venerate level powerhouses from other ancient countries. Daling Ancient Country actually dispatched Spirit Prison Venerable. That's quite troublesome. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked gravely at the location occupied by Daling Ancient Country. Among the top peak venerables of various ancient countries, Spirit Prison Venerable is definitely the most difficult. It's not so much about Spirit Prison Venerable's killing force, but rather his eyes, capable of trapping powerhouses at the peak venerable level. In regular times, such a method isn't much, as a peak venerable's strength can break free, it's just a delay. However, within the treasure land, the ordinary refining of the treasure land's core requires precisely that bit of time. Imagine a peak venerable painstakingly discovering a treasure land's core, just ready to refine it. But Spirit Prison Venerable traps them in the spirit prison within his eyes, and by the time they break free, the treasure land's core has been refined. The many peak venerables of Daling Ancient Country also moved in for reinforcement. It would certainly be extraordinarily frustrating. Spirit Prison Venerable's 2 spirit prisons are indeed troublesome, but not unbeatable. Even if he traps them, among the 70 or 80 peak venerables of the 6 great ancient countries, how many can he really capture? Surely, he won't be able to withstand them all. Earth Yin Venerable commented. This time, among Xuanian Ancient Country's 12 peak venerables, there are 4 regarded as top-tier peak venerables, including Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, Earth Yin Venerable, and 2 others. Still need to be cautious, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate remarked. No matter what, Spirit Prison Venerable is undeniably one of the most formidable among the numerous top-tier peak venerables. Thunderclap Ancient Country. As one of the 6 major ancient countries, the strong ones of Thunderclap Ancient Country were fundamentally born from thunder. It is said that the thunder origin ancestor was the first being to come to life from thunder in this Fang Yuan world. Later, he was accepted as a disciple by the Dafu ancestor and eventually stepped into the 13th layer, founding the Thunderclap Ancient Country. In this treasure land competition, if possible, we will naturally seize this treasure land. If not, we will secretly help the barbaric wilderness country to take the treasure land. The leading peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country said. The barbaric wilderness country and Thunderclap Ancient Country have a close relationship. Although the Thunder Origin ancestor broke away to establish the Thunderclap Ancient Country, the ties with the barbaric wilderness country were never severed. No problem. The other peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country nodded. The competition for the treasure land is limited to 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, whoever has the most cores of the treasure land refined will gain the ruling rights to it. If Thunderclap Ancient Country ends up refining too few cores of the treasure land, not even making it into the top 3, they will secretly transfer the treasure land cores to the heavenly venerables of the barbaric wilderness country. Doing so would at least recover some loss, preventing the barbaric wilderness country from acquiring the treasure land cores for nothing. In fact, not only Thunderclap Ancient Country does this. Once other ancient countries realize the cores of the treasure land they refined have no chance of taking first place, they will sell them at various prices. It's just that the Thunderclap Ancient Country, being close to the barbaric wilderness country, would prioritize selling to them. I wonder, which heavenly venerables will the barbaric wilderness country send this time? The leading venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country glanced around. Currently, the heavenly venerables of the 5 major ancient countries have all arrived. Only the barbaric wilderness country remains absent. Barbaric wilderness country. 12 tall figures stood there, with time and space slightly disintegrating around them. Among the 6 major ancient countries, the barbaric wilderness country has the most first-class treasure lands. The leading peak venerable looked around, and our barbaric wilderness country occupies the fewest first-class treasure lands, with only about a dozen. A first-class treasure land produces rare resources that are highly beneficial to heavenly venerables. Occupying more first-class treasure lands might not show immediate impact, but over time, the effect is significant. Why does the barbaric wilderness country have the strongest overall strength and the most in number? Is it because of the Da Fu ancestor? Among the 6 ancient countries, the ancestors seldom interfere unless something significant occurs. The ancestors of many ancient countries left behind numerous inherited secret techniques and era-affiliated remnants. Otherwise, there are not many differences. The history of the barbaric wilderness country is the most ancient, naturally giving rise to more heavenly venerables. This is indeed a reason, but not the main one. The barbaric wilderness country's strength is such because it occupies the most treasure lands, especially first-class ones. The barbaric wilderness country holds nearly a third of this source world's first-class treasure lands. Occupying so many first-class treasure lands that are immensely beneficial to heavenly venerables makes it difficult for the barbaric wilderness country not to be strong.
Therefore, the leading peak venerable of the barbaric wilderness country continued, this newly born first-class treasure land is imperative for our barbaric wilderness country.
Currently, to acquire new treasure lands, a country needs to initiate full-scale warfare with other ancient countries, seizing the area where the opponent's first-class treasure land is located. In doing so, they can naturally obtain the ruling rights to the corresponding first-class treasure land. But it is extremely difficult. Full-scale warfare between ancient countries can range from small to large. If small, only a few heavenly venerable level experts will be dispatched, with minor clashes. At best involving the gain or loss of tens to hundreds of major regions. However, in a large-scale full war, it becomes terrifying, with heavenly venerables and peak venerables continuously taking action, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Compared to such full-scale warfare, this competition for a newly born first-class treasure land is much milder. At least, the time is limited to only 2,000 years, and each ancient country involves only 12 peak venerables. The key point is that in the quest for a first-class treasure land, it's not just about strength but also about luck. With good luck, you can casually find a pile of treasure land cores. Besides luck, it also depends on financial power. For example, during the final moments of the treasure land competition, when other ancient countries see that their refined treasure land cores cannot contend for first place, they will sell off treasure land cores. At this time, as long as you can afford the price, you can completely buy them. If the barbaric wilderness country can afford the price, there's a significant chance to seize this first-class treasure land. Of course, Even if it's possible to buy treasure land, cores, through financial power, they must strive to acquire more treasure land, cores, on their own to minimize costs. The barbaric wilderness country is eager for this newly born first-class treasure land but not foolish. Just as the many peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries were waiting patiently to enter the treasure land, a sudden fluctuation of time and space swiftly arrived, drawing all peak venerables' attention to its source. What is that? Lin Yuan also opened his eyes. At present, all the peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries had assembled. Only the most mysterious, barbaric wilderness country was absent. Time and space spread like ripples in all directions. 12 figures emerged from the depths of space-time, led by a man in a dark robe. He stood silently, not exuding any aura, suppressing the 11 peak venerables behind him. It seemed the man in the dark robe was the center of this space-time, with other existences being mere supporting roles, dependent on the dark-robed man. So powerful. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. The man in the dark robe gave him a feeling similar to that of the demonic Jade Tower Master. Of course, no comparison to Xuanwang. The last time Lin Yuan saw Xuanwang, he forcibly broke free from the time loop, equivalent to stepping half a step towards the 13th layer. The strength of an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Whether it be the red-eyed Venerable, Venerable Guangli, Venerable Hengyang, or several other peak venerables from different ancient countries, they were only close to the invincible great saint level. But the dark-robed man was undoubtedly an invincible great saint. The invincible great saint here refers to the invincible great saint of the chaos void. As for this Fang Yuan world, it might not count as an invincible great saint. With feedback from multiple 13th layer ancestors, more than one invincible great saint level power has surely been born. With more than one, it's not invincible. Ha ha ha, everyone, my barbaric wilderness country is late. I hope you can forgive us. The man in the dark robe smiled slightly, speaking to the other peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries. His voice seemed to have a strange infectiousness, causing idle great lords watching from afar to feel as though their thoughts were being distorted. The peak venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Barbaric Wilderness Country, Xuanian Ancient Country, and other ancient countries frowned slightly. Is it Fu Shu Venerate? Fu Shu Venerate's strength surpasses the top peak venerables. Is the barbaric wilderness country placing great importance on this treasure land? Wasn't it said that Fu Shu Venerate was preparing to break through to that level? Why is he here? One by one, the top peak venerables felt the pressure, especially the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country. They were determined to get the first-class treasure land, but facing Fu Shu Venerate? Forces started feeling the pressure rising. Especially the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country, it felt overwhelming. No need to feel pressured. Red Flame Venerable surveyed around. For this first-class treasure land, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country has made sure that I brought some of the foundation to the fore. Even if it's possible to buy treasure land, cores, through financial means, they will surely try to obtain as many treasure land, cores, as possible on their own, so as to pay the least cost. Although the barbaric wilderness country is eager for this newly born first-class treasure land, they are not foolish. Buzz. Just as the many peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries were patiently waiting to enter the treasure land, a sudden spatial fluctuation rapidly approached, drawing all the peak venerables' attention toward the source of the disturbance. What is that? Lin Yuan likewise opened his eyes. At present, the peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries had all arrived, only the most mysterious barbaric wilderness country remaining. Time and space rippled outward in all directions like ripples. 12 figures emerged from the depths of space-time, led by a man in a dark robe, who stood silently, emitting no aura but still suppressing the 11 peak venerables standing behind him. It seemed that this man in the dark robe was standing in the void, yet paradoxically overshadowed the other peak venerables present. "Haha, everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you," said Fu Shu with a subtle infectious melody in his voice, as he addressed the other peak venerables. All eyes turned to the man in the dark robe, who seemed to be the center of an expanding spatial ripple spreading in all directions. Even Lin Yuan opened his eyes, noting that now all the peak venerables from the 5 major ancient countries had gathered, except for the most mysterious Da Fu ancient country. Just then, a distortion in space rippled outward rapidly, drawing the gaze of all the peak venerables to its origin. From the depths of space, 12 figures emerged, led by a man in a dark robe, standing quietly without emitting the slightest aura, yet overshadowing the 11 peak venerables behind him. It seemed that this man in the dark robe gave the impression of having crossed half a step beyond the 12th layer. An invincible great saint, Lin Yuan thought to himself, recognizing the man in the dark robe. Though in this Fang Yuan world, he probably wouldn't count as invincible. Ha ha ha, gentlemen. I wonder which heavenly venerables the great Dafu country will send this time to contend for the treasure territory? The leading peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country had scanned the surroundings, noting that the heavenly venerables of the 5 great ancients were all present, with only Dafu Ancient Country remaining. Time and space rippled outward in waves. 12 figures emerged from the depths of time-space, with a man in a dark robe leading them, standing quietly. He didn't emanate a trace of aura, yet he seemed to suppress the 11 peak venerables behind him.